Good evening, everyone, and welcome back for some Chinese Division 1 Dota action. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me is a very full panel this time around. It's going to be Sheepstick, Kezu, and T Governor. How are you guys on this fine morning for us and evening for everyone else watching in the China region?
Well, we were meant to be live 2 minutes ago, but I did cut the wire to Kezu's mic.
You sabotaged him,
I did. I tried my best, but they managed to find the problem.
Unluckily, you cannot get rid of me. I'm sorry.
Now we have to hear his
Okay,
opinion on Dota, guys.
Yeah, whatever.
This is so sad.
All right, straight to the point. Who's losing today then, Kezu?
Yeah.
Who will
Give us
lose
all
today?
your opinions.
Yeah.
Yes, tell us everything.
Ehon will lose 2-1.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he's just straight up coming out with
Respectable.
And
Okay.
the other match, let me see.
Oh,
I need to double check within my brain.
That's the easier one.
2-0 Extreme.
There we go.
Okay, alrighty. Well, that's the day done. Actually, we can all go home now.
See you later,
Kezu
guys.
just told us all the results.
Thanks, Kezu.
We will recap yesterday's China action, though we had two BO3s happening. Yesterday on Wednesday, it was Aster Aries up against Ehon for the first series, and then the second one was IG against Aster. Do you guys remember the results off the top of your head?
No,
Yes.
not even close.
The second one, yes.
Aster Aries lost 1-2 to
Yep.
Ehon.
And then the second series, Kezu?
2-0.
Oh, God.
They're
They're
so good.
They're so good. It's like you knew what I was going to say as well. I can't believe you. Aster Aries versus Ehon, though. This series, Sheep, you can give me the full rundown of why it went to all three games and Aster Aries couldn't close it out.
Honestly, I don't know. It was like the first game looked so good, and then everything just flipped over.
Ehon warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, this game was like pretty hard, I'd say, on the side of Ehon, like for their draft. They just kind of struggled for all their cores to get into these fights. There was like a Ricky that they were like diving constantly. It was like the Tusk mainly that was an issue. I remember Lizard was quite upset with that, where he just wasn't going like his damage on. He didn't get his Deso. They were using 2 cores to kill a single support. It was a mess. Honestly, this first game was an absolute mess.
Yeah, I think for Aster Aries at least, it was the eternal sorrow of Division 1, where they always look pretty good, but then they never really win the series. They got 4 map wins to 12, or game wins, sorry. They easily could have survived this division, I feel, but they never were able to string it together enough to actually close out an entire series. Also helps that in China, there's always these teams that don't win series, but they always have Ursa, and they somehow win a game with it, because it's like you get a little bit of momentum and you take over the game.
Yeah, it was the change-up as well in Game 2 and 3. They got the Pango on the side of Ehon. They did so much with that one mid. Because in your eyes, Aster Aries, they just couldn't really bring enough to the table. When it comes to it, is it more on the draft when you look at these highlights? Or are you like, I see some things in there, team fighting with some misplays?
I feel like they throw a couple of their leads every now and then. I definitely remember it from even before the break. Like this team, they look good sometimes, and then other times it's just a disaster. But even the times where they look good, they just fail to close it out. Like I don't think they're really far away from really matching with the top teams within their region. But they need to like make some slight adjustments, maybe 1-2 picks. But overall, I think they should focus on their gameplay in like the mid game.
Honestly, that was a subtle cue for you to hype up the PA in this game, but you failed, so.
It was a sick PA pick, by the way. I
Yeah.
will say. I walk into the
Yes.
room yesterday, I look at this PA, and I'm like, oh! And then it went, I'm like, damn, son. But anyway, that was all yesterday.
That was yesterday. Maybe we'll see another one today. Who really knows? Ehon will be playing later. But the second series of yesterday was IG versus Aster. And because you already said it, it went 2-0 in favor of Aster here.
Yeah, I think Aster are just... These guys are too good. Their drafts are solid. They play amazing. They itemize perfect. They play together. I don't even know if I can say a single bad thing about this team.
That's
Whoa.
good because we're here to be positive.
Exactly.
Exactly. And now, Sheep, you have the task of
Whoa.
being very positive about IG's game, even though unfortunately the Storm
Sure.
Spirit got killed by both supports.
I think
a number of
they
times in this game.
they struggled obviously, and yet somehow they brought out some cool things. They put Emo back on the mid lane with that Storm Spirit in game 1. That was kind of a interesting idea to do again. I think game 2, I remember seeing like some dual midding happening at 3 minutes or something like that. So I mean, clearly there's some innovation there. Like, yeah, how can we beat Aster? Let's just gank the mid as early as possible and try and make something happen there. Did not work. Unlucky, but yeah, no, that's as much as I can get for you
Unlucky.
Okay. Unlucky.
Good enough for
Unlucky.
me.
Really, if the luck had just been better, they would have won.
They would have won.
Unlucky Bears. Yeah, it's all about who turns up on the day. Asta keep turning up every day that we see them playing. So much so that they are now undefeated. They have 6 series wins. Knights with 5-1. Same scoreline as LGD. All 3 of them are going to be going to the major. Woo. The last major spot, though, that one's where it gets a bit spicy. eHome, Extreme, IG all have potential for a 3-way tie to take that last one. Asta, Aries, and Dawn Gaming have been confirmed, unfortunately relegated. And the games today, Knights versus eHome. This is our first series, Extreme versus IG. Both of these, T, are so imperative to a potential 3-way tiebreaker for that last major slot.
Not only a 3-way tiebreaker for the slot, but also a random additional 3-way tiebreaker where we can have 2 separate ones for first place and for the major slot. So
Jeez.
just simply, if you're watching today, just know that Knights need to win, IG needs to win, PSG needs to win. Those 3 series, those results happen, we'll have 2 separate 3-way tiebreakers, and that
Oh my
can
gosh.
infinitely circle independent of each other
God,
like
I
this.
sure hope that doesn't happen.
Like this.
I-
I sure hope that doesn't happen.
I
So
hope
now,
that happens.
now you know, okay?
I'll
Again,
put
to
it out
repeat,
into the world.
Knights need to win. IG needs
Give
to
me
win.
your energy so that this
PSG
doesn't
has
happen.
to win.
Has to win.
Has
Please,
to win.
God, please,
Thank you.
God.
We'll see if Knights win this series. We're going to jump right on into it because we are a little bit delayed. Knights, CM Naga opening an eHome with the Brood Lion. You guys can talk about these drafts, but also how you think this series will fare up.
All right, I'll lay out the base foundation of
go.
these picks real quick.
Perfect.
Brood first pick, Broken Hero, whatever, nothing needs to be said. CM Naga response. Pros commonly say the best way to shut down a Brood is within the lane, and they usually have a pretty poor game if the lane goes super badly. We've seen some Slugs as a response. We've seen some Nagas as a response. That's going to be their aim from these 2 picks. And this Lion, pretty rare, pretty rare. Hero relies pretty heavily on having some good early rotations. Otherwise, he can be just terrible. He's not the strongest laner, but I'm assuming the idea behind this is mana drain, get that multi-mana drain, kills all the illusions. Naga can't do shit.
Pretty good.
That
pretty
was a
good.
really good foundation. How are you going to build upon that one, Kazu?
Well, I'll take it. I'll give some more information about the bans.
Yeah.
I think that for now, I mean, it's pretty obvious and kind of simple. To be fair, I did think the electric was a first phase ban. So silly me, I thought they were already protecting the Naga, but they're just doing it now. So since I'm blind sometimes, you know,
It
okay.
happens.
It's
Happens to
okay.
the best of
Happen.
us.
You're all blind.
yeah, all
What?
blind. Damn.
Yeah.
All right, T, what do you see? You're blind.
Nothing.
Existential crisis.
My whole life flashing before my eyes. What am I doing here? And then just runs away.
Bye.
Okay.
I mean, in terms of eHome, I think this team likes to play very fast, and I think that's kind of how they win games, or how they usually do. I think MKS, he's kind of owning. I do think they're setting him up for success, but I want to continue seeing them do this with like some Monkey King in this game, whatever, set him up and let him clap.
I mean, also fun to see eHome hasn't picked the Brood. Teams also haven't been banning Brood against them really, because it's a hero they banned themselves. So this is like coming into this series. Surprise! We now play Brood, by the way. And that's the fun thing of the evolution of the DPC. You get to see players who don't normally play heroes pick them up. But yeah, so far in regards to opening, I think I prefer eHomes a little bit more. I think this Lion pick does trump what Knights are trying to do. Lion is this insanely good lane securer. We used to see it back in the day where it's like teams would pick Ursa to beat Timbersaw and stuff, but you pick Lion just because you have double, Earthquake Hex. It's hard to kill. So now this like winning lane concept for Knights isn't really going to be there because Lion's too secure. But Knights will continue to double down. This Brood's going to hate his game. There's a Pangolier as well. Yeah, this
So you
is.
think Brood Lion leaning together?
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
Okay. All right.
Most likely. I think that the Pango pick is good. We've seen plenty of Pangos, and I
Yeah.
think it needs to be explained too much. It's just very
No,
good
please.
for the team fighting, good against Brood, open pick. I do think for eHome, though, you can look at some... Whenever I see Pango, I feel that teams aren't respecting this hero enough, because he causes a lot of chaos. You could pick Bloodseeker here if you're somewhat confident. Good against Naga, good against Pango.
We need that on a soundboard at this point.
What?
Every time I tune into any region, any pick, it's like if I see Pango, it's always, let's pick the Bloodseeker. So
Yeah.
we're going to have that as a soundboard. It's like, Pango Bloodseeker, Pango Bloodseeker.
But like yesterday we had the Chinese teams that were like so
Yeah.
afraid of this Bloodseeker that they changed up their opening picks before picking it later after banning the Bloodseeker. So what's to stop eHome from just taking it now? It's not banned.
Nothing.
They didn't
It's-
protect it.
It's like their carry player being like, I don't know if it's like, I think it just depends on the carry player or the drafter manning up and being like, bro, this is good enough. Doesn't matter that they have some offlane pick to counterpick you. You'll have a good matchup against Naga. You have a good matchup against Pango. Buy BKB and you're good.
I guess the reason why
Is
you
it
might...
that simple?
Yeah.
Even if you struggle in lane? Sorry to cut you off again.
No, it's fine. It's more like the flip side of that is it might look good to do it, but the issue is your tower taking abilities, which you might lean on Brood, are already countered due to Naga Illusions / Pango, and line doesn't counter the Naga until later down the line. So if you do pick up Bloodseeker, you're conceding map pressure in regards to just laning pressure. So that's maybe like, again, it's like a caveat, like what does EHOM really want to bring out in this game? And yeah, they go for the Morphling instead.
5 seconds remaining.
Which is, yeah, I mean, eHome feels like they're just going to play out a pretty chill game. Sure, Knights have picked Broodmother Deterrence, but to deter her, you have to go to her lane, which frees up the other side of the map for more greedy heroes.
I feel like in the last few days, I've seen Morphling just being picked up way more than usual.
Yeah,
Again,
I
I
was going to
feel
say like the Mag, the Morph,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and not really Marcy, but kind of Marcy. I feel like are the three that have risen so much in popularity.
It's not, honestly, it's nice to see. Like, when you can't shut her down and you don't have the damage, it's kind of hard. Like, Knights,
5 seconds.
yeah, they technically can pressure her with the Pango going Diffusal, but already the Pango's answering the Brood, so a little bit of awkwardness there. And then Naga, you need many, many items to pressure her. Morphling actually with Manta can be a lot more active on the map than a Naga, so yeah, I honestly don't mind it.
I think the Morph Naga matchup is also pretty fine for Morph himself.
You mean later in the game?
Yeah,
Yep.
like you get the Aghanims later, which is super annoying for Naga. You can deal with the split push. You have super high DPS, so you can also man up against it. The Pango matchup is kind of bad early on, but later if you ever get a BKB, you can kind of clap him in the fight too. So
True.
that's like one that swings throughout the game. So overall, I think both teams should be pretty happy with what they got.
10
It would bring me the utmost joy to see
It
EHOM
would
play
or
Dragon
wouldn't?
Knight. It would.
Okay.
After watching the DK vs Naga matchup the other day,
that's
I'm
true.
so on board for it. It is unreal. It just
Yeah.
seems like the best thing ever if you could reach that Ags.
It's like the greediness of going. You go, so to be fair, it's not even that greedy because you go blink first to secure your early game. You go back for the Midas, and then it's like BRB boys buying Manta. Oopsie, level 18. Oopsie, go on Axe. You know, so it's like
Yeah.
you stumble your way through the game, but then you eventually hit this boiling point of just shutting out this Naga. One of your illusions beats all of her illusions pretty much because of the slow.
No, I really like the DK, not only against the Naga, but I think also, as I touched on before, when you play against Pango, you want people that go in. You can't just always have them have the first initiation, similar to when you play a Bad Rider. I think this is not as good, but it kind of fits that you have another hero to go in.
Yeah, they're going to be able
No
to.
Dragon Knight, what a shame.
I'm just
God damn it.
Bye-bye.
see ya.
Bye.
They don't actually have much damage on eHome. Like they're super like tanky and reliable, but they don't really actually have any way to
remaining.
like actually kill someone. It's like you got Finger, Primal Beast early game if it's good. That's about it. So yeah, eHome really is just going to be chilling, reacting to the plays. They get items. That's when they'll look to make the game
Yeah.
rapid.
Okay. Wow. She got it just for the wrong
Wrong
team.
team.
Wrong team, my guys.
Then you can explain why Dragon Knight's great for Knights.
Obviously because of this early blink
Obviously.
timing that's going to catch Morphling off guard. An instant stun? No heckin' way. And when you're playing like elusive heroes that are quite difficult to kill, I think just having an instant stun against that is really nice. And right now, like, you have two supports that are quite squishy and need you to have people in front. So you're going to have this Pango roll, you're going to have this Dragon Knight. It's not even a mid Dragon Knight though.
Yeah.
So
Are you okay with the cohesion of the Knights lineup? Do you feel that, because we focus a lot talking about the lane matchups when we went through this draft, but when it comes to team fights, when it comes to 5-on-5, which side do you favor a little bit more?
this DK could do a good job of pressuring the map. Like it does give them the tower damage they were kind of lacking.
Yep.
So yeah, you use this blink, like you smoke up with this blink timing and run it really well, then I think they could do well.
I prefer eHome Draft. Sorry, I just
That's
totally
fine.
messed it up. I prefer Knights Draft.
Oh, wonderful.
No, I think eHome's Draft, it's very similar. Brood, Primal need to run in. I think Knights have good answers. The team fight is good. DK is good. Pango is good.
I think Fire Breath on DK is underrated against Morphling and stuff like this. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how much that deters the Morphling damage in the fight. I don't actually know who I prefer here. I think both drafts look pretty nice. So
All right, so you're just going to lean right
I'm
in the
just
middle?
Fair.
I'm just gonna wait and see. I'll watch the game. You know?
Wait and see, and then he'll give us his opinion with the hindsight. But game
With the analysis, actually.
with the analysis and the hindsight. But we're going to be jumping into game one, heading over to B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game one, Knights against eHome should be a fun one. Primal Beast
Should be a good one. Yeah, like I'm a little jealous because they can sit and watch the game while we have to, actually do the work. Because this one seems to be very interesting. I like both drafts. I gotta say I agree with T, but then it might be a slightly slower start for eHome with the heroes that they have. This Primal Beast needs to have a good game to keep them in the game, because I feel like this hero, the bug has been fixed, however, with the ulti, so that's a good thing. Like, even yesterday, there was a game in Western Europe, Div 2, where Oridu Thunders, they picked Primal Beast, and even with the bug, which ulti didn't really work, they still got a W, so let's see what the Primal Beast in his, full strength can do.
That, if a hero is good even when his ulti is bugged, does that lead you to believe that the hero's overpowered?
No, definitely not. He was like, remember the time when Primal Beast got released?
Yeah.
It was in every single game. It's like free MMR. The damage was way too high coming out from the hero. Now it's I think it's a perfectly balanced hero. Like he has. We've seen him play. We've seen him win. We've seen him lose. Interesting hero. Interesting concept.
Yeah, I like it. The concept of the hero is always a little bit exciting, but I would like to see maybe in the next patch it being able to go for another build than what we've seen constantly from Primal Beast, which is quite literally just BKB first item.
You need to hit the timings. If you don't have a BKB, you're gonna get disabled. We've seen some Blink Dagger pickups from Primal Beast because you can use Blink in, Pulverize, then Onslaught. It's like 5 seconds stun pretty much. And then if you get the Aghanim Scepter as well, the Shard, you throw the Rock and get another stun duration, almost 2 full seconds. So like 6.5 second duration stun that you can do with this hero is pretty nuts. Looking at the lineup from Knights, they have a lot of damage reduction. You have this Pangolier with the Shield Crash, Fate Bolt, the Breathe Fire, which is going to be very effective against the Morphling. Against Primal, not as much, but and it's good against Brood, like good against Brood Mother and the those Spiderlings. So
let's see how this game kind of expands as Knights. They've been playing really well up to this point, and for the side of eHome, it's been about 50-50 for them so far. They're sitting 3-3. But Knights have a chance to take a win here and potentially end up in a top-end tiebreaker if later in the season LGD beats Aster.
yeah, I don't think many people expected them to do as good, but they already secured their major slot, so now there's no pressure on them whatsoever. And look at them playing very aggressive on this Morphling immediately. Flyby, starting with Dragon Tail. Felix with the Fate Bolt. We talked about it multiple times already, how these position 4 Rubik, since China started first, they were very impressive in terms of what they do with the hero.
We've seen some great performances from Felix on this hero as well. I think he was the initial standout that we saw from the Chinese region. But it's felt kind of like this hero is a full global hit, but more so in China, it feels like it's a big regional hit.
It's the most big hero. Like, it does so many things. Save scales really well into the late game. You have a stun, damage reduction, just like the cast range on 4 staff increased. It's just like a lot of things make sense for Rubik. His damage, like his trading in the lane is really nice. Most of the heroes can't really trade against you. LWW trying to get this camp stack on the top lane, but Felix will body block it.
So good job moving over, and LWW doing disruptor things. Just constantly throwing out Thunder Strikes. It has another Mango to throw another one when need be. Flyby's on this off-lane last pick DK. We have seen this hero in all 3 core roles at some point throughout the DPC. Is Salad. He's going to drop here to XCJ, who just hit that level 2, so he's got himself that Crystal Nova.
Interesting build from Ego. He decided to pick up Orb of Venom on Naga Siren. I haven't seen this being popular at all. But this lane with Crystal Maiden, with Crystal Nova, extra slow. Like Lion, even with Boots of Speed, they are managing to outrun him with this extra slow from Orb of Venom.
So Salad will return to lane and then block the Radiant camp there. So see if they recognize that early on enough. Or Spike, but Zhao Yu, he's just throwing damage back and forth with Ego. And we have seen some very solid performances from Ego throughout the season. And
he looked pretty stable, like in terms of what he does when he's playing this carry. Like, you know that he's gonna deliver. One thing that we didn't mention is this Lion pickup against Naga Siren and the illusions, where you have a mana drain to kill the illusions instantly. Same goes for Hex. Looks good in theory, but in practice, sometimes it's a bit too difficult, and then you get a shard, you affect up to 2 additional enemies, you become spell immune. Yeah, this is a disaster here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, going really well for Ego. And just to talk back about Ego after we see LWW die here, making it 3-0 for Knights. You know, it's been a long road for him in his career where he used to play for eHome. He had that time where he played with ASD, and that was a good time where that eHome lineup felt like it was probably one of the strongest in China. And then it was a bit of a rocky road as he left the team for personal reasons, and it's been a slow recovery of a career for him, where he had come back and now has found himself in a pretty nice spot with this Knights lineup, and it's nice to see that you can bounce back, right?
Yeah, we see that, I think, a lot of the times in Europe as well, where like certain players did have a rough time, but they did manage to come back into the scene and like win some big tournaments, like even win TIs.
Yeah, so it is nice to see him kind of make this return here. As you know, back when he was playing with that eHome roster, it was him being called the up-and-comer. They had won the Bucharest Minor, they had gone to the CQ Major from there. Things looked like they were on the right path, and it seems he's finally gotten back on that road once again. So Flyby up towards top. Going up against MKS, this should be a pretty safe DK lane for now, unless somebody makes a rotation.
They do have very limited amounts of damage. Disruptor, 1 Thunderstrike, definitely not enough to kill him. So if Primal Beast decides to rotate, that's going to be a kill threat on Flyby. Other than that, he should be fine. Like, we've seen Dragonites do extremely well. This looks like a situational pick. At least it looked like it, but I don't think it is. Like, this hero, if you ban certain heroes that he doesn't like to play...
And an Earth Spike, just an easy kill on Alacrity.
Yeah, to go back to Dragonite, like certain matchups against him, never mind. Early point in net from Ego will get them another kill. Oh, this is big. Shutting down Broodmother. This hero is supposed to win the laning stage, so this means that Naga Siren can stay in the lane for a longer duration and not care about the Broodmother's push, because you will get the levels, you will have this mirror image maxed out. XCJ
fighting Salad just 1v1, and well, he's going to have a +1 in Alacrity. Get the kill there on the Salad. So XCJ on a killing spree already as a Crystal Maiden. We've seen some Crystal Maiden games where somehow they start the first 10 minutes with like 8 kills.
Somehow they use Crystal Noah to steal the kills, somehow.
It's like Oracle with the level 2 and the Purifying Flames.
Like, yeah, sorry, had to do it. So shutting down this Broodmother. Zhao Yu shows up again when he's not close to the tower. That's definitely a threat kill again. Mid lane, Salad rotating one more time.
Yeah,
wow.
Got another kill on Alacrity. That's a little bit of revenge for Salad as he TP'd over mid.
It's Crystal Maiden's fault. If she didn't kill Lion, he would definitely not TP mid.
It's like yesterday when they went for the Spectre, who was forced to use Haunt and got a kill because of that. And, well, See what they can do with the Primal Beast to kind of keep the ball rolling. Throw a sentry down thinking that there must be Ob's vision, and there is vision on the other side of the river. Just won't catch it. Telekinesis. Frostbite, Crystal Nova, damage onto Salad, but not enough damage, and Knight's shown up back towards mid.
If that Pango's DP came in a second earlier, would be able to swashbuckle, probably secure the kill. And this is something that we mentioned. This Naga Siren is now almost level 7. Broodmother just hit level 6, so she can stay in this lane. Like Primal Beast, we talked about him being active. So far, he's been involved in 2 kills, but those kills came to his lane.
XCJ needs to run from these Spiderlings. The damage coming in from these illusions, though, from Ego and himself. The chase is on. XCJ. He's got a Frostbite and a Crystal Nova if they can find Zhao Yu, and they see him. So this will be a dead Broodmother once again.
I hacking love Broodmother and Treant Protector because they can just sit inside the trees. Other heroes can't follow. Excellent mechanic.
Yeah, they still were able to get that kill, though, and that's a good job again here by the Crystal Maiden. Now 4-0-1. And this is a Naga really getting the ball rolling early. Onslaught. And Pigpole with the trample. Flyby with 3 heroes up top. He's got... Whoa! Whoa!
No,
MKS?
No, he didn't. He shifted everything. Died the Dragonite's poison damage, overtime damage from the dragon form.
No, your name's not Fly. What are you doing? You were the chosen one.
Oh, that's big. That's actually huge.
How does that happen? It's so many Morphling games. It's just... All right. Agi.
Like, he started shifting and is like, oh no. I think he realized in the end that a mistake he was doing.
A mistake has been made.
Oh, this Naga Siren is massive. 5,000 net worth on the Naga Siren, level 8. Now, like, this is what we usually don't see. She's lurking around the mid lane, thinking about potentially getting a kill. If XCJ gets a Frostbite, but we'll cut the creep wave for now.
Sending the
inside the enemy triangle.
Oops, Salad or Spike.
Doesn't have a point save, so no song.
Pulverize, and they'll have the kinetic field. Onslaught Finger, Ego, too far. But Alacrity coming in. Frostbite, XCJ will get that kill on a Salad, so every kill going to the Crystal Maiden so far. Love to see it.
Knight is popping off. He also found that big pole, which is the best tier 1 neutral item you can find on Primal Beast. Gives you that extra movement speed, so you can chase people down with trample. Flyby now.
Flyby, as well as Felix here, trample. As Felix has the telekinesis, they've got the glimpse back on a Flyby, adaptive strike, Earth Spike. So the control, it's there. Do they have the damage with the pulverize? They should, and they will. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu again, getting run down by Alacrity. Through the trees and on the webs, trying to TP out, but a shield crash right on top of the spider squashes him.
Some good chunk of gold for Alacrity. He definitely needs it after that relatively bad laning stage where he got ganked twice, and now with that gold, with this creep wave, we'll have enough money to buy a full Diffusal Blade. So really good timing. It's 11 minutes into the game. Mana boots and Diffusal Blade. Now he can start to be more active.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy. You wouldn't even recognize the fact that he had 2 deaths early on, right? Oh, if you look at the net worth.
It doesn't look like it. Man, what's up with
so
Naga Siren? Ego's in the enemy triangle second time. He just does not give a damn about anything. Level 9. We'll have that Manta style like 13 minutes into the game. Cutting the creep waves.
This is the kind of confidence we saw from Ego. I know I've talked about it already, but back with ASD on that eHome team, like, he was just this up and cover, had so much confidence, farmed the map. You love to see it. Kind of brings a smile to my face when you get to see something like this. Not to say that these guys on eHome are playing poorly at all, but you can see Ego is just dominating with this Naga in terms of farm.
He's like Morphling also having a relatively good time, but he's no Naga Siren by any means. Going into Lincoln Sphere next. Very defensive. He wants to be able to protect himself against this instant Dragonite stun, Rubik lift. Like even Frostbite could cause some issues, so good pickup. It takes a lot of time for Morphling to come online with this type of an item build compared to like Dragonlance Mask or just a Falcon Blade. And now, Knights, they are smoked. Alacrity.
Swashbuckle, and her spike lands, but Salad not looking in good shape. He'll be cut down, and Alacrity's got another kill while Ego's taking the tier 1 over mid. It's a 3K lead for Knights right now as Knight goes after the carry-on Knights. That's going to be Ego getting pulverized into the ground. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, there's the glimpse, they'll get the kill. LWW helps out Knight. And that will be a big kill for them to take out this Naga Siren. And
This is a
without
big
the
chunk of
protection,
gold, and they can get
XCJ, he's trying to survive the stolen onslaught, gives the freezing field more time, the telekinesis, Knight, he's gonna go down to XCJ, this Crystal Maiden's out of his gourd.
What a play from Felix there.
Glimpse back.
I mean, she has
Her
to die
spike.
finger.
Yeah, take the gold.
It's a big chunk of gold. 500 gold for Salad there.
Flyby coming over, Dragon Tail, Xiao Yu, he has died a lot this game, and that's gonna be a +1 onto that death tally.
Onslaught. What a spell to steal from Rubik.
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid, yeah.
Yes, it is.
2,000 damage done by Crystal Maiden.
A full. How many times do you get to see a full duration freezing field this early in the game?
Almost never.
Yeah.
Maybe when she has a BKB, but this is...
14 minutes? Come
what is he
on.
going for? Glimmer Cape finished off drums. This Crystal Maiden, she's got a scale.
Oh, man. XCJ. Former player
Most
on the...
damage done in the whole game. 9,000 damage on Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, and Knight thinks he's cute with the Primal Beast and the Tramples and the Pulver. Ah, I'm a Crystal Maiden. I got the most damage in the game. It's okay. I'm just... You look at a lot of these players. I don't know. I'm going through some... Not nostalgia, but you just look at these guys, and like XCJ used to be on the Serenity team with GGG, and we talked about Fly already because we're looking at a Morphling that died shifting into all Agi. But, and then I guess the last one's Knight, who used to go by Y-Chen. He played with Bobica and XXS on DK Scuderia, however you say.
Yeah.
Long careers for some of these people.
Smoke from Knights. They're looking for a big kill. If they can delay this BKB timing on Primal Beast, that's going to be big, because they don't have abilities that go through Magic Immunity. Knight sensing something is up, and uses Onslaught to go back.
Pretty strong spell, truthfully. Very, very frustrating. Blink Dagger early for Felix. We've seen a lot of Rubik's go like Aether Lens, but we're... From the last few Rubik games, I think we've been seeing Blink Dagger as the prime pickup. At least in China.
There's some good spells to steal in this game. Like, he's stolen the shift, so now this Rubik is sitting at this 1700 HP, which does have 2 armor, but now is very tanky.
Dire's middle tower is under
And if you steal spells from Lion, if you steal this Onslaught that he did really good with, Crystal Maiden.
Onslaught, yeah, Crystal Maiden. Not gonna get back onto a like 6-kill killing spree. They're gonna shut that down right now.
Dire's top tower
Elder
is
Dragon
under
form.
attack.
So smoke used, broken. MKS coming over as the Crystal Maiden, because if it works for XCJ, it must work for MKS.
That's Lincoln Sphere.
Good finger to get the kill onto Felix, and now Flyby gonna be pulverized. They've got the Rolling Thunder, but the BKB's been popped by Knight. He's chasing with a trample that should be able to take out this Dragon Knight. The song's just not gonna help out with the BKB still active. So Pig Pull running and out of the fight, but still working out well for eHome overall.
eHome, as soon as they pick up that BKB on Primal Beast, they're ready to fight. We did mention that there are no abilities that go through Magic Immunity, so Knight realizes that, rushes the BKB, and makes him unkillable. If he's the one initiating, if they're not jumping in with the Dragon Knight stun, Rubik lift, like Pango's set of spells, they can't kill him. Like, he's way too tanky, sitting at 2,000 HP, going into Aghanim Scepter next. So being able to break these heroes, mostly Dragon Knight, that's pretty massive. Dragon Knight did pick up the shard for himself.
Yeah, he's going X too.
We seen it the other day how good it is, but it requires time till you get to this like Octarine Manta style type of a build. Crystal Maiden.
Freezing Field.
One more
and
ulti.
do they have the control? It's going to be a full duration Freezing Field again. It was so rare the first time. Do it a second time. Just never get to see a full duration Freezing Field. It's exciting. Especially with a hero that feels like it dies with a snap of a finger.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Almost has that Glimmer
Radiant's
Cape you talked
bottom
about too.
tower is under attack.
She's very tanky. That level 10 talent, extra 250 HP. Xiao Yu. Putting some pressure on the tower.
I wonder if XCJ is going to skip the Glimmer Cape and go straight Boots of Bearing. Still has charges on the drums.
I really wouldn't mind if he changes his mind and goes BKB. Like, straight after. There's nothing to stop the BKB with.
Blink, Dragon Tail, Fireball down, LWW burning. As they're trying to drain his mana, they
This
go to
is
the
big.
Static Storm, and, well,
Ego.
Ego's right behind and should be able to grab both supports. MKS trying to fight back. Ego getting low. Pulverized, not one, but two. Down goes Ego, down goes Flyby, both to MKS.
They needed an extra hero there. Ego, his reveal of the Orchid gets 2 kills from that, but so does MKS. MKS now 3-1-4 on this Morphling.
Radiant's
This feels like a little bit of a double-edged sword for what we've seen from Ego so far. Like, yeah, he's top of the net worth, but he has died 3 times. Sometimes we'll see Nagas be like 0-0-0 for a long time in the game, just trying to farm. Freezing Field again, just not getting stopped ever.
XCJ so active on this Crystal Maiden, involved in 13 out of 17 kills. And
That is a lot of kill participation.
will
for
deny a
CM.
tower, get some extra gold from it. On the other side, the Rubik is farming, one-shotting the creep wave, onslaught plus Fade Bolt, more than enough.
Yeah, so look at the support farm. Honestly, all the supports are pretty farmed in this game. 19 minutes into the game, and look at what they all have. Like, this is pretty impressive. Felix, it's not fair when they can close the gap like that with an onslaught and a waveform. Salad also has his Blink Dagger, so he's able to engage that way. Who's going to get first Roche?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Feel as though it could be either team at either time.
I feel like whoever wins the next team fight will turn that into Roche. This is the 20 minutes into the game already. You have enough damage. There's enough sustain on the heroes. This Guardian Greaves has been done on Broodmother. With Nagasar, and you can take the illusions plus a lucky shot. So
Blink.
another Blink
Hex.
initiation from Salad.
Earth Spike Onslaught. Here comes the Naga with the BKB into the Static
Big
Storm with the
combo.
Pulverize Finger. And that's one. That's two again. Ego Flyby flying in and dying.
They're gonna get next set of items on their heroes. Aghanim Scepter that we mentioned on Primal Beast. There is Disruptor going for Ags. Like, he's still far away, but like Morphling does have his Manta delivered. And going into Alacrity, has that Morph available.
Onslaught. Felix with his own little Pulverize, but that's not going to work out. Alacrity's stuck here. He got the Ags, but not going to be able to do a lot of damage as he'll be forced to blink back into the base. eHome's really recovered. They were down about 5,000 net worth, but they have kept the pressure on. And I want to say it's almost sans Xiao Yu because he hasn't really done too much in this game. XCJ is going to die here to Spiderlings.
Is under attack.
And they will take out the Crystal Maiden again. Blink Dragon Tail onto the Disruptor. LWW going to be run down thanks to the help of Alacrity.
But will still in the end lose a tower. So this is the second tier 2 tower that they lost. The map is shrinking and they're losing this network advantage. Naga Siren, she needs another item. Like, she needs this heart to be tanky enough so that she survives the burst. Once Primal Beast gets in, we've seen it Static Storm twice on Naga Siren, so she wasn't able to get the song off. I don't think there was a single song this game.
No, not yet.
Let me just check if he's muted. He's not muted.
They need a sound check first. So they'll get there to sing that concert. As looking over at Knight, Lotusaur, Blink Dagger, he's got his axe, so the Uproar is available, or the upgraded Uproar, I should say. Like you said, it's the break mechanic. Alacrity, Swashbuckle. Good timing to get away from Knight. Shouldn't be too long till Ego has this heart the way he's been playing.
Yeah, should be up in the next minute and a half, depending how much farm he gets. Should get the farm. I mean, it's a Naga Siren, so you can always cut away. Oh, Alacrity jumps in.
X, Earth Spike, Finger, Waveform, Alacrity dead. He had been surviving for a while and doing a lot of damage, but now with that happening in Roche, they're going to try and take Roche. They only have BKB on Primal Beast. A song could set something up for a contest here, but they're not even going to go that way.
They know that the BKB is online for Primal. He can pop it, and it's a bit too difficult. Vision has already been set, so they see Flyby. Will blink out. MKS will hold on to Aegis. Going into BKB next. A lot of defensive items on them. I guess he does not want to get his mana burn. Ego's courier dies. Did he have anything?
The vitality booster on it.
So 2 minutes. This is huge. This is massive. It does allow eHome to finally get the lead in this game.
Something they've been working hard to get back because it had been a 6K lead. Onslaught, Earth Spike, the control is just there for eHome in droves, but right onto the Morphling, blink back to LWW. They've got the Fireball down. Flyby now trying to return back to the Tier 3 tower. They still haven't killed the Disruptor. Finally with the Swashbuckle, they get the kill, but the BKB as well as the Uproar are going to be activated. They'll take out Flyby. He can't survive. The Pulverize coming in. Suddenly Ego pops the Manta, going the other way. They get the Aegis out of the hands of the Morphling. They look over at Knight with the activated Uproar, but the song stuns them both. Do they have the control afterwards to get anything? Salad blinks in. Mana Drain. He's got the Magic Immunity thanks to the Shard. They're chasing down Ego. Now he's out of mana.
A good first usage of the Aegis. They get in, they get a team fight, they take 2 towers in a row, and now this is going to be BKB for Morphling, very close to it. Salad has been really playing well. Like those, he was first level 6 before the 10-minute mark, has 5 finger charges, is level 14, and has almost a full Eon disc. He's the one initiating, and then Primal Beast is the one that follows up.
Look at the Disruptor just survive Alacrity in the
Yeah,
corner
he didn't
of your
survive.
screen.
He got the swashbuckle in the end.
Yeah, but like for how long the attention was with the entire Rolling Thunder, you know, like he juked it a little bit, just not enough to survive the end of it, but like you take all the attention from the Rolling Thunder, I feel like it leaves many options for eHome to fight back, right?
There was still BKB on Primal.
Okay,
and,
make it 6.
Speaking of another one, almost level 16 now in Lion.
This is extra 240 damage.
Ooh, interesting choice of talents from him. Usually when you have this amount of stacks from Finger of Death, you want to be tanky. Like you want to get that extra 70 HP from a Finger stack, but I guess because he's playing into Pangolier with the mana drain, he can restore mana to his allies, which is okay.
So XCJ TPing back home. Knight's kind of feeling a little bit lost in this game. Ooh, turns into the Rubik. Telekinesis, Earth Spike. Mana Drain, and there's a Telekinesis coming in from Felix to get Flyby onto the low ground, but the Lotus Orb reflects that Dragon Tail, and now with the Static Storm, they will get the kill on a Flyby. He has really not done much in this game. He has been silenced in terms of kill participation.
Laning stage was really good, but then those 2 rotations from the Primal Beast and Lion coming in one more time kind of ruined the game for him. Lion has been causing a lot of issues. We said it works well on the paper, but also in theory. Like you see him using Mana Drain. One of the reasons why he's so farmed, he's almost as farmed as Dragon Knight, is getting that extra gold from killing the illusions.
Hey, he is 8,000 gold. I talked about the supports being farmed, but I mean they are all farmed. But Salad is ultra farmed, upgraded, maybe a little add-on to the Salad. XCJ, you wanted it. He's going to have BKB soon. Telekinesis, Lotus Orb, Ego now, hexed up thanks to this Lion. Fireball down, they get the kill on a Felix. They'll use the finger, it's on to Ego. They've got the control, it's on to Zhao Yu, but XCJ is going to die here. 2 years dead on the side of Knights. Rolling Thunder hits on LWW, Swashbuckle hits both supports, the shield crash, Alacrity. Whoa, getting a couple kills, and they'll still take out Ego. Alacrity blinks back, but they're still chasing. Knight with the trample. Swashbuckle for some distance. They won't be able to catch the Pangolier, but they have the ensnare. It's onto the DK. Fireball down. MKS taking a lot of damage. Alacrity might turn this around. Shield crash. Swashbuckle again. Zero's now on the side of eHome. Need to be a little bit careful on how far they approach this, and they'll just back away. A lot of damage done by the Pango in this fight.
Let me check the damage. 5,000 damage on Pango, 3,000 on Morphling. Yeah, if he gets a Rolling Thunder like that with the Aghanim Scepter, the constant shield crashes, the constant swashbuckles coming out, and the Brigand's Blade, of course. It's always the Brigand's Blade.
Every time.
Two supports immediately dying on Knights. Like Crystal Maiden didn't get much done. This ulti looks good, but it's through the BKBs, so not much has been done. But they need to kill this Lion. It's going to be slightly more difficult this time around because he just picked up an E on this. But you see the power of Morphling. He gets stuff done. He is the one now with the BKB. Uh-oh. Good save, but the Glimpse back.
Yeah, pre-Glimpse, it's a little bit difficult. XCJ still going to survive. Felix picked up the shard a while ago, and the idea is just that, to telekinesis his own allies out of Static Storm. Another act. What's going on Morphling? They're looking to go forward. They've got the Hex. It's on the DK. Waveform forward. Ego is getting hit by this Pulverize. Now he's broken. Trample on top of these heroes. They look like they're going to get everything. Triple kill for Knight. Ooh. This is eHome just devastating the side of Knights.
Radiant, they have 5 Knights, but eHome has the Knight himself. You know, he's the one who has been popping off on this Primal Beast. The Gem also picked up going into Shiva's next, reducing the healing and also providing a bit more vision in a fight. 75. I think this is very generous, this 25% for Knights, because this game looks like it's over. Maybe one more fight for Knights potentially. This is 2 set of barracks. BKBs will reset, at least the one on Primal relatively soon. Morphling still holding his, also having that Aghanim Sector, stealing stats, turning into Dragonite, becoming unkillable. MKS has not died for the last 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, they have that one death, and that was the Agi shift. Wickens popped. Hex reflecting the Dragon Tail, Static Storm, and Telekinesis to throw him out of the Static Storm with the BKB pop by MKS. They've got the Freezing Field with the BKB coming out from XCJ. He's still holding on to it, but with the BKB from MKS lasting long enough, they are able to take out XCJ. Now finger on Ego. Ego not able to do anything. He's continually stunned up, and they are going to get this kill on Ego once again. Now Knight moving in, has the Pulverize, and he's going to slam down Flyby. He's got the Trample. They should be able to get this kill with the Telekinesis. Keeps him away from Flyby for just a second. Zhao Yu will run down this DK. And another one as Alacrity goes down. They'll call GG, and with the help of Knight, they say Nighty Knights. And they'll get this victory in game number 1.
Knights, they had a 5-6k gold advantage in this game. eHome, man, what a performance today. Like, this type of a draft was very aggressive early on. I didn't expect them to have as much damage, but Primal Beast popped off completely. Like, he needed to be the one making the rotation. He was all over the place, and Salad, Lion, man.
Top tier.
Excellent.
S tier.
We've seen something similar in Europe where Lion was picked like to counter Naga, then Naga priority shifted down. This looks like, in theory, I think it's safe to say that against these illusions, especially if Lion is off to a good start, he can sit there in the middle of the fight, drain those illusions, instantly kill them, and some really nice glimpses back. But we also got to give credit to Crystal Maiden. He played really well, decided to go for BKB in the end. Like, his damage might be the highest on his team still at the end of, maybe not with the Pango because he popped off, but Yeah, I think we might have a series. I want this to go to the 3 games because this is some like beautifully executed Dota from eHome.
Yeah, I think both teams played really well, but eHome, they found their stride and they got their timings right. And when you get your timings right, it can look as easy as that, right? So eHome, they get the game 1 victory over Knights, who are already qualified for the major and doing quite well. eHome looking to survive here and maybe get the last slot into the major. And to do that, they're going to have to win game 2. But to break down game number 1, got the panel. Take it away.
eHome showing that there is always a way back into a Dota game because Knights had a fantastic laning phase, guys. They were able to shut down that Brood, and I thought they were going to be able to snowball from that one, T-Gov.
Didn't happen, did it? Nah. I think, yeah, for Knights, if you want to quickly accelerate through the laning phase, get more to mid-game, you get to this point where you run into this Primal Beast with BKB, and I think when you compare Naga with Manta into a Primal Beast plus the Lion, plus Disruptor, and a Morphling who has Lincoln's Manta, it's a bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I just think eHome, they hit one big timing in the mid-game, they took it, and they never let Knights back into the game. They never allowed them to group up and actually play the map. It was just non-stop pick-offs from Salad.
There were some pickups on the side of Knights Sheep, but they also felt like they would get 1 or 2 kills and then just overstay the welcome, maybe hang around a little bit too long.
It was more of an issue. I mean, that is true, but it was more of an issue of them just being split up all the time and dying alone. And it was kind of ridiculous how often it was happening, especially on Alacrity, who we usually hype up so much for being the carrier of his team. He was the one dying the most. And I do obviously want to give massive props to Salad on his line. I think he was the MVP of this game for me. Despite Knight doing all this damage and killing everyone, I think Salad coming to his lane twice mid and killing Alacrity twice there, he really set this game up for success for both Knight and to make it hard, and to make it game hard for Knights. There's 2 Knights in this game. It's very confusing.
There's Knight and Knights. Because we talk about, the fact that they're really split up over the map. Did they have to be split up? Is this the way that Knights had to execute their draft?
No, absolutely not. I think that they should have won this game, especially with how far ahead they were. I think I've never seen their Tricore perform this poorly. I think Ego had 2 to 3 in unexcusable deaths. Same with Alacrity. I think the Dragonite going second item Axe instead of BKB also kind of makes no sense. And I think even when the game is even, this draft always has a way to burst whoever they want. You go in with Blink Pango, even if Morph has the Lincolns, you can high range spell steal to break it, DK stun. I think Knights just played poorly and eHome really capitalized on this. Like Salad played amazing, Knight and him always running around, getting pickoffs, making space for MKS. Beautiful.
We heard Sheep's MVP is Salad. Dude, literally we're doing Knights. Knight. Is Salad on the Lion? But for you, T and Kazu, where would you put your vote for MVP?
I'd have to lean more towards Knight, just because, not Knights, but Knight. Just because I think after how the laning phase went, you needed that kind of big core to step up and take command of the game. It was Knight who filled that role. He went for BKB. He then went for Ags, just further allowing him to have that AoE damage to prevent Naga from ever feeling comfortable in the game. And then because of that one fight, it then gave Salad the confidence to also look for further kills on the map. So I think the domino effect, it started with Knight, and then Salad just kind of propelled from it.
No, it started with Salad. Salad ganked his lane, T. Salad started the dominoes.
Can you're the deciding factor here.
I'll be very nice. It's the 2 of them together.
No.
My God.
No.
Lame.
Boring.
Boring.
Pick one.
Look at this.
Pick one.
What kind of
I like his name. I'll
reasoning
go
is
with
it?
Salad.
Okay, cool.
He set him up for
All
success.
right, wonderful. Bog.
But then Knight carried after.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Knight did some heavy ass lifting in this game for sure.
We're going to say it was like 52% Salad and 48% Knight.
I'll accept it.
You'll accept it? All right, perfect. I like the sound of it. So Primal ended up being a really good pick for them on the side of eHome, though. The Brood, though, really got to talk about it. It was shut down a lot in lane. I know it still kind of did what the Brood was supposed to do, but yep.
I'm already upset that we're talking about this. No, I mean, eHome, they don't look like a Brood team. I don't think there was many nuances to his playstyle. I think Zhao Yu he was very aggressive in lane, stepping up, dying a couple times. When he did get 6, he then started looking towards mid tower rather than just AFK in bottom. I think when you pick Brood like this and you have this type of draft, you just need to AFK in the bot side of the map, force heroes to come to you. But he only started doing it at like minute, I think 19. And then when CM Pango runs down to him, Morph's free farming top, and it feels comfortable. But it took him like 10 minutes of gameplay to get to that state when it should just become naturally. So I don't think eHome, they haven't played Brood before today. It doesn't look like they were comfortable in it. They just picked it to prevent Knights from getting it, but they were able to get the win because of how good their draft was with the Primal and the Morphling just shutting down the Naga. So yeah, it wasn't the most inspiring Brute game. On Dota Buff, if you look at his Steam name, his name is now Bad Offlane Player, which is kind of rough. What can you do? But no, overall, I think luckily for him though, the slight nuances of what he needed to do in the first 20 didn't really matter, and he picked up the pieces later down the line, and he did play a pretty good game in the mid game. But I think he does need to, if he does play Brood again, just needs to kind of really fine-tune how he wants to kind of enter the game.
100%. And for you guys on the side of Knights, where is the step up going to have to come from? Is it the mid, the safe, or the off lane?
All three,
Yeah.
I think.
You can only pick one.
Okay.
We can only change one thing between game 1 and 2.
I just want people to start being in position more. Like, for example, Knights XCJ died randomly near the tier 2 tower, and then Knights decided to still sit on that high ground and try and take a fight, which then went absolutely terribly because
That was with both calls, wasn't it? It was the Naga and the...
the DK both died, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was just bad. And then you have, like, for example, Egos deciding, I'm going to go push mid tower for no reason, absolutely
Pretty
alone.
much.
And then just gets killed by Primal Beast Disruptor. And, like, these types of moves are just abhorrent. That you cannot be making these misplays. They're giving away way too much over and over again. It was like dying one by one, but for half an hour straight.
Yeah, they were very disconnected, and I think they also did it at the worst timing possible. Like, Morph just finished his Lincolns. This guy needs like another 5, 6, 7 minutes before he should be allowed to play Dota against the enemy lineup.
Yep.
But then when you feed, give gold away, you know, that timing, it closes.
Oh, we're going to see it here. One more time. Woo! Let's go! Sorry, I just like a good static stop.
That's all right. You can hype it up. We'll keep watching these replays throughout the break because right now we have to head to one. When we come back, it's game 2. Welcome
Back
to
the
Division
1
DPC.
Yay! That was
You
play. Oh, you are
watching
Knights
verse.
Ehome.
Good work. Game number 2. We are in the middle of this series. The draft will be coming up on our screen very soon, and I think it's a pretty unanimous choice here that we would not like to see eHome go back for the Brood. Would you like to see them ban it instead? I don't know the pick order. I can see you guys know it.
I can see it now.
I'm sorry, I got spoiled.
Oh no.
A little surprised by Knight's Respect banning it a little bit.
I would agree with that.
I think the flip side is maybe Knight's response to Brood is this Naga, and I don't think after that how disastrous of a game it was, where I don't think he actually ever really entered the game with confidence because of the heroes he was against. So I think it's less about eHome playing Brood really well and more we don't want to go down our 1 or 2 Brood drafts that we have. So I think they're banning it for themselves to play their own game, and you already see it. An Ench first phase that we haven't really seen anything in the region, but the Marcy. We've seen this offlane Marcy in China just be so dominant. Phase, BKB Basher, and they're going like 12 and 2, you know, insane KDA. So if it is this laning combo, sure, very aggressive.
I mean, Knights have also played the offlane Marcy, right?
Yeah.
Because I know Zhao Yu has played it a lot for eHome, of course. But okay, I think Marcy against Natures should lane against it okay, unless you lane with something that gives you a lot of damage. But I think later in the game, that's quite the annoying matchup for Nature's Prophet.
I would agree with that. We heard from the Chinese players themselves that they love Marcy core against ranged cores, like the Lina, SF, Nature's Prophet included. So very nice response. And Ricky, god damn it.
Why?
Ricky finally
Why
snuck his way into like first phase bans for a while.
He did.
Very, a lot of priority based on him.
Yeah, he's just been way too annoying. With this sleep dart, his laning's fine. You buy these like wraith bands if you want, trade fine. The hero is so friggin' annoying, and it just makes half the hero pool like you don't. It's the same situation as Nyx almost. You know, where it'd be like, oh, they pick Nyx, now like every int hero feels bad to play. Ricky's sort of the same way. If you're a spellcaster, if you're a squishy support, you just feel sad.
Yeah. I think Knights honestly won't be too deterred by it so far because of the Ench pick. Ench is this hero that you can just run into the fight. If you have detection, you're throwing down sentries as you're going. You don't care if you get darted because you have, you know, your ultimate, you got your heal. It's kind of hard to kill. So if they do, if they do play around this Enchantress, just bodying and throwing herself in, I think it's actually kind of a cute way to deal with a Riki. So, and then on top of that, it's like Ench finds them, boom, Marcy jumps in. If Marcy's on top of the Furin already, it doesn't really matter if you have a Riki. He's really good at stopping the fight before it started, but once it's commenced and there's BKBs, kind of falls off. So I think, Knights, they actually have ways to play around it, but still, they have to respect that if they get behind, Riki will just dominate the game.
But
think- sorry.
sorry, no. You haven't spoken yet. Please
So
go, please.
the first phase for both teams, I think, sure, they're maybe not so amazing against each other, but I think for themselves, it's like Marcy, Ench are both heroes that play on high tempo and early aggression.
Yep.
Whereas Nature's Prophet Riki, they can play on high tempo, but it's more like the map play later in the game. So I think that both teams will likely look to just double down on what they have for now. Because early aggression can kind of break the map gameplay, because it can be very hard to play the map.
What were you going to say, Sheep?
I was going to say counterpoint. The thing about Ench is that you just ignore her. Everyone's like, oh, this Ench is trying to be a body. What if we just don't try and kill her and we just kill the rest of
Just
her team?
ignore her, lol.
So now...
So you just think it's a 5v4?
So now, let's just say you ignore the Ench and then you dart someone else. Now it's a 5v3.
Yeah, but counterpoint,
Oh, yeah?
the Ench isn't playing to be hit. It's like she's walking up the high ground to see them. Like she's a vision enabler.
So she's a walking ward.
At no point, if you're playing for your Ench to be gone on, it's like, she's just, exactly. Like back in the day, it was like these ogres, they're the ones who would do it. They'd run up high ground. That's what Ench is doing. So she's not trying to get hit. She's just trying to see the people before they hit.
But counterpoint.
Yep.
If she is trying to use her body to see, how can you see if Ricky's invisible?
Detection. Sentry, gem,
Nope,
dust.
checkpoint.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Yeah,
me out.
close that chess game up. She won.
Wait, what? How?
Yeah, no, it was...
You weren't listening.
I was trying to make her feel better about her bad point.
Tell her she
What do
was
you mean?
wrong. Tell her she was wrong.
Alex, you were wrong.
There
You're
we
gonna
go.
have to use a
Proceed
There
with the
was,
draft.
you need sentries and vision. The draft is still progressing. Knights going back for that CM. They loved it. eHome though. Ember Spirit Marana.
This is
The Ricky Marana combo. The classic.
It's a classic.
Everything fell into place there, right? You
Yeah.
get this Marana versus the Enchantress, you get the Ricky Marana combo, you get Ember Slight into Marana Arrow combo. Oh my god, you're so happy.
So many combos.
Whoa.
Speed is eHome's best friend right now. Like Knights, they're good. They're really good in lane, but they're not as quick around the map as eHome are going to be. They're going to be global, pacey, but I still think Knights, they're
they have a very robust laning phase to stall out eHome's ability just to sweep across the map.
Team back.
To pick up the Dragon Knight again. Did you guys like it? Do you have faith in it for this draft and feel that it's going to have just as much, if not more, impact?
It's a decent Dragon Knight game. He's going to lane against Ember, gives you more catch. He's pretty tanky against the eHome draft. They don't have like the most burst type damage. Sure, you have like some arrow into dart, but he should be very high HP. I feel like their last pick really has to continue to help them to kind of like anchor this game, because eHome's map play later down the line, if Knights' lanes don't go well, is very scary.
Yeah.
All of the heroes are very fast, super mobile. That's it.
Oh, that was the end of the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I don't like Nice's draft, I'll be real with you. I think what you said about damage is like a huge point for me.
Yep.
And I don't know how they're meant to deal with all the stuns. Like, you need BKBs, you're not really wanting to... I don't know where this Marcy's going, I'm assuming off lane then,
Yeah.
in this case. We've seen carry, but I'd like not to see that. But like, Marcy on any core role likes to buy her like BKB Basher, which means you're not having a Lotus Orb buyer in this game, or you're putting that onto your supports to do it versus the Riki. I think it just seems hard for them to take fights in an explosive way where they deal with any hero, and you have to deal with like a Riki who's being super evasive at the same time.
Yeah. The Magnus ban from Knights means they feel that eHome are going to shift that Nature's Prophet to pose 1. Do you
Yep.
think that's the best place for it to go, or do you think there's a bigger carry pool at the moment that eHome can pull from?
I mean, it's some respect towards MKS at least, because MKS has been popping off on this Furion.
Yeah.
And I think for Knights, just respecting the fact that, I don't know, I feel like eHome's damage is honestly pretty non-existent until they have items. Like, they don't actually have much laning presence / mid-game entry, and that's where Knights should be able to excel, and that's why they have picked the DK. So like a Magnus kind of accelerates that, because they need items to be comfortable. So I think that they're just kind of respecting how eHome could kind of fix up their weaknesses. And for Knights at least, it's like depending on this pick, some Ursa, some like Slark type carry, just super mobile, super aggressive. You've already got the point and click stun of DK. You got the Furion jump from the Marcy with the BKB down the line with Basher. So I think they just need one carry that helps continue poke and fighting, and then can play quickly around the map to try and cover the speed that eHome can go for, and then they'll be pretty happy with their draft.
5 seconds remaining.
I would like Tidehunter here for eHome. I think anything like all of these 4 heroes, I feel like it would be very hard for them to play if there's one more guy for eHome that's going to be able to stand in the front and help control the fight. At least I think that's most likely what they're going for. I think Nature's carry is totally fine. You get the high tempo, a lot of damage.
You're the Primal Beast. And now if he goes BKB Ags, he now has the break, so this front annoying, running around hero that's going to tank stuff up, not going to be tanky anymore. DK Ench. See ya. And for Knights, I mean, still they can go like Slark or Ursa. I feel are really good here. You just soak up a couple of their cheap stuns. Sure, Ricky's very good against the Slark, but if you do get through that, you're going to be powerful. Oh, let's go for a Drow. They want to get out of this game quick.
Yeah, I was just thinking the last game, what I liked was when they had this push on the Dragon Knight, you did have the ability for Primal to rotate and like help deal with it, and that was what I was looking for from eHome's last pick. But yeah, no, eHome are going really hard now. Between Ench, DK, Drow, this is like, you're going to be able to pressure at all points. You can just even run a creep at like level 3 into a tower and just start pushing.
Oh, really?
They can just go for a very long time. And it's going to be up to eHome to just sort of make those moves, make those smokes, make those rotations to shut down these heroes before they can do what they want.
Yeah.
Because they crumble if they are pressured.
Kezo, are you as worried as T and Sheep?
I'm not sure. I feel like, yeah, eHome need to hit a lot of their early moves, because personally, I feel that this DK, if he has a good game later on with the draw aura, that he could kind of walk away with this game. So for me, it's very lane-based in terms of how this game will go. But I think we're going to a 3rd game.
Oh, okay.
No, I really do like Knight's draft. I think it's super good in lanes, entry to the game. They cover themselves later down the line. The question is, after Knights performed in game 1,
Yeah, it's like
That
how much of a
volatility,
draft
yeah, exactly.
advantage really plays into this.
but no, honestly, like when you think about the fights all the way up until like 15, 20 minutes, for eHome, it's like Primal Beast has to step up. If he doesn't, I just don't see where the damage is, outside of just like a little bit of chip spam. So yeah, I do like Knight's draft a lot.
All right, it's great to hear your thoughts, but I want to hear our casters' thoughts. It's Speak Up in the Cast.
My thoughts are that we're going to watch some Dota.
No, thoughts about Dota, not your general thoughts.
Okay. Well, I'll hold back on general thoughts, keep it just Dota-based. And I'm excited for game number 2, eHome. They have a chance of winning this series 2-0, and it feels as though it might be probable in this second game. I kind of like the draft that they've got, and it feels like it could hit a kind of big timing here at 15 minutes if LWW is able to get the farm for the sleeping dart.
This is the big timing that I'm looking at. You have this Mirana that has 2 heroes, even 3 heroes to play with. So you have Searing Chain, Sleeping Dart, and also Primal Beast, Pulverize. So every kind of a setup, they don't have a Dispel mechanic. You catch one of these heroes, especially supports, Crystal Maiden, Enchantress, they die so easily. So I can see, I definitely do like more eHome's draft in this one, because they have tower damage. This Nature's Prophet carry comes online super early on. I don't think I remember seeing MKS going for Midas on Nature's Prophet. I think this needs to be something early, more oriented. I'm a big fan of Maelstrom, full Gleipnir. It's also a setup for some of their abilities, and they do have some decent amount of catch on Knights for Ember Spirit, but I think Cloud is going to destroy them. This spell is just so annoying to play into. And their damage output is very limited. I also want to see if Felix is going to max out Impetus just to have a bit more damage, because with the Crystal Maiden, this Marcy offlane, we've seen it not do as good as you would expect the offlaner to do. It's just something about the hero. I'm still much more of a fan of this offlane Marcy rather than this safe lane Marcy.
Just feels like to get any damage out, they have to be right in the fights, and like you said, Smokescreen's going to be hard to deal with, especially once he hits that level 10 talent, extending the radius of it, right? So it'll be interesting to see how Knights react and how they're going to play this game, especially after the 15-minute mark, where that shard is most likely to be picked up by LWW. I want to see the Mirana combination. Salad's Mirana decked out in like $2,000 worth of cosmetics, and that's just the bunny pretty much. That Nexon treasure bunny, I think it is. I don't know, but I know it's worth.
I don't know what it's called, but I know it's expensive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gosh, and then the Crimson Witness hair.
So Salad starting with Headdress. I think was the one, him and Felix, starting with the Headdress. They were trying to build different items, because Xiao Yu didn't start with any regeneration whatsoever, so he will be fed some tangos.
Yeah, right now, all he's really got is the extra 0.6 from the mangoes. So we'll see if that's enough with the headdress, because that'll be, 2.6 for him on regen when they're laning together. Arrow flying by, but not hitting anybody, and definitely not hitting flyby. XCJ and Ego in this lane. XCJ in the last game for the Crystal Maiden did really well. This screams 4-staff supports games. You're going to want a lot of 4-staffs in this game.
Yeah, you're playing against Nature's Prophet, the Sleeping Dart, Ember Spirit as well. You need to be able to get out of the trouble. Draw Ranger, she's the one who naturally builds it, Pike for Enchantress, there's 4 Enchantress you want to be able to scale, so multiple of those gonna be good. And interesting starting skill from Flyby, going for that sidekick, so giving it to Enchantress to be able to sustain more and have a bit of more extra harassment damage is gonna be good.
Going sidekick, and you're talking about harassment damage, but Felix still just went Enchant level 1.
Wants to take the tree and that's pretty standard.
I guess, but also, would you have liked just the impetus damage early from level 1? Just get that early harassment out, and I just have that much more damage.
If you're playing into Nature's Prophet, you want to steal one of his treants and just deal damage to him. Especially you send it to Ricky, he doesn't deal well with summon.
Right, okay. Salad. Not dealing with a lot of health. But he'll just walk on by. And Felix is going to pick up that Blightstone. So that'll be coming out. MKS also has one of his own. And I'm interested to see how MKS builds this out. We've seen a couple different Nature's Prophet starts, like you were talking about earlier. What they'll do come level 2, and LWW and MKS already have level 2.
Not the strongest heroes once they hit level 2. It doesn't really change the dynamic how this lane is played. It's mostly going to be just Nature's Call, harassment from Ricky, use the Blink Strike, soak up some of the damage. So this bottom lane, I'd say, feels relatively secure, especially because LWW decided to go for the smoke screen. So even if they jump on Nature's Prophet, he needs to be there to use it. But he's trying to pull right now, so MKS forced to TP out.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to base to heal up. And that is the early damage with the help of that impetus that does it. And, well, he'll have to regular TP all the way back. Felix with the Blight Stone. This is going to be punishing bottom. We'll see if it ends up garnering them any kills. So XCJ, you see up towards top, has to back up through the tree line and get towards the tier 1 tower. Salad. Not a lot of mana to work with, and he'll have a delivery of a clarity, salve, and some wards to work with.
Death's bounty.
See if he wants to go for an arrow play, whether it be up towards top or maybe even over in the mid lane. But this DK kill is not that exactly easy. Trample on top of XCJ. Arrow flies in, and he'll snipe that first blood.
Interesting build from Zhao Yu. Usually we don't see a point in the uproar early on a Primal Beast, but he did get harassed. Hits level 3, immediately onslaught into trample combo, and Salad secures the kill.
Secure, kill steal, they're synonyms. So Zhao Yu and Salad, they've got the early advantage, and Ego in the first game on the Nagasari, he farmed really well. He was top of the net worth and everything, but now XCJ again is going to be in trouble. The arrow is already used, so he should be able to back off through the trees again. If maybe they had that arrow, they could have gotten themselves a second kill. Frostbite, XCJ, not a lot of mana to work with. Only 3 charges on that stick if you wanted to throw a Crystal Nova afterwards. But that salve that flew in, Salad, he's going to regen off that.
Once Primal Beast hits level 4, a second point in Trample. XCJ just looks like a food in this lane. Arrow will connect.
Onslaught follows it up, and they'll get the kill. They'll take him out again. So that's going to be 2 up top, 1 for each for Eho. Things seem to be going well in the CS department for Knights in all 3 lanes, however.
Flyby is dominating the lane. 26 on this Marcy. Enchantress sitting at 4, but yeah, this Marcy, like, if she's off to a good start, she can pop off. Jump, misses.
Does have Dispose, but won't use it. And early with the Satyr Mind Stealer, having that mana burn. That's not fun to work against. As LWW pulls the creeps over. So just trying to give Nature's Prophet any sort of advantage, if he can at all. And Knight against Alacrity, we saw how this matchup went in the first game, where it did seem like Knight got the upper hand with the Primal Beast that he was playing. Is it going to be the same this time around, or does it...
It's a farm trade in this mid lane. Like, usually you don't see the kills happen unless someone makes a mistake, because you put points in the Flame Guard, you can't burn those with the Dragon Knight, you can't take it off. Good Gust. Like, we've seen him use Gust already like 3 or 4 times to try to stop the Trample from going off. 2 times it was not successful. But yeah, mid lane is just a farm fest. Dragon Knight will hit level 6 soon faster. Knight, he needs that active rune. Dragon Knight doesn't go for bottle. Salad making a rotation, but so does XCJ.
Ooh, Salad gets the leap, hits the arrow on Alacrity. XCJ doesn't have anything else to throw the way of this Mirana. And Illusion Rune for Felix. So that will not be an active rune for Knight, but he'll throw down the Remnant. Meanwhile, they'll get a kill on LWW. They have this Centaur Conqueror with the War Stomp to stun him up. And Alacrity gets a free kill over mid. MKS?
Too soon.
He's top, dying.
Wait, did he die to solo Crystal Maiden? What just happened?
I want to say he showed up low health, and XCJ stumbled upon a kill. Arrow comes in, hits Alacrity, and they'll take out the DK. But
is under attack.
MKS,
Yeah, MKS is not having a fun time on
He
this
is.
Nature's Prophet. He is only level 4,
and
Fly by
2100 net worth.
already level 5, so needs to be careful. Rebound is maxed out, so that jump distance is gonna be better. Xiao Yu trying to get some farm here.
Yeah,
Has phase boots. Probably is off to a good start, considering what he's playing into. He got a lot from the lane. That first blood on a Crystal Maiden. MKS, he might need the jungle. I don't think it's safe for him to lane. Like, Ricky can't even help him anymore.
So Xiao Yu's going to go for the Falcon Blade early on, and then most likely the BKB. That'll be a big timing for the Primal Beast. We'll see if that lines up with the 15-minute shard for LWW. Is that just the build that he's going for right now? He's got one, he'll have boots, and I think from here on out, you just save up money for the shard. So he'll hope to have that sleeping dart, and if Knights can get ahead by enough, maybe
It's a
they
big
can
upgrade. Like,
mitigate that.
this is the timing where eHome is just gonna go for the pickoffs. You can already see Salad. He even put the second point in the arrow. 3 heroes mid, lands a perfect arrow. Make it 4.
Yeah, onslaught, and they go to the Dragon Tail, but they have the pulverize, no way to stop it, so Alacrity ends up dead. Blink strike on XCJ. They'll continue to chase. Salad's got an arrow in 3 seconds. Uproar, smoke screen, and there's the arrow, but Knight gets the kill beforehand. So
eHome bringing numbers, but
Yeah.
that also means that the side lanes are open, especially for flyby. On top of the net worth, Falcon Blade phase boots done, going into BKB next.
recovery
I don't-
Midas for MKS. At least that's the game plan.
Kills the ward top. Does have Wrath of Nature available. They did kill Dragonite 2 times. This is supposed to be the hero that they don't have enough damage to kill relatively early on, but they did bring the numbers. And now the top opens up. MKS will try to go for this tower. Salad bottom will collect some of the XP.
Yeah, he's trying to get that level 6. They can work with the Moonlight Shadow. I think they're certainly lining up on a timing. Salad has one more leap and will get away from Flyby with that initial unleash.
3 leap charges used, however. 45-second charge restore time. So not gonna have that for a long time. Tier 1 tower has fallen. MKS, you mentioned that recovery Midas. I don't mind it too much here, considering that his lane is not going well. His talents are pretty nuts, level 20 that is. So wants to get to that slightly faster, considering that things were not working out. And you did mention the shard on Ricky, sitting at just 500 gold for now.
Oh, Salad came back. That's an issue. Came back just to die. Wrath of Nature bouncing around, and he'll do some damage on the Flyby, but they just don't have a follow-up to that.
Double damage for Ember.
Smoke screen, onslaught, frostbite onto the Ricky, but trample on top of XCJ with a sleight of fist coming through from Knight to get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden. Not the start that XCJ had in the first game. It's actually just a flip-flop of that, because he was 4-1 and now he's 1-4.
Yeah. But Knight going for an interesting item build. This is the first kill with the Urn of Shadows. We've seen this being very situational on the Embers, sometimes even Void Spirits, like a year ago, like even more. But the item got nerfed so many times. I guess they feel like, oh, we need some extra damage. So with that Spirit Vessel on Dragonite, it's gonna be good. But in terms of scaling, it doesn't allow you to farm. So you need to be active with the hero. I want to see if it pays off. Like, I don't mind it too much here, but it's just that item has been nerfed so many times. The cast range, the damage, the cost, everything pretty much.
Impetus doing some big damage on a Salad, but here comes the onslaught, trample, unleash, and they'll still get the kill on a Salad. But will they get the Marcy out? Unleashing damage on the Xiao Yu and LWW. They'll rebound, but the tricks of the trade. And can they trade? No, they can't. Impetus still doing a lot of damage with the help of Flyby, so Felix able to output a lot to get 2 kills for the side of Knights.
MKS had TP available, so did Ember Spirit, so maybe one of them could have helped out. But sometimes this damage on Marcy, like the amount of lifesteal that she gets and the damage that she does, could trick you.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, the
is under
Unleash
attack.
leading to 1,800 damage coming in from the Marcy.
Salad, bottle refill. For Knight, they see Felix.
You know, they'll stay on him, but can they control him enough? Trying to TP out, arrow in time, and there's the Star Storm. So Salad getting a kill. He's bumped up onto the high ground thanks to the onslaught and has no leap charges. He'll be forced to use one.
Try to body block. Try to block the arrow with that wolf that he had. But still, they have enough stuns on their side. Pretty even game. 12 minutes into the game, they lost 2 towers on Knights, and they managed to kill the bottom tower. So the map did open up for both of the teams. We haven't talked too much about Ego. He's now farming in the triangle. LWW collecting XP. Like, you can notice it. Professional players, they can notice it because you don't get as much XP. So if you see it not... You see the bar not filling, another good arrow.
XCJ will die again, dominating for Knight. This is back-to-back games for Knight that have looked really good. And he's going to have that Spirit Vessel with 4 charges on it.
It's a lot of charges. Now it's time to go and try to kill Dragonite if Alacrity shows top. One extra hero and the LWW, he's pinging it out.
Yeah, LWW's been a nuisance, and he's almost got the gold for the shard.
This is pretty short. Like, he needs 500 gold to finish it off. Rest of the team is gonna smoke, so I wouldn't mind the...
XCJ again. Oh dear. It is now death number 6.
2 supports on Knights are not gonna have a good time. They're just gonna keep dying to dart and arrow combo. 1 slide from Ember Spirit.
Ricky gets to survive, but stays too long. Now he's dusted, now he's dead. That's getting greedy, because you got the courier and then they didn't see you, or couldn't continue to see you in the new state until dust got delivered.
Radiant
He's
are
really
standing.
trying to play as greedy as possible to get that shard as quickly as he can, and he's now just 400 gold away. MKS almost has this Maelstrom after the Midas, so he's getting there in farm.
He's recovering. Second on the net worth. Does have Wrath of Nature available. They just smoked underneath the ward. Oh, but he's still getting caught.
Knight is in trouble and will
Okay.
fall. Onslaught, trample. Can they get the kill on Ego with the pulverize? Yeah, they'll get him. Unleash from Flyby. Moonlight Shadow use, but they've got a sentry down, so they'll take out Zhao Yu.
I'm not sure what that was. Like, you're playing into Dragonite with the Blink Dagger, instant stun, Crystal Maiden, who has Frostbite maxed out, Silence from Drow. So not a good trade. Like, they just lost 2 cores. Still keeping things even, but eHome's draft, like, this is the timing that they're supposed to be really strong. This is the timing where they want to take the fights. Impetus maxed out. You see the damage output from Felix. He's going in.
And they want to get this kill here onto Felix. They've got the Spirit Vessel. They'll look for the arrow. And, well, Felix is still going to die here tonight, so even more gold going his way. He's going to the early BKB, and that should line up with Zhao Yu's BKB.
Understands that there's nothing that goes through magic immunity. Zhao Yu finds 3.
Oh boy. Disposed, frostbitten, but pulverized. Hitting 3 of these heroes. He's surviving for a while, has the wand. The TPs are coming through. Frostbite again. Do they have the damage finally? Arrows off the mark, and now LWW with the Blink Strike. They might be able to trade on XCJ. They're looking to get this kill while over mid, Ego's getting chased. They've got the silence, it's onto the Ember, and Crystal Maiden bottom might die while Drow goes down mid, but they have the help from their Wrath of Nature to get that kill on a bolt. Dragon Tail, Knight falls to Felix, Salad goes down to Alacrity, and it's kills all over the place.
Yeah, let me just do the math real quick. Show fight recap. That's gonna help out. So Knights, yeah, they got the Primal Beast. I feel like this Primal Beast could have survived 2 times if they just bring another hero. MKS got the gold with that Wrath of Nature. He got the last hit on both of these heroes, but Ember Spirit playing a bit too aggressive. Underneath the tier 2 tower, gets solo killed by Enchantress.
He does end up killing Ego, and I can maybe see that as a positive, even though he lost his life, because we've seen Drow struggle when they start to get behind, and this Drow is very far behind.
And she's in the middle of the pack right now, but Nature's Prophet. Something about the sound from
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
from this Primal Beast ulti.
Making it sound like a 1980s game.
Yeah.
Impetus damage is disgusting. Rebound, Remnant, Arrow. All right, hits up the March, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and the Spirit Vessel.
Now Ricky got caught.
Yeah, he's gonna be gusted and killed. BKB from Flyby with the Unleash used, but they go to the Moonlight Shadows, so Flyby not able to do anything with the BKB. Can they line up an Arrow or anything? Wrath of Nature, Searing Chains, Blink Dragon Tail, Onslaught. XCJ goes down, but from the high ground, Ego's gonna have the damage to get the kill here on a Knight. They go to the Pulverize. Alacrity Vessel on him, and eventually he should fall and will. MKS over to the side. That is a very bold
DP's in,
TP
DP's out. Yeah, this lineup from eHome, they can't really team fight until they get the BKBs, so they need to spread things out, like be on the side lanes, go for the pickoffs. They can outnumber enemies easily. Nature's Prophet with the TP, Ricky setting things up with the Dart. We still haven't seen Dart in the action. He did have it in the previous fight as well, but he got deleted immediately. So 2 BKBs are gonna be done, like 3 BKB timing on eHome gonna be super strong. MKS has his one finished in the next 100 gold. Knight, considering that he had such a good start, died 3 times in a row, will have his BKB delayed, and Primal Beast just a recipe away. So, still not too worried for eHome.
Oh, XCJ. Ego, actually. There's a sentry here. Got the sweeping dart off. That'll lead to the arrow. Remnant forward. And Ego should be dead. He will die.
These are the type of fights that eHome needs to take.
Still sitting under this sentry ward. And LWW has done that a couple times where he's just stayed a little bit too long, and I understand he wanted a D-ward, but that fight should have been a big signal that he was under some vision immediately. Xiao Yu now on the run, but these impetus shots are loading up, and he'll die to the breathe fire of Alacrity. They need these BKBs.
They definitely do. One is finished on MKS, as we mentioned.
Radiant's middle tower is
Going
under
into
attack.
Gleipnir next, this is also a big item. 4 staffs, much needed on Knights. Full Pike about to finished on Enchantress. Full Pike done on Drow Ranger. So with those 2, and the BKB Dispose to get rid of the Cloud, so you can actually cast
Radiant's
spells. Like
middle
Dispose
tower is
can
under attack.
mess with the combo that they have.
Another sentry that is right on top of LWW. Down to Knobs too. Why not? These heroes are all grouped up here for Knight's bottom. But they're not going to find anybody. And this is opening up time for eHome to get that BKB that they need on Xiao Yu. They're looking for Guardian Greaves and Marana for a little bit of the sustain. And, well, MKS really wants that Gleipnir.
Radiant's
He's been
middle
sitting in a
tower is
triangle
under
for a
attack.
very long time, kept farming up. The items are gonna sync up nicely. The only one that they would definitely love to have is this 3rd BKB on Ember Spirit, which would allow them to get the first jump. I think Primal Beast is more important one, because he can onslaught into the fight. Knights smoked. It's been steady graph pretty much in terms of the net worth. Not
Dire's top
more than
tower
1k
is
gold
under
lead
attack.
so far. So pretty even.
Felix is doing Felix things where he just builds a very greedy fort. Oh, right on the sentry, and down goes Sound immediately. They'll get the kill on LWW. They've taken out 2. These sentries have been perfect every time. MKS with the BKB to just TP out. Knights again just stumble upon eHome, and sentries down, ready to go. Nothing that eHome can do.
BKB picked up on Dragon Knight after killing 2 supports. They will go for Roche. Let's see if Knight maybe decides to go for a sneaky little play. Puts the Remnant down.
Nope, not going to be able to do it with this lineup. Going after
very
him, he is
Too
dead.
sneaky.
This time,
MKS,
Arrow,
he's farming underneath the ward.
Wrath of Nature, and they'll get the kill on a Roche.
Arrow gave them vision. He finishes off the Roche, TP's out. Again, sitting underneath the ward. The 2 times he's been farming in the last 30 seconds. He's been scouted. And you can see Felix, he's pinging it out.
They're just not cleaning up their vision well enough, and they continue to get punished for it. He's also picked up the Hyperstone. So is he going to just go Mjolnir? Onslaught in, BKB very late, but MKS over to the side taking some damage
BKB
here
on
from
him.
Felix, and MKS is burning and now getting really
Neutral
low
creep
Dragon
kills
Tail.
him.
Uh-oh, Felix, he goes down to a neutral, but MKS will go down to Alacrity. LWW gets XCJ. MKS can't come in there and just die like that. He's got BKB in a couple seconds. They might have just wanted to avoid the fight altogether.
Very interesting fight from eHome.
Radiant's
And also,
bottom tower is
as I
under
said,
attack.
Enchantress got denied, so he got no gold from that whatsoever. Flyby,
Radiant structures are
this
fortified.
offlane Marcy popping off in this game,
Radiant's
going into
bottom
Basher
tower
next.
is
Once
under
she
attack.
uses a BKB, they don't have much. Like, we talked about the BKBs on eHome, but eHomes on Knights are also going to be as
Radiant's
important.
bottom tower has fallen.
The timings now feel like they just have not lined up well for eHome.
Those couple of deaths did really cost them, because they were supposed to be strong with this Ricky Dart going for the pickoffs. Ember died multiple times, didn't have his BKB to get out of the trouble.
They're not down by much, but I'm wondering what the game plan is to kind of keep this game close and maybe even going in their favor. I think it starts by trying to find the vision of Knights, because they've had much better vision in this game.
They've been sitting under vision for a long time, but I mean, they also had a ward that got scouted, and then they killed Knight after they smoked, so not sure what that was. Now dodging the fight. Exactly what they need to do. This Drow Ranger holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So it looks like the Hyperstone for Prophet will go towards an AC. Would you have liked the Gleipnir pre-AC, or do you think this is a good little audible call?
He was thinking about getting the Gleipnir first, but then
Radiant's top
you are
tower
playing
has
into Drow
fallen.
Ranger, this Marcy, you want to tank up, so I think AC overall is a better choice. Xiao Yu needs to be careful. Alacrity had his number throughout the whole game, stopping him in the Onslaught multiple times.
Sentry down, and there's another kill on a Zhao Yu. Did he used BKB right as he died. BKB from MKS, and he'll TP away as well. These BKB usages are just not getting anything for eHome.
It's getting him farm on the top lane. Survives, that's what matters.
For now, yeah, it'll be the AC and now the Gleipnir, but in terms of fighting, they just have been running. And it feels like Knights are constantly ready for what eHome's doing in this game so far. Shadowblade picked up.
Dire's top tower is under
The Sleeping
attack.
Dart has not been as much of a problem as I thought it was going to be in this game. But they've been also able to stick on to LWW pretty well. And now they've got a gem.
He got caught multiple times.
They have a
Underneath
gem?
the sentry, Shadowblade. Oh, tricks!
Oh.
Oh, man, 5 HP on the courier.
Can he get this other courier that's got gem on it? Sitting at the tier 2 tower, that would be worth picking up. But that's going to fly all the way out, and now it's in the hands of XCJ. Should be given over to Alacrity. And it will be. So LWW is not going to feel safe anymore. Especially once he sees this gem. But can they kill Ego? They're right under his nose.
MKS, bottom.
They've got Flyby and Unleash. Uh-oh, damage! He still almost died!
That AC, they're keeping him alive. If he went for Gleipnir, I think it's a completely different scenario there. But
Oh
hits level
my.
20. Sprout leashes. Just
Radiant are scanning.
too good of a talent. And now going into Satanic next.
Ooh, Knight, BKB, Searing Chains, Ego. Ooh, they've got eyes on LWW, and that means he's gonna die after the tricks of the trade. Alacrity will get the kill. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Ego. MKS with the BKB, but he's right next to Alacrity. Goes up with a Sprout. Here
Where's
comes
the
Ego
rest of
once
the
again,
team?
and he's left by himself to fall.
Oh man, what is going on with eHome?
Is under attack.
Deeping in. This is the third time Nature's Prophet DPs in and dies.
Dragon Tail, they have found Knight, but Alacrity, I don't know if you win this exchange unless you get some help real quick.
No Spirit
And
Vessel
there it
charges.
is. There's the help. There's the silence.
Gem.
Impetus. Ooh, Onslaught. Gem just left on the ground. BKB
Ooh, man, if
TP
he
out.
picked up the gem, that would be pretty huge because Drow Ranger has a Shadow Blade, then you have Ricky Marana on your team. But I guess he wanted to get out as soon as possible. Chaotic game. A lot of things happening. I was looking at the Zhao Yu's items. He had Hex queued up. I was thinking about either Halberd or Aghanim Scepter. In the end, he's going to go for the Halberd, which is also nice. Being able to deal with all three cores. If the Halberd goes off in a fight, a lot of value. But also Ags. Like against Enchantress, against the Drow Ranger and Dragon Knight.
Yeah, wouldn't be
Pretty
that
massive.
bad. This Enchantress, by the way, going Ags. Looking for the Sproink. A lot of damage that'll come out from that. So, let's see. 4K lead for Knights. They haven't been able to extend it as much as maybe I thought they would, considering the fights that they've been winning. And now, MKS off the Gleipnir again and going for Satanic. So he'll Wrath of Nature, as he has hit that level 20 mark, and he's got Sprout leashes now. Will that be enough? So he's at level 20, and Knight only level 15 here, as Alacrity, in comparison, is level 19.
Yeah, big difference. Knight did pick up the shard. Also doesn't have a Spirit Vessel charger. Relies on that to deal damage in the fights as well. He bought the book for himself now to get some extra levels, but yeah, Alacrity with that Aghanim Scepter going into Manta style next. At least that's what's queued up. We've seen how strong this build is the other day in the Western Europe.
Seems like
Dire's top tower is under attack.
MKS is doing everything he can to avoid getting this
Getting this win, yeah.
this Gleipnir.
Now those three, that's definitely adding up.
Yeah, they're adding up, but it's also MKS, he TP's like in the center of the fight.
And this is the fight where, like, the fight's already over. Maybe they thought, because Marcy was not there, we took her out, 4 versus 5, let's go.
3-minute Roche.
This is a second
Dire's
Roche,
top
Aegis
tower
plus
is
Shard.
under attack.
That is a long time to wait. Almost has enough for the Reaver, so Courier will fly out there, getting ready to purchase said Reaver. Go to the Moonlight Shadow. MKS is showing a lane over mid, though. LWW again under a Sentry Ward. Moonlight Shadow, permanent invisibility. It's not going to matter. The damage coming in for the Drow Ranger is going to be more than enough to get the kill on the Unleash. Now onslaughting back, but not over the cliff. MKS bashed up, and again, he is TP'd right next to the team.
Oh man, I don't know what to say. Like, he needs to be careful. I need to stop counting as well, but this is the 4th time that he's done it. Satanic is available on him. 6k gold lead for Knights this time around. At least it's not an instant Roche spawn, so they could potentially contest another Roche.
They could, and they were able to snipe the last one, but they need to get this Aegis in their hands if they want any hope of finding a way to win this game.
Our supports are scaling really well, especially Felix. Aghanim Scepter done, Sproink. If he's not being focused in a fight, like, Felix might be the one dealing the most damage in a fight.
He's probably gonna output a lot of damage come next item. Starstorm, Trample, Onslaught. They have the sustained control to get the kill onto the Marcy. Well done there. Extra multi-shot damage coming in for the Drow on that talent that was just picked up for level 20. MKS, by the way, still dead. Feels like it's been forever.
He's high level, level 21.
He's dead as long as his BKB is on cooldown. This is, you know, he needs to be very careful. Knights take over, and every time he's dead, they just get so much of the map back. Ego. Silver Edge, and there is the silence. Wrath of Nature flying through. Knight has a BKB, doesn't use it just yet. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains and the Remnant out. They'll find XCJ, so MKS gets something, and now they get the kill here on Ego. They've got the dust, they'll have
Pulverize,
him.
where's the rest of the team?
Pulverize stopped immediately. Impetus shots coming through. There's the Sproink outputting a lot of damage. They've got the break on a Zhao Yu, and the Impetus from that far will certainly get the kill. Blink Strike, BKB, Ego not sprouted. Remnant onto the back line, but 4-step away by Ego. They get the kill on LWW. They'll finally take out Ego. Salad needs to leave, but he doesn't have a leap to get to the low ground. I don't think it's going to matter. But now the Unleash and the Dispose. MKS, he needs the Satanic. He needs to survive. Unleash still going through. Ogre Seal Totem right over the top. And MKS, he's not going to get out of this one. They'll be able to bash him up and control him enough to take on the Nature's Prophet once again. Felix, does Felix win this? I think Felix wins this fight. Knight's dead.
I don't know what's going on in this game. It seems like there's 3 different fronts that people are fighting at. First, there's Crystal Maiden fighting against Nature's Prophet and Mirana on the top lane. Rest of the team fighting in the mid. And then you end up solo Enchantress against solo Ember Spirit in the bottom.
Yeah, the damage difference between the Ember and the Enchantress is night and day. That's for sure. So 10k lead for Knights and Roche up. So no Prophet or Ember. This should be Knights getting an easy Aegis if they spot it.
Yeah,
once he
there's
goes up.
something that I said, like the Enchantress damage output might be the highest in the next fight. It's the highest overall in the game.
That's insane. Not shocking once that Axe got picked up.
No, I mean, the hero scales really well. You have that 45 damage talent on 15, and then impetus damage on 25. So,
Sprout. Or Sprunk is a 4-second cooldown. That seems really low for such a massive amount of damage with impetus.
it's also a repositioning tool for yourself, so you get out of the trouble.
Flyby.
BKB.
Pulverize, Arrow coming in, and they'll have MKS coming over to get the kill on a flyby, and this should open up Roche as a possibility.
Marcy doesn't have a buyback. She bought Daedalus Recipe. If she didn't buy that, she would have buyback. So, this Roshan now belongs to eHome.
For now, they are starting to rotate on the side of Knights. Should be going quick enough for them to get their hands on the Aegis as well as the Shard. Wonder if they'll give the Shard over to Zhao Yu. They'll find LWW, Sproink, kill. Mirana in trouble, Blink, and Salad is gonna die too. 2 heroes dead. Zhao Yu will try to run away with the Ogre Seal Totem. MKS just staying here in the pit. And, well, with the BKB, he'll try to survive. Now throwing the damage back over into Ego. He's got the Satanic. They'll go in with this Primal Beast, but he's rooted up, and the damage coming out from Ego, it's not enough to get the kill just yet. MKS is in some trouble. They've got the silence. The Fireball's down with the BKB, but now Salad ends up dead again. They'll take out Zhao Yu. They'll end up losing Alacrity, and this Age is going to be used. So MKS now. Oh, boy.
Buyback from Zhao Yu
out.
for what? They don't get anything from it. Mirana buys back, dies immediately after. This Roche fight, again, they're extremely spread out. It comes down to Zhao Yu not having a BKB. When they were picking off this Marcy, rest of the team was there. They didn't see anything else, but he still popped the BKB, so didn't have it for this fight. Who picked up the shard in the end? It was Nature's Prophet. He picked up the Aegis. And yeah, without
Curse of the old growth.
Aegis, this Nature's Prophet feels very killable.
Would you like the Gleipnir now?
I saw him going for Scotty.
He's also looking at Silver Edge. He's been switching back and forth.
I think either Scotty or Silver Edge feels fine to be able to break things. I was expecting that Primal Beast.
Pull roots and run.
Wait, what? What happened? He sold. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? He sold his BKB on Primal Beast or something because he's going for one again.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Meanwhile, they're going to get the kill on a Felix as well as XCJ.
Wait, where's his BKB? What happened? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Does somebody have his BKB?
Do
Did
we
he
have a
accidentally drop
replay?
it?
Can we get a replay of potentially him respawning in the like after buyback? Maybe he misclicked. Like it's a panic mode.
Oh no. Knight unleash BKB's remnants, trying to avoid them. Now they've got their hands on MKS for a second, but the remnant forward. This is well, Sight of Fist, Searing Chains, Arrow landing onto the Marcy. They've got the onslaught. They'll have the damage. 3 heroes are just dead on Knights, by the way. They have gotten a couple of kills here on eHome, despite the fact that they used the Aegis earlier. And well, now Sleeping Dart.
He rebought a 6-second BKB. Before you could do it, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, you could sell your BKB, buy a 10-second BKB, a new one.
He has less net worth now than Felix. Arrow again, XCJ, he's just dead once more. All of a sudden, eHome have turned on the afterburners.
I'll be honest, this is the most confusing game I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I'm confused, but I'm always confused. I don't know. I would say I'm at a loss for words, but my job is to keep speaking. And I don't understand rebuying a 6-second BKB.
Value.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't even come on sale. 6-second BKB. You just got swindled.
Maybe he dropped it in Roshan. I actually don't know what happened, but
and somebody destroyed it.
Yeah, let's pretend it didn't happen. It's one of those things when you do something like this, like when you sell one of your items accidentally, you don't want people to notice.
You don't want people to notice, but when you're purchasing it and you have it in your quick buy, people are gonna figure it out. Trickster Cloak, Ninja Gear, those are dropping. Also on eHome, by the way, they got a couple of kills that lined up quite well. And can they get another?
Dire's top tower
They're gonna get a tier 2 top at least, Curse of the Old Growth used. And look how quick that tower drops.
So in the end, he gets all the items, sells Maelstrom, decides to pick up... eHome doesn't like their items. They're like, well, I invested a gold, but I also want to get the money back. So he sold his Maelstrom, decided to go for Scotty and Silver Edge, which I don't mind here. He also hits level 25, so no DP cooldown on his second ability. He can be anywhere, and having that break mechanic, this is pretty big, because Beast did not go for Ags.
Yeah, well, maybe he would have had the gold if he didn't go the GameStop route of selling his BKB. They're gonna quickly kill XCJ. And now the rest of the team coming from behind. They've got the Dragon Tail. They should have the... Well, yeah, okay.
That was quick.
They would. Remnant back. Root, Leash, Curse of the Old Growth. Damage coming in onto the Marcy. BKB's going to be popping around the Horde. Ego trying to throw out the damage. They're going to kill it a flyby. They'll take out the Marcy to start. Ego now trying to get away from this one. His Knight's going to pop the BKB as well. Sproink won't get any kills just yet. Now they're right on top of the Enchantress. They'll get the kill on the Ego. Onslaught the other way, looking for Felix. 4 stabs all over the place as well as the Sproinks. They've got the silence. They'll have the damage. They'll get the kill. 4 heroes die on the side of Knights. And all of a sudden, eHome come out ahead.
This
and
is
they've also got Gem.
A fight near their base where they don't use any of the buybacks. This is Nature's Prophet that is getting out of control. Double damage just spawned top. Let's see if he picks it up. It's sitting underneath the ward, but he will
He's
TP
level
top
26.
instead.
He just wants to push out and then maybe come back.
Yeah, like you see Marcy. She gets sprouted, gets leashed.
Rooted, leashed. Damage from Felix
sitting there. She doesn't have a Quelling Blade. She can't get out of the trouble, and if they don't use a 4-staff on her, it's difficult. This Scotty is doing a lot of work, plus the Silver Edge as well. The break mechanic against all of these heroes, super valuable.
So MKS gonna sprout himself and take the tier 3 over mid. eHome, all of a sudden they have a real chance of 2-0ing this game. Ego's dead for 35 seconds, no buyback. The game's even.
This graph looking wild. 11,000 net worth lead for Knights at 1 point, and this should be 2 set of barracks.
Yeah,
no buybacks on these heroes. There's still tier 1, tier 2 tower available at the bottom lane.
Okay, so 2 sets of racks gone. It felt like Knights had eHome's number, but contact deleted.
Alacrity. Ooh, that would be huge. If he managed to TP in, use the Sprout, wouldn't be able to TP. And now Nature's Prophet. Moonshard.
Way high on the net worth now.
35,000. Yeah, gotta keep the eyes on the inventory just to make sure that people didn't sell any of their items.
I don't know where it went. Dude, I said it before, he got GameStop, you sell it. Oh, we can only offer you $2, then they sell it full price right back to you used. I mean, that is just... he needs the BKB, otherwise he's not going to do anything in this game. But rebuying a 6-second BKB, I cannot get over that.
Let's see the Roche respawn. This is pretty much do or die for Knights. If they lose this fight without buybacks, there is enough damage for them to just go in and get mega creeps. Like, even potentially end the game. Salad.
Moonlight Shadow, and they should know where they are now.
There is no gem available this time around, so they need to rely on sentries and dust.
Oh, 3 minutes again on Roche. That's crazy. More than one time this game that it's going to be the full respawn. By the way, MKS has 6,300 gold saved up. He is a farming machine and outputting like a machine gun with his right clicks. Mjolnir for Alacrity. But they've been able to reliably kill off this DK in these fights.
Doesn't feel as strong. Does have that Manta plus Axe. Hits level 25. Some big talents coming out from him. AoE stun in the dragon form. But the question is, will he be able to execute? This Scotty reducing the healing. Ooh. Last second.
That could have been big. Ooh, sweep, pulverize, and goes Knight. He's going to get some trouble. Freezing field. Knight's going to be forced to pop the BKB. The Sprite damage coming out of Zhao Yu. He's running away and ending up dead. But look at the damage out on XCJ. They'll get the kill. MKS on the high ground, but now he's going to be unleashed. He's in some trouble. Dispose. Satanic. Oh, he can't heal up. Oh boy, they did get the kill on the Ego. He doesn't have buyback. He's short 280 gold. Now they've got the lockdown to get the kill here on a Cell. They'll take it the Murano. He's going to buy back 3 buybacks around the horn. MKS trying to get the kill here on Alacrity. He'll use that Manta, trying to survive, trying to run. They had the lockdown, but they don't have enough to kill off MKS once again. Alacrity's dead for 97 seconds. TP looking for flyby.
TP again. Yeah, just keep doing it.
Just keep getting in front of him. Or
Silver
go
Edge
for Felix. That works too. Silver Edge right clicks down goes the Enchantress.
Man, this is some nuts damage coming up from the Enchantress and the Nature's Prophet. Roshan will respawn in 50 seconds. 7,000. Dragonite also damaged through the roof in this one. Nature's Prophet needs to be careful. Like, if he dies, he's gonna be gone for 130 seconds. He's maxed out, level 27.
Trying to buy a Hex, didn't do the calculations correctly. Meanwhile, buyback's gonna be used here by Felix. They'll go to the Pulverize, and well, now Zhao Yu, Uproar, he needs to be careful. Damage from Marcy is more than enough to kill him. XCJ slept up, Onslaught, Sleight of Fist. And a right click from MKS.
Zhao Yu finally gets that level 25 talent. Pulverize goes through magic immunity, so he can initiate. In that previous fight, they needed literally 0.1 second to land an arrow, but Primal Beast Pulverize did not last long enough. Let's see what it is. It's going to be a refresher on Roshan. MKS needs to pick up that Aegis.
Yeah, Curse of the Old Growth, and these heroes can try to come over from the side of Knights, but they're just not going to be quick enough. They'll also have the cheese.
I think you give this refresher to Primal Beast. Double BKB, double Pulverize, and double Heaven's Halberd.
Immortality.
Oh, pick up cheese. Knight will have it for his Remnants and BKB. Ooh, Abyssal Blade for the Marcy. And Cass, he's got an Aegis. He needs to be a little bit careful, though. Like you said, if he does die twice, that could be all they wrote for eHome. They did take the tier 1, they did take the tier 2, and now they're going to push through bottom, or at least try to. Ego now level 25. He's got the 12% marksman chance, or marksmanship chance. Alacrity going into the Elder Dragon form, and he's got the Spell Prism. We have seen things like this where you have Elder Dragon form for a while, pulverize through the Magic community thanks to that talent, and Alacrity's able to get into the high ground. Arrow,
Force
Stab,
Stab, but out of the
bye-bye,
base.
survives, multi-shot. Guardian Greaves are used by Salad there, so eHome gonna reset a little bit as BKB's on cooldown for Primal Beast.
Only 2 heroes with the buybacks. Ricky will have one soon.
Team coming over, Remnant flyby. Ooh, Knight inside of Fist Searing Chains onto 2 of these heroes. BKB, Freezing Field, XCJ surviving for a while. They go to the Pulverize, and now the Onslaught to get away from this Marcy. They'll have the Gust, but it's only going to be a silence on a
And the
Salad.
Hex.
They'll get the kill on a flyby as well as XCJ. They'll look over at Ego. He's going to be disarmed with the BKB still running, but it's not going to run for long enough. The Sprout, the right-click damage, the arrow. There's the kill on Ego. He does have buyback, and it's certainly going to have to come out to try and survive the rest of this game.
The other 2 don't have buyback. They're pinging out. They want to end this game. Buyback immediately.
Buyback and Impetus still showing that could do a lot of damage here on MKS, but MKS still working with an Aegis for 3 minutes. They go to the Pulverize once again. It's going to be onto the DK. They have the Silence. It's on to Ego. Gust silences up the Primal Beast, but Knight moving forward. The Remnant in. They'll get the kill on Alacrity. They'll take out Ego. Nobody has buyback. Sproing Field trying to be the last hope for the side of Knights, but they'll call GG, and eHome will take a 2-0 over the major qualified Knights team.
What a victory from eHome. 2 games. The first one was very dominant from the start to finish, but this second game, 11,000 network deficit and the great comeback. Like, even after Primal Beast lost his BKB somewhere, we don't know where.
Somebody
where it
reported
was.
something.
Yeah, but and MKS, a couple of really bad deaths, but he stepped up in the mid-late game. Primal Beast seems to be the hero of this series. Like, Primal Beast going in first from the mid lane, getting stuff done in the second game. A bit of a slower start, and still this power of Ricky, Sleeping Dart into arrow combo. Once the BKBs are down, you're always gonna be dying to that. If 2 supports survive, and having so many abilities to play the arrow with, like combine the arrow with, it's just Sprout, Primal Beast. Every single hero has something to play with the arrow.
Yeah, it felt like the lineup was one that could mesh really well, but it required them to kind of line up their spells and find the right positioning, and that was something they struggled with the early part of the game, especially MKS. But eventually they pull it out, and they get to the finish line, and they take a 2-0 over Knights, which is massive for eHome. And to break down the series and what this means for eHome as a whole is the panel. Take it away.
What a fantastic comeback by eHome here. They take the series 2-0. I know when we were watching this, you guys were like, yeah, this is sort of how we thought it was going to play out. Knights looking great, sort of taking over the game, but 1 or 2 odd team fights here or there, and eHome had it in the bag, Kazu.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened or how this game slipped out of their hands. I do think that eHome are very good at coming back into these games. But the one thing that surprised me the most was around the 30-minute mark, Knights were ahead 13k gold.
Okay.
There's 4 dead people, and Roche is up. And they're just like, okay, we're gonna go kill neutral creeps. Then the enemy team respawns. They all go bottom. Their Marcy dies alone. And now suddenly eHome take the second Roche while being 12k gold down. And I think from then on it really snowballed and yeah, allowed them to come back.
Yeah, the fact that in bot lane you have I think the entire game Flyby, he was always top 2 net worth or really a strong contender for Knights. And his playstyle was always just jumping in, set the pace of the fight for them to fight. But when you're doing it in bot lane and you're up by 11k gold, when you get caught by a Sprout, you have no repositioning tools after that and you just die. The net worth that you have is now gone. So I think, at least eHome, they capitalized on this massive blunder from Knights. And in doing so, their draft, which is very global, sweeping across the map, you get that 1 kill, that 1 fight. The rest of the map is closed off. So after, what was it? Nearly 35 minutes of Knights dominance. One incredible blunder just gave eHome all the confidence in re-entry to a game that you should say could have been just closed out by Knights.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that team fight that we just had before in the highlight reel was a great use of buybacks by eHome. So they definitely were able to bide their time, have some great plays for themselves, Sheep.
Yeah, they made some amazing plays. They left a ward in their own jungle at one point when they were playing top, which allowed them to do this really nice smoke wraparound on Knights. I think Knights maybe got somewhat sloppy into the second half, because at first I felt really good about them. They got their Aegis, they got a gem, they swept back through their jungle at first, and really just sort of started to close the map, and then it all just fell away. Suddenly their warding was more sloppy. They were getting seen by eHome. Everything sort of fell apart, and as they got more items on the side of eHome, you know, this Assault Cuirass, you know, just Eon Discs, things that made them hard to kill. Drow could no longer kill anyone within her BKB, and this 75% miss chance on Riki, like him and Zhao Yu were doing such a good job of just sticking on her every fight to stop her from doing damage.
It's some great scores across the board for the eHome team here, but out of the 5, who really stood out the most, Kazu?
I don't know if I want to give it to Knight for controlling the game and buying a vessel, or the Riki with the smoke screens, because I think that spell was very annoying. If you look at the lineup of Knights, they all rely on like right-clicking. I think Drow didn't have an MKB, DK didn't have an MKB, I think Eng didn't either, and all these heroes, they just kind of rely on hitting from long range, chilling and getting those spells off, but I think he made it really hard for them.
I'll go for, let's give it to the Primal Beast for selling his BKB, rebuying the BKB. No, I'm joking.
Oh, something completely different.
No. It should be Knight, I think. When you just look at he did the most damage for his team. His items are very just chill. He goes for, what was it, the Ags, BKB, Shivas.
Yeah.
Of course, the Vessel early on. Like, he's not overcomplicating his build.
Yeah.
And I think he just gave himself like a very calm game, kill participation as well. And that's what you kind of need. You need that consistency to then find that moment. I think if he didn't have this level of just strength, like we couldn't really rely on MKS in this game. A lot of his TPs were just, oh, I'm dead. Oh no, what's happening? But when you have, you know, Knight and then obviously the Primal Beast as well, just providing that constant threat, you will always find that one opportunity to punish them.
Yeah, I don't know who was traveling around the map more, Knight or MKS on Nature's Prophet. Those guys just felt like they were popping up everywhere as soon as they saw someone on the side of Knights.
Yeah, I think that's a fair MVP. I do want to give like an honorable mention to Zhao Yu though, just on Primal. I thought that the fact that they did this Primal Blink ult into Arrow over and over again, I think that caught Knight so many times. Like every time I was looking at the monitor, someone was just dying to it randomly, and that opened up so many fights for them. Just starting things like that. That's how they got Roche a bunch of times too.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance from eHome. Just jamming along.
Yep.
They had a really good lineup. For Knights though, Game 1 just didn't go how expected, but Game 2 was even more drastic for them. It's not what we are used to. It's not the Knights that we saw a couple days ago either. And are you a little bit worried when we see Knights? We know they're qualified for the major. This is like their last performance just before they go internationally.
I'll probably jump on that and say we had an interview in EU where Stormstorm was saying about they like to go aggressive, and they had to get one guy to say, let's calm down, let's not take that fight. I think this is the exact same example here. You know, they have this lead, they're making this play bottom. I think Flyby's had an incredible game, but that one play where he goes too far, then it's thrown away. The entire game gets flipped. So I think they needed to calm down, which was an incredible game from them, and then they just kind of threw it away. And sure, they will get punished heavily if they play like this at the major, but if they can create games where they get this level of lead and this level of map pressure, they can also just crush games at the major. They just need to not have that one big-ass throw at like 35 minutes in the bot lane, which just... Yeah, I mean, look at like Felix Shalbar, like his Ench. It was insane. Like, it was such a good game, but yeah, they just threw it, kind of.
I don't really know what happened to them today. I feel like they were not the same team. Personally, I'm disappointed in both their performances in these two games. Maybe it's something like we're already qualified, so maybe the drive isn't there, or I don't know, but maybe just an off day.
I mean, we saw on the camera as well, though. Like, I think it was Ego.
He seemed upset.
Yeah, like he was more like, what, we threw this game? Like, we shouldn't have lost this one. So I think they aren't going to be happy with their performance. I think they clearly understand that they just overextended. And yeah, it's luckily for them, they've already at the major, so they can easily learn from this. But yeah, it's not the best of what we've seen from Knights.
Is there anything from Yushi, because this is the last time we're going to see Knights in 2-1, at least their overall performance? Has it still really been an outperformance for you, for your expectations, despite this sad note they're ending on?
Yeah, I think overall I was pretty... Obviously, everyone was impressed. I don't think anyone expected them to get the result they did. I've been an Alacrity fan for quite some time after covering C, so I am happy for his success. I do think I lost a little bit of... I don't know, after their last interview when they said that they were taking it chill and they weren't really scrimming that much and things were very relaxed. That kind of made me feel bad because you compare that to a team last year like Tundra who were like, we're grinding, and then they win TI. You know, like that's the kind of level of commitment and dedication and passion that you need to go really far. So I'm a little bit concerned about them going into the major. Hopefully maybe they step it up now though because they are qualified. It's like, oh, maybe we should take this seriously. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, well, eHome, though, they were able to capitalize on Knight's relaxed attitude. They took this series at 2-0, which means we get to have a winner's interview with them. It's going to be MKS joining us. MKS, congratulations on this win. Does it feel nice to get a win on the final series for you guys in this tour?
恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，在最后一场拿到胜利的话，是不是很开心？
是的，非常开心，有机会就是争取这个 major 的名额嘛。
Yeah, we are really happy, and now we have a chance to maybe get a spot for major.
Yeah, you guys are in great contention now for that. Was there that extra pressure knowing you were coming up against a team that had already qualified and there is still a chance for tiebreakers?
这场比赛的话打得也特别精彩，然后就是这方面就是因为要打一个已经进了 major 的队伍，然后也知道自己可能会有后续的这个加赛的情况下，打这场比赛是不是给你们了一些特别的一些动力？
会有一丢丢吧，但是就尽全力呗，就尝试一下嘛。
Yes, there was a little bit of motivation and pressure, but we just try our best.
All right. I have one quick question. Your off-lane player, Zhao Yu, he's renamed himself on Steam as Bad Off-Lane Player. He's not that bad. Why is he calling himself bad on Steam?
3号位选手小鱼最近把自己的 ID 改成了那个差劲的3号位玩家，他为什么要这样说呢？他明明比赛打得很好。
天梯输太多了吧？我看他天梯输了非常的多，所以他才改了这个 ID。
Yeah, I checked his matchups and he lost a lot of MMR. A lot of.
Okay, but at least he might be going to the major, so that's a nice little positive.
Congrats on the win. I would like to ask about your team's playstyle and how it's evolved over this DPC. Do you guys think that you have like refined your playing style over time? Because I know in a previous interview you guys said that you thought your strength was how united you are. You brought numbers to fights. Do you think you guys have kind of grown from that over time, or still sort of on that?
想问一下，整个赛季打下来之后，队伍的风格有没有一些改善？因为上次采访的时候也提到了，队伍主要的优势就是打得比较团结，然后会打得在地图上会比较主动一些。然后现在你再回头看的话，你觉得队伍成长了吗？
感觉还是一样吧，我们就是想的目标就是杀起来才有机会赢。
I feel like we are still the same team. Our goal is to make the game chaos. We bring the aggressive to our opponent, and that's the way we get the victory.
Okay, thank you. And what happened to Zhao Yu's BKB in that last game?
My question.
Just gonna yoink that one from Kezu.
小鱼最后一场那个 BKB 怎么回事？
他就突然间就卖掉了嘛，然后他就喂了一声，他就说他卖掉了嘛，就那时候就特别急，你知道吧？就被对面压着打，我就说别急，慢慢打，先等你 BKB 刷出来，我们才有机会赢。
Yeah, I have no idea for some reason. At a certain point, he just sell his BKB, and he make a noise in voice chat, and I just try to calm him down. Because during that time period, we were under a lot of pressure from taking a lot of pressure from our opponents. So I just try to calm him down and tell him we can farm another one.
Thank you very much.
All right, congrats on the win. Only one question for this game. Just now you played Nature's Prophet, and you had a lot of TP into BKB TP out. Do you think your team had to do something different to set you up for a better early/mid game, or was it just a very hard Nature's Prophet game?
这场比赛里有很多次都是你飞进去之后开着 BKB 再撤出来的。你觉得前中期的话，队友有没有一些能够帮助到你的地方，让你不至于每次切入都打得这么吃力？还是说你觉得你们哪里能 做得更好，还是说就是这场比赛来说的话，本身先知会比较难发挥一些？
先知是比较难打马戏的吧，就真的是要找好时机切入呗。然后队友的话，感觉没办法呀，就这样吧。
Yeah, I don't think my teammate could help me much in this matchup, especially against Marcy. So as in this situation, you just as a Prophet player, you just have to pick a good timing to go into the fights.
Okay, and then with that said, does he think that he should have done a better job, or was it just like he hadn't played the matchup before and just in the moment he was like, oh damn, I need to get out again?
那就是你再回过头想一想的话，你觉得这场比赛自己能提高一些吗？还是你觉得就是有没有几波就是你打完之后觉得自己可能会切入要选得更好一点？还是你觉得就是这个对局的话确实就是尽力了？
确实有很多能改善的地方吧，就是打得比较急嘛，当时，所以就太多失误了。
Yes, I agree with you. There could be many team fights that I can pick a better timing, but we kind of played too aggressive during the game, and we made some mistake definitely.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
I have one more question, not about usernames, don't worry. So in the second game, when you were under this pressure, were you playing for your team, the opponent to make a mistake, or did you guys see a moment where your lineup would be stronger to be able to punish Knights?
后面就是最后一场比赛的话，当时也是在落后的情况下，你们当时是就是在等对方犯错，还是觉得过了一个时间点之后阵容会好起来，会取得一些阵容上的优势？
就在等我的关键装吧，就冰眼那些。然后虽然劣势很大，但是感觉只要那个影次有机会动到小黑的话，我们一起上的话还是挺好打的。
We are waiting for my key items like Scotty, and also we always knew that as long as Ricky can initiate on Draw Ranger and everyone follow him up, we can still take the team fight. So we are just kind of waiting on that.
Cool, thank you.
Any more questions?
Nope.
All right, I have a very quick one. In game one, we saw you guys pick up the Brood. It looked like you weren't overly comfortable playing around it, and we hadn't seen you guys with it before. Is this something you've done a lot in scrims, or was it just mainly because of the Knights matchup that you wanted to pick the Brood?
第一场比赛选了那个玉木蜘蛛，之前的话没怎么看到过，但是比赛发挥看得出你们打的也是非常舒服。是不是平时有在私下练的比较多，还是说针对奈子特别去想出了这个英雄？
都有吧。对面玩蜘蛛玩的也挺好的，然后我们最近也是有在练蜘蛛，所以就想就是挡一个位置嘛，让对面别选，让我们抢了，这样。
A little bit of both, because Knight also play a decent Brood Mother, so we've been practicing Brood a lot recently. Our idea is we can take Brood away from them, and also this is a pick as a ban, so it worked out great for us.
Yeah, it did work out. You guys got this series. Congratulations on a win, and thank you again for joining us, MKS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Clap. Yeah.
The BKB answered. We found it. They have no idea what happened either. No one knows what
You
went
don't
on.
really want to admit it. Like in the heat of the moment, under all that pressure, I'm like, hi guys, so I accidentally sold my BKB and now I need to farm a new one. Like, that's not what you want to tell your team. It's like,
I know we're on the brink of winning the game after being down for half an hour, but whoops.
I was hoping the game would last a little longer because I was waiting in the replay to go watch it, but it hadn't, picked up yet. But it looks like he misclicked in the base when he wanted to like swap in a dust or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the good old-fashioned right click, but not in the correct slot. And oh well, buy BKB, and then unfortunately you buy a new one.
But good job on his team, I think, to what also MKS was saying, to like calm him down, because that is that can be quite nerve-wracking in a moment. You're like, oh boys, what happened?
Yes, petition once again to have a reverse button on selling, because once it's gone, it's gone.
The 10-second cooldown.
If you're misclicking, it's your fault for just being bad at clicking.
I have misclicked way too many times.
Nah, well,
I'll have to side with T on this one.
Yeah.
There's no. It's happened so many times now. This
Just
point.
don't misclick.
Just don't misclick. It's
You'd
like
be good. You'd be good.
There's
Imagine a
it
rewind.
costs you nothing to add this to the game. It doesn't make
It
the
does.
game. It doesn't like
We're
make the
decreasing
enemy
the
have
skill.
Yeah,
an
it doesn't ruin
advantage
the
or
integrity
something.
of the game.
Yeah,
it does.
It does not.
I think the only way you should have this is after you disassemble some items.
Okay,
Like
I've done
you
that. I've
disassemble your
disassembled my
bloodstone,
arcane
whatever, and
boot.
then suddenly you need to unlock this, unlock that, unlock this,
That's-
and you're
that's
like,
when I
oh
sell it.
shit, I sold.
I've done
Then
that.
I'm okay with it.
What?
But
That's
if-
such a dumb clause. It should just be in general.
Such an
No.
intricate thing.
That
No.
is,
Just
that is
no
so much
rewind.
more, like, that's so much more difficult than just making a blanket, like, his 10 seconds cooldown to, like, undo an accidental sell.
I feel like that's too noob friendly.
That's
I
so
don't like
noob
it.
friendly.
It's too noob
That's-
friendly.
Don't you
Oh
want
my
to
God.
open up the player base, guys? What the heck?
You
You think a
already
new
opened
player
it.
joins the game? It's like, wow, I love
gonna
this game
disassemble
because I can buy a
this.
branch and sell a branch. I can buy a bunch and rebuy. You know, no, that's
I don't know,
terrible
maybe.
suggestion.
It hurts
Wrong.
no one. You guys are dumb.
Yes,
L.
take it away. L for,
L for love.
L.
L for love.
Thank you.
Whoa, relax over there. Let's have a look at results and standings from this.
Get me out.
Get me out of here. Yeah, thank goodness. The leaderboard's now on screen. And we heard it in MKS's interview. He said this win has put them in a great position to take the last major slot because they are now 4 wins. The only other team that could be taking away that slot from them is Extreme. And we will find out if that's going to happen because our next series is Extreme versus IG. Extreme Gaming very much need this win if they want to be making it to the major. I mean, if they don't care about the major, then like, whatevs. You just play it for fun, right?
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
You chill,
I mean,
you
it's
chill.
only the first major, guys. Like, whatever.
Yeah,
it's
man.
just
Like,
fun.
take
Who
a
cares?
break. Take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
You don't want to burn out now.
Yeah.
Right? You got the whole year ahead
There's
of you.
still 2
Agreed.
more majors, 2 more tours.
Just don't show up. How about that? Just
Sure.
don't play.
So true. Just,
Just wait
forfeit.
for later.
Yeah. Don't forget that IG, if they win this, then they force out a tiebreaker again with Extreme, so then they can claw up one more spot in the league, so they can get.
I mean, neither would then go to the major.
Exactly, yeah, but
extra
you
DPC
drag-
points.
Kill a lot of
Yeah,
dreams.
you drag them down
Yeah.
with you. You force out another best of 3,
And
you get
another tiebreaker.
Another tiebreaker,
Thank you.
some more DPC points, a little bit more money. So IG, they
More
still have
Dota.
things to play for, if anything.
yeah.
And also, it's a bit of pride knowing that you weren't bottom of the barrel. You're just a little bit up on top of that. So
Another
just a
step.
little up. Yeah.
Well, we will have that series. Who was it again? IG versus Extreme.
Yep.
I knew
Yes.
that off the
Yeah,
top of my head.
something like that,
It's going to happen after a bit of an extended break, though. We'll be back, I think, in about 30 odd minutes.
L.
welcome back. We have our second and final series of the day, Extreme Gaming up against IG. And joining me on the panel is still going to be Sheepstick and T, but
I'm sorry.
no, it's thankfully it's still
Guilty.
Sheepstick and T, but we're changing out Kazu and we have a Lizard down there now on that end.
Unfortunately.
Whoa, what is up with everyone thinking there's going to be a negative connotation when I say their name on panel?
Self-deprecating humor is
It's hilarious. It's a real knee slapper.
well received by Twitch chat, so we just go with it. That's it. Have to keep the chat happy.
Yeah.
You know, contained.
Is that how you make Twitch chat happy?
I'll load up Twitch chat now. Let's
There are
find out.
multiple ways you can make Twitch chat happy, but yeah, it's
For
one of
example, you
those.
can show Nat T on the camera. Ah.
All right, relax. Let's have a chat about the matchup, Extreme Gaming versus IG, and how important it is for both of them. I know you like doing the quick maths, T. You're going to give us the rundown, aren't you?
So, if Extreme are to win this series, they're going into a tiebreaker versus eHome, and then they can get the 4th major spot. If IG are to win this, then they're going to go up against a tiebreaker against Extreme for 5th place and get some more DPC points and money. So basically, the series is really important for eHome because then they want Extreme to lose.
TLDR?
I was going to say the TLDR, if you're an eHome fan,
God, that was
you
so
are
hard.
rooting for IG. If you're an IG fan, you're rooting for IG, and if you're an Extreme Gaming fan,
I wasn't sure if you were trying to like.
rooting.
I channeled my inner play-by-play there for a second. I'm still
You're
running
a
out of
terrible
breath.
play-by-play.
It's pretty much just the meme where it's eHome fans, and then you can be the IG
IG,
fans.
yeah.
Am
There
I
you
ready
go.
to shake your hand?
There
Sorry.
you go.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
What hope can we give to the eHome IG fans, though, about them taking this series off of Extreme Gaming, Lizard?
There's always hope. You can always find hope in the darkest
Yeah,
of
that's
places.
cool. That's why I went to you.
In the darkest of caves, you can always see the light if you try hard enough. And if you can't see the light, you
You just
kinda
ask Lizard
you
for
lick
guidance.
lick your finger, you put it in the air, and you see which way the wind goes.
The wind is blowing?
Yeah,
Do you
and then-
walk towards the way it's blowing or the way away?
I have no idea.
It's okay. You can also just huff a fat tank of copium. So
Yeah, that also helps.
And-
Yeah, very little hope. Like Extreme
reliable.
Gaming for me were
okay.
favorites coming into the season. They didn't really necessarily perform to the standard that I expected from them, but they still performed on a level that for me is currently out of reach for IG.
Yeah, I think if you see the players kind of appearing here, JT, boss man, if he gets his Magnus, absolute stellar performance the other day. They often don't really draft themselves too many initiators other than JT having to do it all. I think the fact that they can draft like that but still have this high level of execution is testament to the team. But I don't think that is the perfect recipe for dominating a region. It's why they aren't in top 2, top 3 contention. They are struggling to get a tiebreaker to 4th place. They have a lot of work to do, but I think in the matchup against IG, they are the favorites. I think they have just shown better overall team execution and understanding, unlike an IG where it's Emo. If he's not talking, they're not doing anything. It's a night and day difference, I think.
And if he's talking, they might be doing too much from time to time.
Also true, yeah.
Because he's the main guy. He's like the superstar of the team. He's living his main character life at the moment in IG, which wasn't the case.
It's the emo like arc story right
Exactly.
now.
It wasn't the same before. And from my perspective, they need someone else to take the reins to actually be more controlling throughout the game, because carrying and doing that job, like so far at least in the season, it didn't prove to be very easy for him.
XG, you just pointed out, T, that they're always sort of, when they draft, only really having one initiator. It's that Magnus. It looks like, I don't know if it'll be high priority to ban, but how easy is it to dismantle a draft that only really has one reliable initiator? And is it possible for IG to be able to draft in the way that breaks that down for Extreme?
Yeah, I think IG, they've shown that they can have these drafts. And I think to answer your question, Chaos is the best answer. When you lean on one Enigma, one Tiny, one Magnus, if you make the fight just super wild, even if they do find that initiation, there aren't layers of movement to get the damage in. And I think for IG, they've had drafts where they've got Emo and some Monkey King, some Ursas. These are the type of heroes that can just jump the fight, get the fight going, and it won't really matter if there's some mag or whatever, because they'll just be collapsing in. So I think IG have it in them to maybe get one really good game with that playstyle, but trying to get that same draft multiple games in a row is very hard.
What has been a standout plays or heroes for you, Sheep, on the side of IG? When have they looked the best in your eyes?
on when they control themselves. I want to say, like you look at someone like Dust. He is sometimes absolutely psychotic.
I was gonna say I feel bad, but every time we talk about Dust, the one thing that stands out this tour was I think he was the Bat Rider, and he blinked. And he blinked
Dust
in past tier
psychotic.
3.
Okay, there we go.
I need to write that down.
Yeah, he blinked in past tier 3, and just no one else on his team was there for follow-up. And
That
it was like,
was awful.
was it the team? Was it him? Was it this miscommunication? But that's like always coming to mind whenever we talk about Dust.
It's at the forefront of my brain at all
Okay.
moments. And I think in general, this team is like on that scale where they are just always sort of, oh, we're about to throw, oh, we're about to throw, oh. And when they are not like that, they are like very talented players. They are very good at controlling pace. Like I've seen them on some Ursas on like emo that's look nice, like you said. It's just tempo and controlling themselves. Tempo, control themselves. That's all I want to see.
Controlled tempo, controlled aggression, controlled psychosis from Dust. Something like that. It's kind of crazy.
Organized chaos.
Organized, but I mean, it is what this game really is. Like, it can look chaotic, it can look like you're being a complete, utter fool, and at the same time you can be a genius, and it's only that, like, 1 millisecond. The question is, do your teammates trust you enough to follow up? Like, remember the interview with Stormstormer? Like, he's literally saying, okay, they're listening to me. If I'm the initiator, they listen. If I say go back, go back, go back, everyone is gonna go back. If I say go in, because he's the initiator. That's the problem that they have with Emo being the main voice, the main character, is perhaps you won't necessarily instantly listen to what Dust is calling, right? Like, if he's going in, he might look psychotic because he's jumping in first.
There also might not be confidence for him to have that comms.
That can be the case as well. Or maybe everyone else is just a little bit too, not too eager to jump in instantly when
Dude,
he
Lizard,
calls
you
it.
remember this clip, right?
Yep.
He was under tier 4s. His team was at the tier 2.
No, I think they were.
They were outside the base.
That was week
They
one,
were
to be
Dude, they were
fair.
definitely outside the base. They were definitely outside the base, 100%. Yeah.
But
They
anyway,
should
yeah,
follow
you're right.
to the
That
tier
was-
4s.
I'm just saying.
They should
I'm
all
just
rush
saying,
tier
no one
4s,
could have
just
followed
straight
that.
down
But yeah, no, you're right overall.
Yeah, so to be fair with IG at least, I think the fact that they are staying in Division 1 is the biggest takeaway for them. They had that shaky start, and building on everything we've been saying in regards to Emo, I think their biggest development, and it won't come today, it will come in the time after this tour, is just, it's not about finding another voice, it's about understanding what Emo wants to do with his team, and everyone doing it naturally. Not having to feel the communication with like Emo giving these like kind of overarching like do this. It should be like if we hear player comms from Western Europe and other regions, it's silent. They just say one thing in the fight. It's clinical. But IG, it's a little bit more. I feel like I'm stressed watching them because like, oh my god, oh what's Emo gonna do? Oh, you know, it's like I don't have that calm feeling that all these other teams who are topping out the divisions have.
I don't know if you remember that, if you had it in your teams, but I had it many times, and I had this discussion with my teammates. It's usually the sentence is like this: if I have to tell you what you need to do, it's already too late.
Yeah, 100%.
It's literally.
That's a really good saying.
Yeah.
The computation time it takes is like if Emo says something or any captain says something and then you're listening to it and then thinking, then processing, you've already wasted, let's say, 4 or 5+ seconds, and that's now.
Like the major idea, there's like multiple layers here. The worst one is during the game talking about the past. Like for me, that's the worst
That's
one.
true,
Like
that's
what has already happened, that's literally the worst. The second one is actually like probably the second worst, it's having to tell someone what to do. And the third one isn't that bad, actually. It's, for me, it's good. It's just talking about the general strategies where you want to play. And that's kind of all right. Like your 5 can say, play around rush. Play around tier 1. Go play in on their side of the map. Those things are acceptable.
Okay, well, hopefully it's something that over the course of this tour, IG have been able to figure out for themselves. We'll see if they can implement it across this game, across the series for Extreme Gaming. But game number 1 draft, Extreme Gaming, first pick, and they have a Mirana.
Yeah.
You were gonna.
No, I was just gonna say, I was like, ooh, these bans are kind of hype. So I was gonna say, IG normally against Mirana did disrupt to Tiny as a response, but they've already banned out the disruptor themselves. We've not seen that first phase, I think, at all. We then have a Rubik snap from Extreme Gaming, like a lot of support love in these bans, which freed up all these big meta cores. And yeah, overall, yeah, IG, this is an opening that's just comfortable. CM is your 5, Tiny, of course, you know, flexing and whatnot. It's not really that punishable. It's just casual, skirmish hungry. We're talking about IG needing to be aggressive to unlock Emo's style of shot calling. This is like one of the perfect openings to do that and propel them into the game.
And it gives him mana too, right?
Yeah, sure. If he's alive.
A Nature's Prophet to close out the phase sheep.
Yeah, it's just very nice hero overall, just flexible. I was gonna say are neither of these teams Brood teams because I mean Brood's
She's fully
banned
left
now,
through.
but the amount of ignored heroes in this opening phase, like between Treant, Brood, and like Batrider and stuff, is kind of crazy.
And now you have to get rid of them, right?
Yeah,
like you've picked
ban them all.
Nature's Prophet. I guess you need to pick. You need to ban out the Batrider. You don't have the first phase pick in the second phase.
Yeah.
First pick in the second phase.
Extreme hasn't actually played Brood in DPC. IG has. I would argue for IG at least picking it on second if your Brood player isn't like super confident. Allowing Extreme one pick into 3 bans might be too powerful unless you're like, again, this like OP Brood team where you don't care, but they're clearly not.
Yeah. Now I think for Extreme Gaming, they're just gonna have to look in the second phase to get some setup. You have a Mirana with Arrow, you need stuns for this. Same with your Nature's Prophet, you want to abuse the global teleport. So back in the day, used to be heroes like your Nyx Assassin, nowadays we got your Rickies.
Yeah, I was going to say, how important then is it for a ban, of a Ricky ban for IG? Or is it like, hey, we know they're most likely going to pick it, let's try and open with something that counteracts it, or close the phase with something that counteracts it?
They have first pick, so they could even snatch it from them. I don't think that it's amazing on the side of IG because it would move the Tiny into a core and you would be kind of showing your hand. Maybe it's something that they're thinking about, but I won't give XG the Ricky. Like from my perspective, having Nature's Prophet and Mirana, those two heroes are probably the best with the Ricky in the game.
Yeah,
you have a setup on the arrow plus the global potential.
Yeah. Tiny also hates blinking into it as well. Like if you blink Avatos into then smoke screen, you won't have
I need a BKB.
the right click after. CM as well, all these early ultimates, boom, smoke screen. So I think just it's a high value ban, but if they aren't to ban it and they actually give it away, then they still can probably go for some Beastmaster type strategy to close the phase. And then it's like, sure, you have all this skirmish, but if we just group around our heroes, have detection, we kind of want you to pick the Ricky if they have that mindset for the draft.
Let's see where they're going to go with it. Oh, the Primal Beast.
Okay, this is one of your answers to the Prophet, right?
Yeah. We've been seeing so much rise in CM, Primal, Marcy, it feels, mainly in the China region and not so much in the other regions when they were going through their 3 weeks of DPC.
We saw Secret. Look where it got them, though.
Yeah.
Oh, and always
Yeah,
gets to fit a nice little secret flame right in there.
It's not the flame. I mean, it is a bit.
Overall,
Just saying how it is.
Overarching overall flame on their performance, but their Primal Beast idea, I believe, was good, was solid. Why they got dropped out, I won't go into that, but Primal Beast for me versus the Prophets versus the Lena's looked pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, they made it work against Lena. So if you can make it work against Lena, it's great against Nature's because Lena's just stupid.
Yep. Like, you can trample over the trees, you can go across them with the charge thing, whatever it's called, I forgot. Like, you can catch him. It's just very good versus glass cannons. Just get to top of them, destroy them.
100%. They've already banned out really nicely as well to deal with the Primal Beast, both Ember and Quap. Anything with a bit of slow and annoyance, Primal Beast hates it. For IG at least, they've given themselves like this 16-minute timing where Tiny support should have Blink, Primal Beast should have BKB. That is going to be their big go time, where Furin still is probably catching up buying some items. Like,
what's that win rate?
That's win rate? It's pretty atrocious.
18.5. What the heck?
Yeah, but okay, let's be honest here. Some of the players in this current series did actually contribute to that win rate going down a bit.
Okay.
Naming no names.
I was going to say naming no names, or you want to call them out?
No. I mean, it's one of the mid laners from either team. You can decide who.
It's a 50-50.
But yeah, anyway. I honestly think IG's just given themselves a really nice draft to unlock Emo's captaining. I think that's the big, at least, development since the last series. Like, it plays itself, it's aggressive. Emo should get into the mix of the fight.
How do you like the Dark Willow and Primal matchup?
Pretty
Dude,
annoying
I
early
love
on.
it.
Yeah.
Like, I love it for Willow. I think when you're talking about all this go timing on 16 minutes, yeah, Primal's going to have a BKB, but the rest of his team probably isn't. And this Willow's going to be able to cover this team fight so nicely. Like, you have to get your way through this Bramble maze. It's really, really hard to navigate that, especially when the BKBs run out. Like, either making their initiation in is going to be difficult, or their initiation out, or their,
disengaging.
Whatever, disengaging. Yeah, one or the other is going to be really, really hard. And with the AoE fear covering that, I think IG's like telegraphed go-in is now quite difficult.
I kind of want to see like the Emo Pudge or like a Slark here. Leaning more towards Pudge because you can soak up the spells and you actually frontline for your team. And then if Willow ever wastes a spell or, Extreme's on the back foot, that's when Primal Beast can then initiate correctly. Tiny can then blink incorrectly, and you can bridge the defensive nature of Dark Willow. But I really want to see Emo on a hero that gets in the mix of it, wants to take the fight. And
is Ursa an option? Like Ursa,
sure,
Slark, Pudge?
Awesome.
Pudge, Ursa, Slark, any of these three, but...
Ursa CM, like, I don't know how you deal with that lane if you're XG.
Yeah. Lean on the... ooh.
Wait, so...
so it's a mid-primal
Yep.
offlane Timber for Tiny and
Yep.
5 CM left with their carry still to pick.
Left with Emo,
for
of
IG.
course. He's the one
Emo needs
making the
last.
calls,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he's the one getting the last pick.
Yeah.
If it's the ultimate last pick. If it's not the ultimate last pick, you can have it. Dust, it's fine, I don't care.
I like the Ursa way more than the Timber, like that you suggested. I just think it makes their ability to like take Roche and set tempo a lot easier. This Timber Saw is good at doing the same sort of thing. Like you're gonna be able to take this tower because XG are very focused on physical damage early. So you are gonna get to take the map control that way. I just think like going into late game, the Ursa would have secured you a little bit better, and
They
give you
panicked
They
boost.
panned it themselves.
Yeah, I felt that perhaps there's a chance for IG to pick for XG to pick the Ursa and rotate the Prophet on the offlane, right?
That was, going to be my next question. Is this Prophet going to be 1 or 3, or is it just very flexible for them still? With the Timber coming out, are you like, okay, let's move the Nature's Prophet offlane, like we can't have that matchup?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to play the Prophet into the Timber.
Yeah.
Doesn't strike me as the easiest lane for him. Like Timber will be free farming. You're playing what, Timber plus Tiny? That lane should be quite fine for them.
Yeah.
And do they have a vessel builder? I guess you can do it on either the Mirana or the Dark Willow.
I would like to see Vessel and Willow and the mech on Mirana.
Yeah, you can. The question with the Furion, at least, it's like, do they care too much? Because Timber's like, sure, it can be annoying in lane, but the speed that Extreme can play around the rest of the map, they can just drag IG around, and then it's like you're taking all these fights, and you're delaying it a little bit longer. Like Extreme can be super high pace.
And Timber can't really take towers that easily, right? Like he's kind of tanking the creep wave, hitting it, but it's not the...
And that's the theme of all of IG's lineup. They need catapult waves to really hit towers.
Is this a monkey now for XG and you just put the Prophet on offlane then? Like
yeah.
if you're worried about the Ursa, then you should have been worried about the monkey as well, I feel like.
It's still, I feel like Slark as well could still lean into that same category.
Yeah.
Like anything that puts a bit of pressure and can just run around the map, and then you jump the backline, and now IG feels uncomfortable because Primal Beast goes in, and it's like, okay, now how do we protect everyone else? And obviously Timber falls off as the game progresses a little bit. So.
Anyone else sticking out for you guys? What is the key thing that you want this carry to have? What are you chuckling at?
I'm not chuckling. It's just the entire last 2 minutes of talk on the panel. I've just been thinking about Dawn Gaming's Necrophos. So I'm like, yeah, pick it.
No.
Pick Necrophos.
That was like one good game for Necro that I could ever imagine, and it didn't work out well for him. I mean, the lane did, but later on, they fell apart.
Yeah. I mean, that could be down to execution, though, so maybe it would work just as well here.
That was picked literally just because of the Spectre. Like, if we're talking about the same game, I think we are, right?
Yeah.
XG with the draw.
Sure. Okay, just going to kite it out. Like, it's picking Drow into Primal Beast, into Tiny heroes that happily get on top of her is maybe a little bit of a question mark, but it will do fine in lane. Once she has the items, the Hurricane Pike, she will have plenty of ways to kite out these initiators.
Is there enough protection on the side of Extreme Gaming that even if she got gone on, it's very quick for the rest of the team
I don't
to
think
collapse?
so. I don't think so. They don't have too much frontline. It's decent, though, in a different way. They don't need frontline if everyone is sitting hard. They have Dark Willow, Mirana, Prophet, and the Drow. They all will be hitting. I want to see this Mirana with some right-click item build. Like, you can get Greaves, but I want to see the Western European Greaves with 4 raid bands or something.
Yes, another PA! Let's go!
It's a pretty good PA game.
I mean, pretty damn good.
The PA game yesterday was pretty clean with the break into the Spectre. You just never care. Like, that was pretty cool. And in this game as well, PA does really well against Drow, against Furion. Can't really get locked down. So it's now like a ticking time bomb for Extreme, where does PA get to Battle Fury, Deso get the charges, get BKB? So
does she?
I think she should be able to. There's a lot of disruption with Timber. Like the first 4 heroes are very disruptive in the game, and it should buy any carry 20 minutes of farm. Yeah.
I have no faith.
In the PA or
again?
Again.
Brother, you're doubling down now.
I'm doubling down. Yesterday,
I'll fight you.
yesterday I failed with the PA call. It is emo playing it, and if it's like, it's one of those heroes that you want to give to your superstar player. That's true. I still think that Extreme will be able to close it out faster.
Okay. I know that she's going to hype up this PA.
Of course, let's go. It
Let's
looks
go.
amazing. You have a whole Timbersaw Primal Beast to hold your towers, hold your triangle, give you that space to farm. Like, this is such good quarter-core matchup. She's definitely going to hit that BKB timing, and I don't see how she's going to die at that point in the game. I really, truly believe this is an amazing PA pick, and I feel confident that the rest of the team will carry her to her timings.
Yep. Okay, I mean, that has faith for me. I've got full belief. IG taking game number 1. We'll see how it plays out, though. We're going to jump on into it and head on over to our casters. It's Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat and Fogged. We got a great one today. It's deciding, are we going to get one set of tiebreakers or another set of tiebreakers? And already off the bat, IG, they need to get this win if they want to keep their hopes alive of getting DPC points. An incredibly well-known organization, 1TI2, the second most played amount of games ever, 2,608 games for IG. The only one to beat him is LGD. This is only the second time they've played Primal Beast.
Interesting. And you know who's playing it, right?
Mr. Dust.
Your favorite man who likes to play those reckless heroes a little bit. I mean, the PA, I'm always a bit worried in this hero in the patch. Extreme does have a fast timing lineup, a lot of physical damage. I think this Willow can do a lot of work. That's the one I'm looking at for the side of Extreme to shut down kind of all 3 cores, as long as she has a good game. PYW has been able to do some crazy stuff on this hero before, so versus Timber, Primal, and PA, the root is very good. So is the magical damage, of course, early game. So I'm going to be looking at him in particular, at least for early game kind of controlling of these. But yeah, I think if IG is able to slow the pace of the game down, get this PA online, then perhaps Emo can carry. But I don't know. IG is kind of reckless. So I would think that Extreme should be able to kind of control game with this type of draft because they have this Drow, this Nature's Prophet, super hard scaling as well, and they should be able to get advantage on towers in particular. But who knows?
It could be a real barn burner. Tons of early rotations from this Extreme lineup. I'm looking at not just that Willow that you're talking about, but also the person PYW is probably going to be playing with in Paparazzi, playing on this Tusk. You run around, you find that PA snowball roller's punch, and just like, you know, one little right click coming out and maybe an ulti from PYW and mega dead.
Yeah, because Walrus Punch, people know. True Strike, you go right through PA's evasion. PYW, the root and everything, always is going to be really strong. And, I mean, Bedlam looks great if you're able to actually utilize it this game. So, versus Timber and versus Primal Beast, if the Willow has good game and stuff like that. Of course, it's a support position, so it will take some time. But, yeah, let's see how it all kicks off. And let's see how Dust does. You know, we said for a reason, we're like, he's playing Primal Beast. I know Panel was talking about it lightly, how the Tusk win rate is quite low and stuff like that. Dusk, sometimes when he's playing these heroes that go in, he goes a little bit too in.
He goes into the towers.
Yes, let's see if he can just, you know, take a little bit of a step back there, make sure that he plays cleanly to make that space for the PA. That's how it goes.
And the other thing is, you know, we're thinking back to yesterday and what happened in this IG matchup that we watched from them that sort of set up for all of these tiebreaker scenarios. And the other player that felt like he didn't have much impact was Irving. Was playing on a Broodmother in game number 1, basically couldn't get anything done. Now playing on this Timbersaw, it's a much more like brawly type of stand your ground, try and get stuff done hero. Do you think he has an okay game set up for him, or is he going to suffer also?
I actually quite like the Drow plus the Willow in particular versus Timber. You know, the Drow can go Hypothermia early on to deal with the regen stacks and all that. And Willow is just incredible versus this hero if you end up having a good start. So I think it is a little better, though. I think yesterday he was set up kind of in a really tough spot. He was an Enigma, countered by like all 5 heroes, and they left him on an island. So that's the one thing I was going to touch about for IG is how much the rotations are going to happen. We saw their supports literally leave their side lanes and check every single rune in the early game, and it kind of hurt as DY.
Yeah, he's okay, it looks like that. They're going to pull this creep wave through as Timber takes the other one back to the other side, but QX going to be Q dead, which is not a thing, but PYW also trading some hits there with Emo. Body blocks coming in from the NP Treants, and already a bit of that bullying beginning.
And I mean, PYW gets the kill, so I know I did talk a lot about how important this hero is, at least in particular, to get a good start. Lots of kill threat on the cores. And the Brambles are so frustrating this game versus all 3 cores. Primal Beast charges into them, gets stuck. Timber can get stuck on them. PA, of course, too. And I like his itemization. Starts with stick, so recognizing what lane he's playing versus rather than going for Blightstone versus a PA. I like that he's got this stick.
Yeah.
I'm only mentioning that because yesterday we'd see a Blightstone versus like a Morphling on a Willow. I think it was from Ponlo, and it had no effect whatsoever. So
couldn't get much done there, no. And, you know, I think that this lane, you're sort of set up to at least be able to survive in it for JT. He's been one of the standout players for this Extreme Gaming squad, but has tended to play on these other, like, you know, sort of team fighty heroes.
Yeah.
Now playing on the NP, it's a bit of a different role. PYW kind of getting brought down low. Does still have Shadow Realm to play around, so
he got the
will
pull.
ensure he gets that pull, the half pull at least on it. Not bad.
beautiful. 2 creeps gonna easily be denied there. He is staying very low though. Has to keep himself a little bit healthier. But JT is able to get free farm right now and is slowing down the farm of Emo for the time being. Dust in the mid lane, he's doing great. I mean, his laning is always very good. That's the one thing we've always looked at for Dust.
The
Laning is always
8-minute king.
excellent. Yeah. And especially as Primal, you kind of just trample and you just kill the entire creep wave, and it's very difficult as these melee heroes to get many denies. So yeah, he's off to a great start, but so is Paparazzi.
Yeah, and Paparazzi. Ooh, will they be able to do anything up top? He's brought down low, the leap forward. Obviously, very little armor. Can't quite get enough damage to bring him down, but that does mean it's Irving solo in this lane, facing off against 2 plinkers.
Yeah. He has hit level 3, though, so he's got the 20 stacks built up. Should be all right. And yeah, this time around, not double-checking runes. So like I was mentioning, IG yesterday, literally checking runes constantly. This time, not going to be the case, and PYW is actually going to be the one to check bottom runes. So Dust won't get the fill up, and Paparazzi will.
Paparazzi there, a little bit off the mark with the shards, but still obviously a very scary moment being 1 level ahead right now of this Primal Beast. We'll see if that level 6 mark comes out, if they want to try and make rotations, or if it's just going to be to try and, you know, potentially find a kill with somebody rotating into their lane.
Yep.
Snowball, dodge the damage.
Nicely done.
Fine and dandy, gets almost a deny there, but couldn't quite.
Down bottom, they got another pull. So they keep trying to like block this camp and stuff like that, but the Dark Troll Summoner is starting to deny a decent amount of creeps. JT forcing lane in, then PYW getting the side pull. So Emo, 19-3, getting slowed down a little bit, but not as much as you see the Timber getting slowed down. 9 denies upon Ghost up top. And Poloson now, after having to go back to base, will refill Dust's bottle.
Needs to head back up there afterwards, though, obviously, to get him some extra help for that Timber Saw.
Irving is on a much more self-reliant hero, though, this time around. You know, the Brood, it was decent kind of self-reliant hero, but he got left alone so early that he was punished yesterday. This time, he actually can be left quite alone versus Dramarana. There's not enough damage between the 2 of them.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough, then.
Yeah, it's okay for him to move around a little bit.
And as we talked about, the NP having a very good start to his laning phase. As we're getting close to the 6-minute mark, you can see hanging out around the area is going to be this Tiny trying to set up to secure the runes. He's only level 2, as Dust will use another round of that trample.
Love it. Paparazzi just avoiding all the damage. Level 6 is hit by Dust first, but Paparazzi has also hit it himself. So could cheat those moves bottom.
QX in trouble again, and will get dropped, so they find that kill.
And PYW gets Courier too. Off to an amazing start in the Willow. And now he's actually moving away from the lane too as well to check the rune. So giving XP to JT. Early Wrath of Nature is going to be online, and they have Walrus Punch available.
It's down bottom. Gets the illusion rune for Paparazzi.
Nicely done. All these things are definitely adding up. 1K lead now for the side of Extreme. And he just punches the catapult. No cares.
The cooldown there on the Walrus Punch changing in a couple patches ago makes this hero so much better in the mid lane. QYQX wanting to make a move and root, which means no snowball, but oh, the illusion rune, it comes back to bite you a little bit. That's a nice one.
They killed all 3 catapults. So top lane, DY arrowed it. Mid lane, they punch it. And bottom lane was just auto-attacked by JT. So all 3 lanes now putting pressure on. And level 6 Wrath of Nature is about to be online. So that extra damage on all these lanes could potentially set up onto kills. All of them pretty healthy, though, I would say, on IG. Kind of tough for them to set up for a kill just yet.
Yeah, just tanking down bottom here with the Treants to try and get some extra catapult shots onto this tower, which they will be able to do. But yeah, not as easy to make those rotations for kills like you're talking about. That Timber Saw much more survivable, but there's no way you're going to gank Primal Beast.
No, not yet. They are getting significant damage down here. Is there going to be a rotation to hold this tower? It's dropping kind of low.
can frostbite the catapult at least to slow down some of that pressure, but eventually it's going to be back to hitting again.
Here comes Paparazzi. This is a PA that's looking pretty squishy.
I mean, it's a nice move to go for that frostbite, but need to be careful because if they do snowball in, they're trying to keep this catapult alive.
Yeah, they know the Primal will TP if they go too hard, or the Timber Saw, so Paparazzi's being careful.
Dude, the frostbite on the catapult is pretty nice.
Yeah.
The long duration there, that keeps this tower alive.
Nicely done. Without having to rotate one of their cores, so pretty good rotation. And Irving, he's able to just hold his own. You know, he's versus the Drow, versus the Mirana. He's already hit level 6, he's farming nicely, and Dust just clears out mid lane. So good reaction from IG to the pressure that was coming out. And only a slight gold lead there for the side of Extreme.
And with Irving hitting level 6, that means that Drow has to leave. He can put the pressure on the DY. Needs to get the hell out of here.
He's probably just dead here anyway.
Timber Chain, and yeah, DY gonna get ran down with no more leap charges. He's gonna try and get whatever CS he can along the way out.
Arrows the creep before he dies. Good move there from Irving. And during this also, we did see Paulson. He's been stacking, besides just moving bottom.
Shard still not wanting to commit. I mean, showing the fear that they have of this Primal Beast rotation and how rough that can turn into. Dust even has that Arcane Rune popped and ready to rotate if it comes around to it.
He's just watching. Look
He's
at him in mid lane.
literally
He's literally
standing
just
there.
watching bottom.
And TPs into a sneaky spot. Spots one, gonna trample through this tower. Still taking a lot of damage. And Dust not able to connect onto anybody. PYW now starting to get brought down, but Paparazzi, he's going on the other heroes.
Tower.
So PYW lives, they take the tower, and now Emo, he's just getting dropped. They do get the pulverize out, and that's pretty big. Paparazzi will fall, but PYW moves in, able to stodge away from those roots, but the chase down, a couple more hits. PYW gets the kill. Roots tries to walk away. Paulison, can he be there to clean up this? It looks like they're gonna just about get into range, so the good rotations from IG will secure them 3 kills down bottom.
Big money for Dust. Great rotation. I mean, he was literally standing still in the mid lane, waiting for them to make a move down bottom. They will lose tower, but great trade kills. PA is gonna suffer, of course, though, because they did finally find Emo, but a nice little reaction coming out from IG.
You can see that Irving, being given all of that space, is gladly taking it up. Hasn't really been able to transition into a ton of tower damage himself, obviously on that Timber Saw, but there was a stack on the Ancients, which he can maybe clear through later. But IG, they're going to make this move now, smoked up with 3, hoping to find somebody lurking in the mid lane.
Dust is level 9. He's really, really strong right now.
Finds Paparazzi yet again, able to get
miss.
him. They're not going to get the silence, but the snowball's there. And standing still, now Dust. Oh no, the Dust effect. It's happened again. No! He goes down as they run into 4.
Brambles. It's going to be a problem all game for this Primal Beast as he does commit a little too hard. He didn't spend, I don't think he spent his gold before dying either. He buys the Ogre Club afterwards. I mean, only lost a little bit of gold, but Gust off the mark, but still ends up going down. And look at DY. He's just looking for the angle to arrow catapults and just try to slow down the push that's coming out from Irving. And Irving's actually reacting to mid.
Okay.
So top, he'll stop the push. DY very happy, and a 2K lead here for Extreme. They kind of have to keep this game. They have to be making all these early moves. They don't want to be slowing the pace of the game down by any means on the side of Extreme because they're playing versus PA. So yeah, looking to keep playing aggressive as Pelosin just continues to get these stacks.
And it's what we talked about, these rotations that come out with Paparazzi and PYW. They find the fear, they have the Bedlam. The dynamic duo, they just do too much damage.
Yeah. It's always really significant if your Willow has a good game, has a good start versus all 3, because all 3 heroes are about movement abilities. You know, it's the chains, it's the Primal Beast charge, and it's the PA with just getting stuck inside roots. It's level 7, and all 7 kills, PYW's a part of.
Dust gonna get caught again. The snowball, the break, and they kill off Dust. Dude, Extreme Gaming, they know exactly what they need to do to slow this lineup down, and they're executing it perfectly.
Just keep running around as these two, PYW and Paparazzi. They have kill threat on pretty much anyone. They're just ignoring the Timber Saw. Yeah, great start. I mean, PYW is part of all 8 kills.
This
pretty
Willow.
much dream Willow pick, it feels like.
Now pops off in a big way there. QIQX shows up on that high ground. Main thing holding the back right now is just going to be mana, and
okay, he'll be right.
threatening. I mean, that's a scary moment right there.
Jake? They're tipping. JT's like just having a look. He's just. I mean, he's always just smiling. Look at his camera.
Yeah.
He's having fun, and he's going for kind of a carry build. I mean, probably gonna just go up for the Gleipnir and stuff like that. But I thought maybe we'd see the Ags build this game since he's playing versus, as we said, those movement heroes that are really reliant on jumping around in and out of the fights. But yeah, I mean, he's just going for scaling since he's got Drow Aura.
I mean, JT is probably having the most relaxed game he's ever had. He's got playing all these like solo Magnuses and stuff like that, where he has to like somehow find 3 heroes with an RP. Now he's just like, all right, I'm just gonna hang out and hit some creeps, guys. You do the work this game.
I mean, it's the truest thing ever, really. He's had pressure has been put on JT so many times in these games that he's chilling, getting that scale going on, just spamming ults. So far, an excellent start here for XG, and yeah, they're really slowing down Emo's timings. He's gone for a lot of early game items also on the PA. Treads, double Wraithband, it's slowing down that Battle Fury timing quite a lot.
Right, and I mean, it's feeling more and more like all of the weight of the world this time is going to be on Emo to make it happen. And I mean, will he be able to come online in time? There's like some thought maybe later if he gets Deso and all the rest of it that he can get close to one-shotting PYW or something, and maybe Dust can finish him off since they do have some like magical AoE damage. But it's feeling like that window is going to be so late into the game. Extreme might just be able to hold on through it.
I think like Extreme might just be able to completely shut down the map, right? Take all the towers, take the Roche and stuff like that while they're still looking to pressure IG.
Find another. And they're like, Paulison, you're not worth it. We're not going for you right now.
DY?
Do they go for him? Okay, actually, DY sticks around a bit too long, trying to get some D-ward action there and gets punished.
They're blocking Ancients.
Yeah.
So they're understanding exactly what they're playing versus. They're like, okay, let's just block the camps. We see the hard camp was blocked there from the Sentry and the Ancients too, so limit the space for Emo to farm. Extreme, I mean, I don't think they mind too much that DY gets taken out there. So far, the game plan looks pretty perfect from them.
Paulison will get the D-ward on that Ancient camp, so it will be open again when the PA goes back for it.
Well, let's see, though, because there's also Nature's Prophet on the enemy team.
That's
so
true.
Let's see where these Treants are going to go. I mean, they're kind of just actually suiciding into the mid tower. Okay. I thought maybe we'd see... I've seen so many of these NPs just like TP aggressively and just spawn Treants and just walk them in and block these camps constantly, so... Looks like he wants to... I mean, he's just taunting him.
He's
just spamming TP. Look at him.
JT is not sure where he wants to go, but having a good time with it.
And he's about to have Atos. So, again, those 3 cores definitely going to have a little bit of difficulties as... Ooh, a Blink for PYW rather than going for Yule. So, just wants to get on top of these heroes with Bedlam.
Interesting.
I like it. Very aggressive.
Paparazzi, he's foregoing the Blink, going straight BKB after the Falcon Blade.
Cool.
So they're opting for more of the jump to, I guess, come from PYW on this Willow here, which is kind of a nifty build. Irving having to go more for like the team welfare build here as he's gone into the mechanism trying to finish off Greaves. But you can see when XG group together, there's no way for IG to fight into this.
No. And Emo is... He's so squishy.
Yeah.
He's like 1,000 HP. They will find the Willow.
That is a big kill. Shutting down PYW at this point is really nice.
Yeah.
If he's just left to get items, this game gets completely out of control, so they need to find those kills.
Autumn. Dust. Paparazzi's on the hunt. They've got the TP in, but they guessed the wrong way.
Dust off to the side. Gets out of harm's way. Does have that BKB completed.
Okay, that's nice. That's going to at least protect him versus like the Willow and versus this Gleipnir that's now coming out for JT. So some type of protection. And now he can actually commit is the important thing, right? He can actually get on top of either the Drow or the MP, just BKBs, charges through the Brambles, through the Gust and stuff like that. So let's see what Dust is going to be able to do with this. And how much space he's going to be able to make for Emo, because Emo needs a lot of it.
Emo needs time and time, but does have that Battle Fury completed. So at the very least, the first step in the process to trying to get him online is there. And Invis CM has been walking around skulking in these areas and does find JT. Will probably just drop a deep ward and then TP out of there, though.
Still chilling for a sec? Yeah, he'll get out. How's the Blink Dagger looking on Polison? Still a ways away, still about 800 gold. And now that he's showing himself, he might just get gone on immediately.
Yeah, this is going to be the danger. The Blink forward with Gleipnir ready. Most likely Paulison just going to drop.
Ooh. painful one. Now, 650 gold from that Blink Dagger. Does have a Philosopher's Stone at the least, so we'll get that bit of gold while he's dead especially, but Extreme know exactly who to punish. Time and time again.
Yeah, finding those kills on those supports getting into the first item is always going to be really nice. It does feel like now with the Greaves, you've got some more answers for the side of IG if they want to try and run around as 4, as Emo gets revealed for a moment there.
In trouble.
Do they want to TP in on this, though? JT has it up and available.
Arrow, Dust
goes
catches
out.
it.
Well done by Dust.
The whole team is coming up here too to protect his triangle. But look at the treants. JT has them put him in position to block the camps.
5. Oh my God! It is going to block out the Ancients.
The Ancients. Oh no, Emo.
That is so annoying. He is going to be pissed. Let's see on his camera. Oh yeah, that's not a happy guy right there.
He's always talking, so you never really know. He's talking the whole game. One treant did actually aggro and get walked away, so they will have like the hard camp open. But yeah, there's a reason I mentioned it. I've seen so many of these NPs. They're so disruptive with their micro lately. So.
Well, they don't manage to do anything there, and in fact, we'll get a quick little D-ward on the side of IG. Polison won't get brought down in the bottom side of the map. So Extreme kind of taking their foot off the gas a little bit in the last couple of minutes, but they are setting up some good vision here by DY, trying to get some good wards down. And
look at him.
In this area with the Ancients blocked, they knew he might head over this direction. But still, I mean, when your PA is being babysat by like one core and another hero, it definitely shows that IG not interested in fighting until Emo gets his items.
And they're scaling really hard. That's the one thing because the build that JT's gone for, it's not just a Drow they're gonna have to worry about. It's an NP as well. So even though Emo is getting away with the farm, it's like, is it gonna be enough as this 4 protect 1 for this PA to actually carry the game? He is playing versus, as we mentioned, the punch that's always going to be able to go through that blur, and the eventual itemization that the Drow and NP can go. So definitely feeling it. Pretty big concerns coming up for the side of IG.
Yeah, in a way, almost the Drow feels like it's one of the least of their concerns, because you'll at the very least have like Halberd on Timber and a couple of these other things to try and slow it down. Emo might need to prioritize other heroes at the start of the fight. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean Emo is still very squishy. He's getting pupil gifts, which is pretty fortunate for him. So 1600 HP at least on the PA, and now looking to at least try to slow down this farm. With that deep ward that was placed from the CM earlier, they want to ideally try to find Ghost at some point, because they're not slowing down anybody. Ghost is free farming. JT is free farming. So they want to try to find some type of kills with their blink reveal on Polison.
And you assume that XG, they know that blink is coming out now. So they are going to play the other side of the map. Now, the unfortunate part is that JT blocked the Ancients where they're going to be playing at. See if that comes back to bite them if they go in to try and farm it. But
JT has literally blocked it. I mean, look at the treants again. Yeah. He just continues to send them at the Ancient. It's standing there. It's got 45-second duration. And he's also, I mean, the hard camp is available. But yeah, he's limiting a ton of gold that's coming out for poor Emo.
They are trying to take a counter tower now. You can see IG, they shove out the bottom wave with Emo, Irving pressuring in the other side. But yeah, Dota Plus win probability very heavily right now into the favor of Extreme, who have gotten the early game that they wanted and are now going into the mid game feeling very confident with themselves.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for them right now. Ghost and JT are just absolutely free farming to be able to get their defensive items, their aggressive items as well. Silver Edge is queued up for Ghost. I'm surprised he didn't buy the shard this game though.
Dude, Ghost,
but maybe just not caring about Timbersaw.
He's so good too, right? He shoves out bottom lane and then runs all the way back up through into his base instead of going in through the Ancients, because he knew that there's a chance they warded there. Like, keeping himself so survivable, because that would have been an easy rotation in, but Paparazzi, he's in a little bit of trouble. Avatos did not pop BKB and gets punished.
Big kill. Massive one for IG. Can they turn it into the tower? Looks like they might be able to. Irving is going to walk up. Okay. Time to slow down that momentum. But XG looks like they perhaps want to fight. No shard on the Drow, though.
A little hard for them to take this fight, it feels like. The root's there. The Terrorize comes out onto 2. Is it going to be enough damage out there? It looks like it. Dust is just evaporating. They throw out one avalanche, but Timbersaw caught in the trees, his worst nightmare. Irving has nowhere to timber chain to. Oh my God. Timbersaw killed by the trees. It's come to fruition.
PYW is just He is just owning this game.
He is having an immaculate performance.
Literally, he's part of every kill. 7, 2, and 5, 12 kills on the board. Now perhaps able to just turn it into the Roche. I love the skill build too. Didn't get the pointed out from him, but the max stun. So he's got the shard, so as long as he connects the fear, that shard is gonna pop, it's gonna stun them, and we saw it exactly there to control Dust pre-BKB.
Devastating moves from XG, and the skill build paired together, making the plays that they need happen. And that's the thing too, right? Is like you have these Greaves hypothetically on the side of the Timber to be able to keep you alive, help you deal with these issues. You've got BKB, you've got all these skills that kind of pair together to potentially deal with this Willow, but it's just not coming together.
No, PYW just playing it perfectly. From the sidelines, gets the fear off, gets the chain stun. Beautifully done.
Right. Yeah, and you don't want to have to pop BKB for that fear, but now seeing what happens if you don't do it.
Yep, you're probably going to just have to pre-BKB every single time when you see it in the air.
4 minutes on this Aegis for Ghost.
And this Willow, I had a feeling it would be a problem for them, and it most definitely has been, as he is almost same net worth as Primal Beast and Tusk. He's getting pretty close to there, and he's got Philosopher's Stone, so we'll continue to get that kind of scaling.
My goodness.
Yeah, really well played. And Ghost, instead of going for Shard, it looks like he's just going to be going for Silver Edge, so wants to just break, I mean, all 3 cores. Looks pretty good. Versus Uproar, versus PA Blur, versus Timbersaw as well, too. Feels quite nice, and gives him protection, of course, too, to be able to reset inside of fights.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not going to be that easy to catch.
Irving.
He's far forward. And no, they're just going to move on in and take this tower. God, they take it so quick.
Yeah.
NP with Drow.
Is under attack.
And they move in
Okay,
position,
big
but
wrap
DY,
around.
He's already there. Moonlight Shadow out, but Avatos, they find him. DY is already dead. JT, Paparazzi in already on top of, well, Paulson, but that's already the Aegis burn. Emo ready to turn onto him. They find him, disarm, gets up to the high ground. Marksmanship, do they have enough? Toss back to the low ground. Oh, Paulson, that was a nice play right there. JT tries to TP out and does just barely make it out in time.
Paparazzi.
He's going to be the one left behind. Can he get out? No. Paulson on the job. As the Avalanche goes out, tried to find one last touch onto the Tiny, but not going to happen. So Extreme, they go too far forward.
IG may have found that timing they needed. They've now picked up a gem also. I believe DY purchased it right before the fight, or just a couple minutes ago before that fight, and that might have been exactly what they need to get Emo in position to be able to carry this game. After such a clean game by XG, they're not prepared for this type of wraparound here, and they get completely caught out. Drow unable to really do much of anything. Ghost just dies instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as we've talked about GT's scaling, it still is a problem, you know, if you wait out that entire BKB and just don't have the damage for him. PYW not able to do a ton in this fight against those BKBs and had to just get out of there.
And Emo now nearly top of the net worth. Deso soon on the horizon.
Looking for a quick pick here.
Oh my.
On the QIQX, but yeah, Avalanche to interrupt, and well, they will get the kill on the CM, but that is a lot of net worth to give away to the side of IG.
Uh-oh, XG starting to perhaps fall apart a little bit here. It's PA pick. Getting the space.
Just walks into an arrow right there, but won't end up in trouble.
Lane.
Paparazzi reveals himself for a second, then goes on over, picks up that Invis rune. So down to a 3K gold lead, but Emo very much hitting his timings and, well, has Deso queued up, can get close to that one being finished soon. It feels like XG are going to need to wait out for another set of items before things really come together. Maybe an AC or something on the NP.
Yeah, they just have to have better positioning to try to defend this Drow, or some type of saves instead. I believe Paparazzi, he like snowballed very aggressively when the fight also happened bottom, which I think now, at this point in the game, he's probably going to have to just play a little more defensive on the Tusk, because he's also falling behind. He probably has to look to just kind of save Ghost when they do make those jumps onto him. As yeah, Emo, level 18, Deso's done. He's going to start kind of destroying these heroes. Even the Willow, you know, PYW, sure, talked about how much damage and how much control he can do, but he's gone full greed. He's got Blink and Lens. He doesn't have any defensive real item besides the Shadow Realm to deal with this PA. Could just die to a dagger.
Right, that's what you're saying. Like, and even if he doesn't die to the dagger, if the dagger connects, you've still got Dust there doing AoE damage. You've got Timbersaw. All these heroes do at least have some countermeasure against that Willow if you go into Shadow Realm. So we'll see what the next couple of minutes unveil, but 27 minutes in, next round of neutrals are coming up. And for Extreme, playing a little bit more passively after losing that Aegis.
And Gem.
And
losing
Gem.
the Gem is pretty huge because now they don't have any aggressive wards either, so pretty scared to actually make their own offensive move. Probably waiting for next itemization, like you said, right? AC is near done on JT. Believe the Silver Edge is now done for Ghost.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Still in an okay spot, but definitely feeling concerned versus this PA.
Oh, that Blast Rig. Oh, that's a good item this game.
That is a very good item.
Oh my
Paparazzi.
God.
So Blast Rig, and he's got his Deso finished up. Still has to be careful of how he plays over aggressively.
Yeah, I want to see if Paparazzi can kind of keep the control on Emo in the duration of his BKB in a way. You know, you've got these tools like we talked about with the Snowball, but also Walrus Punch just for the disable even is going to be kind of nice and maybe allow at that point Ghost to reposition himself.
See what neutral items they do get. Mindbreaker comes out for Emo. He's probably going to hang on to Titan Sliver though. He's gotten that one beforehand. So maybe they're actually going to not use that Mindbreaker, unfortunately for them. While on the side of XG, they got a Quiver. So JT, he's got Quiver, he's got AC, and he's about to hit 18. So XG looks like they want to make a hit themselves.
Okay.
Protect Ghost, especially too when he shows bottom.
I mean, that's the thing that's always so frustrating about this type of a play, too, is they're going to lay down some vision, spot Paulison, run right into him, looking for that Walrus Punch control, and it's enough. Okay. So this movement down bottom that they wanted to make early, part of the reason I feel like Extreme pushed it so hard is you look at how low that tower is, they're so close to finishing it off. That opens up more ways to control this map, and it looks like they're finally going to get that now.
Yeah, committing forward and be able to grab the outpost to control map. I didn't actually notice that Paparazzi just opted away from Blink this game, too. I just completely neglected the fact that he just went BKB Deso, so a little bit of tough ways for them to jump in and get those type of saves, so now I understand why he snowballed in aggressively down bottom.
Yeah, needs to... I mean, again, it was on the Tiny. You take that hero out at the beginning, it's really good, but Tiny had some extra survivability in that last fight. And now, even more so, he was killed, but has the Ogre Seal Totem on the Tiny, on top of the Blink Force and Ghost Scepter.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Paulison's had a pretty good game.
Yeah, pretty decent so far. As XG, they do get some time also while they get this tower. They get some wards down. Very important for them as they do accrue that lead back up to 6K, feeling a little bit more comfortable scaling.
Yeah, and AC done, so more survivability against these heroes that love to jump onto a Drow.
Still no Shard. Very interesting. I've always loved seeing when people decide to go for Shard and stuff like on Drow.
JT, get out of there, buddy.
He's
in
got
some
Moonlight.
trouble. And no way to break that TP in time with Dust trying to run on in.
Emo, stepping up a bit far. He might just get feared into stun.
Dude, if they can get this one solo, the snowball in, Dust trying to save him, but is there any way to save him in time? No! They can't keep him alive, and now Dust just needs to run out of there. Paparazzi, obviously, no more. Oh, wait a minute, that was...
He tried to headband him into the brambles. That would have been sick from PYW. That is a massive kill.
JT now pops the BKB, turns, and they're not stopping with just that kill. They're looking for more. Irving gets stunned. The Walrus Punch is there, looking for the rundown, but they can't quite get that silence out in time. Paparazzi dropping low from the Timbersaw, but with the arrow going out, it's not quite going to connect. And, well, Irving, Lotus, still rooted, trying to find a way to escape. Does get just barely away, but it's one last hit from JT. Again, the trees take down the Timbersaw.
Oof, and again, I mean, PYW, he gets the feared connection, gets the control on the PA, and all things back to norm there for XG. It's a long Roche respawn, so fortunate for IG that it doesn't come up instantly, but XG, after that one mistake bottom, have refound their footing.
It really does feel like the best plays in this game for XG have come from PYW, terrorized from Fog.
I mean, entire game has been him.
Yeah.
From bottom lane to that as well, too. Now he has a defensive item, too, very quickly picked up after his lens. He's got an A on disc. He is really just completely owning this game. 10, 3, and 6. 16 of the 18 kills. Just kind of keep reiterating. IG have to find themselves some type of fight here. That was a really brutal hit.
IG make the move out with the smoke. They don't have their Timbersaw with them, but wanting to contest where this Roche that they thought was coming in. But Paparazzi gets the BKB off, and now this fight ain't going to work no more. Paulison gonna get stunned. PYW right on top of him. They get that kill. Will proc the Aeon Disc on one dagger. So showing the danger of still heading into that fight for PYW.
IG have to do this type of play because they're like, oh god, Roche, right? They don't know if that Roche is going to be up, so they have to immediately smoke toward that area to try to catch something. But yeah, overcommitment trying to get Paparazzi. They don't get the initial stun, they get the avalanche, so he's just BKBs instantly on Paparazzi.
And again, we've got, with Lotus done on Timbersaw, ways to keep himself alive. Dust is trying to finish off that Shivas now. So more ways to slow down these right clicks coming in from the two big range damage dealer of Ghost and JT. And JT has actually almost got a Satanic completed.
He is enormous. Paparazzi.
It's found. That Blast Rig doing a lot of work. Pops the BKB on Emo though. So there is a long window here. Although Roche is going to respawn, so 60 seconds with no Tusk,
they
but
can maybe
no
get it.
BKB for Emo.
Oh yeah, he did pop it. Good call. All right, so it might be a little hard for them to actually just commit into Roche Pit. And JT, yeah, he's got it done. So Satanic is finished. Ghost also found himself the Elven Tunic. Didn't get to point that one out, but versus PA, always going to be pretty significant. They're scouting Roche.
Arrow goes out, not going to connect though. If they can find another kill, that definitely opens up the Roche Pit, but XG, they're looking to try and secure this kill. Leash is there, jump forward, Emo right on top of MP, JT pops the BKB, Satanic, can he get any help though? Teammates nearby, leashed up, well, in some trouble, Emo, no BKB, gets stunned, that arrow connected from DY, long range PYW right on top of him. They will lose Ghost, but he has buyback, and the bigger kill potentially if they can take down JT here too. JT in trouble. The other players from IG getting involved, making it happen, but PYW and DY still alive. These supports, they're making it happen. A triple for PYW. Get on back here, Irving. He wants more.
They better tip PYW. He's 14-3. Like, holy crap. Oh, man. They get the catch. Emo, he jumps in. There was actually a cool interaction that happened here, too. The Sprout leash during the charge of Dust. We're going to see it on the clip. Look at this, ready? You see how he gets caught there? The Sprout, the invisible Sprout, catches him and stops his charge there for a second for JT. And yeah, Emo gets caught from an arrow after a Silver Edge break. And now, XG, they're going to be able to get the Roche for themselves. IG almost get a successful fight, but Emo does get brought down and the supports clean up.
And you look now, they decide, all right, we don't need a Drow. We're just going to take Roche with the three of us. Paparazzi there, but a lot of damage being dealt. And you can see JT, a little concern on his face. Always a very expressive player, but it is going to be Paparazzi that takes the Aegis now.
What? Give it a PY.
I mean, he's one level behind him. PYW's 19.
Paparazzi needs it, though. We've seen he's really struggling this game. They're getting on top of him a lot. And, okay, there you go. Don't need to buy the shard for the Drow Ranger. He just got one from the Roshan. So that's definitely the dream there for Ghost.
Totally. Okay, 15,000 gold lead for Extreme. We're 35 minutes in. You can see the damage numbers for the Willow higher than anybody on Radiant. There is still this, like, ever-present danger of Emo, right? Like, this guy now is getting into some serious items that's going to just be able to blow up these heroes quickly. Or do you think that they have the control for him?
It still feels like they probably do have that control, and they are scaling pretty hard on multiple cores and even supports. PYW's now queued up the Aghanims, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got Drow Aura. If the Drow survives, he's got the attack speed to be able to just plow out with the Shadow Realm. I mean, could be interesting. Sure, it still misses. It's the one issue, so if he's hitting Emo, it's not going to be as effective, but... And I like this itemization also, too. DY, Wraith Pact. So, not really the best heroes. Actually, pretty horrible heroes on the side of IG to actually kill this Wraith Pact. And now they're probably just going to fully itemize to counter out this PA.
And I mean, even just the Vlad Zora for his entire team is going to be ridiculous. So,
and a free shard, of course, as I was saying before, for Ghost. And now has a BKB, so more defensive capability. Every item is a kind of defensive, but also add, I mean, a little bit of aggression, too.
I guess when you've got these, like, you know, 3 other ranged heroes that's playing together with Ghost, just staying alive is almost the most important thing for him.
Yeah.
Let them do the damage.
That means 1, 2, and 8. I cannot believe, dude, PY 14, 3, and 6. Like, this is an insane performance.
Yeah, this guy is having a stellar performance. He has more kills than like any other 2 heroes in the game.
He has the same kills as IG. He has 14 kills. Like, it's not something you see too often.
He's always been a standout player, and for the longest time, it was on the Tiny, it was on some of these weird, funky heroes too. Making it happen here.
His Willow and his Grimstroke were two of my favorites that I used to see, at least. A Timeless Relic. It's, you know, it's like PYW. We're giving you this game. They get a Timeless Relic also. He's going to take that for sure. All right. He's damn. His Bedlam is going to kill heroes too. Like, if he gets on them post BKB.
Dude, in 25, Pierce's Magic community, dare we see it?
I hope so.
I mean,
I don't think I've seen it in a pro game.
There's still the attack speed with Ags, which feels like it's probably the better option, but I don't know. I don't know.
I would prefer Bedlam Pierce's, actually. Yeah. He's got Drow Aura, so if the Drow survives, he's got the attack speed. I'm not really sold on him going the Aghanims, to be completely honest with you, but either way, I mean, he's having such a damn good game that whatever.
Do what you want.
Yeah,
do what you feel.
Want. I thought he would go something like Hex or some like E-Blade or something. Who knows? But yeah, this is fine.
XG checking for wards. There aren't any there up on that high. Oh, actually, DY takes one down. Never mind. So that gives the info to IG that, yeah, we can't go back to our triangle right now.
Yeah, during that whole last big fight, we didn't point that out, of course, but they did recover their gem, of course. So
NP almost at MKB. Ninja Gear done too, so a nice pickup for that Drow.
Probably going to hold on to Trickster, I think, though.
We're also seeing, by the way, that the item that I thought was going to be coming out eventually, Emo queues up that Rapier. So he knows that if he's going to have an impact in this game, it has to be by immediately killing somebody.
They're getting outscaled, even though they have PA. Like we said, 4 Protect 1. The amount of farm the XG has been able to take, and only losing one real fight, right? XG only making that one mistake bottom. It's looking good. Oh, a Pentedge.
Okay.
Emo? Yeah, put it in there.
That's a big one for him.
Yep.
I also think that there's like this other weird thing going on with Irving, who is going to get jumped now. Needs to be careful. Has the Greaves, going to go Scepter himself, keeping him alive, but there's just way too much damage. Way too much damage. I was going to say that he has some interesting items that can maybe help him out here, but I mean, with Lotus and Halberd, he's not really scaling, even though he has this E-Blade.
This is the only item. Yeah, this is like the only thing you can do to try to protect yourself. But there's overwhelming damage on XG. They actually, okay, they do pass off. Okay, pass off Trickster Cloak to JT, and they give Ghost the Witchbane instead. So I guess they're just letting JT be the one who sieges instead. Just a Drow Aura now to benefit onto this Nature's Prophet.
Does so much damage there.
Yeah.
To the tower. And JT feeling comfortable with this. They have the Rake Pack right up front and center. They jump, they get the toss back onto JT, pops that BKB, but trying to blow him up. Abyssal Blade already out. Emo hoping, looking for a crit, trying to find one. Where are the crits?
Emo.
There are no crits for Emo. Dust now in more trouble as Ghost DY, they're all rolling on in, finding hero after hero to take down. No crits for you, no kills for you. XG, I think they're looking to maybe even finish off this game. Ghost is hitting tier 4s.
Okay, they'll back off though from the buyback. They'll play it a bit cooler. They got the racks. I thought Emo was going to GG out there.
Oh no.
Hard for him to, so there's so many different layers of things that are going on too. So Moonlight Shadow also at 15. We didn't point that one out also as well, but the evasion, all these little things do add up as Irving.
Yep, in trouble there. Dies, just gets bursted. Didn't get to do anything in that last fight. And yeah, there's the GG that gets called. XG, too much, too strong, and PYW the standout player in this one.
What a god. Really, like, absolutely amazing performance. I thought this Willow would be a problem for the side of IG, but I didn't think it would be that much of a problem.
No.
He did everything and more, right? These fears, ridiculous. The control, the damage, everything really. That was probably the best Willow performance I have ever seen, to be completely honest with you. And yeah, after their one mistake bottom, IG, they found this kind of opening, but couldn't take any fights afterwards. Extreme kind of played the map really nicely with the way they kept closing things off. And man, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
As well, the economical damage.
It's emotional damage too, you know? Emo, that type of player, it sometimes plays on the edge a little bit, and he definitely got a lot of those Ancients blocked out against him. I think the thing that was really nuts about it is there was those two big moments to me that felt like it were moments where maybe IG could pull things together. There was the mid-fight where they tried to take that tower down, and PYW from Fog, Terrorize, gets the kill onto both of them with Ghost. And then up top, another round of Terrorize gets the kill onto Emo. It's just, there's nothing more you could want from that performance. I don't know if you need to really ban it, though. Like, that's the thing to me that feels crazy, is that it felt like it was partially just a very good Willow game in general.
Yeah, I think the pick was just perfect, right? They saw Primal Beast. They see these like mobility kind of based heroes. Primal Beast absolutely detests to play versus this hero because you need BKB to pretty much do anything, and you have to kind of like pre-pop it a lot of times. But still, PYW delivered, and he delivered even more than we expected.
Well, at least he didn't sell his BKB on the Primal Beast. As we get ready to go back to the panel, then break down the action game number 2.
That's definitely one positive to look at there for IG. One thing that we have to look at though that wasn't so positive, Sheep, was the PA. Despite us trying to hype it up, it did not have the same impact as when we saw it yesterday.
Yes, it sucked, and I guessed this correctly in the drafting phase.
Whoa,
Obviously,
whoa,
we
whoa.
all knew that this PA was terrible. Thank you for your pat of
Yeah,
solidarity.
all three of
knowing
you,
that
all
we
three of
guessed
you were just like,
correctly.
this PA,
Yeah,
I don't
no.
know why they picked it.
Awful.
I will happily stand by and say the PA pick was good. The
Okay.
emo was bad.
I actually would agree with that though. Genuinely, I
Yeah.
thought one of the biggest downfalls of IG's game was like Dust making like big mistakes early game. He did that amazing TP bottom, got that triple kill. Like, I thought things were looking good, and then he just randomly runs in mid alone and dies. And then he goes bot when they see an enemy on a ward. In fact, the PA just died to the enemies there and
he
dies
still-
again. And his entire momentum as a mid just fell off completely. And then it became a game of we have to farm to our BKBs, we have to farm to our next item, we have to farm to our next item. And Extreme were out-farming them the entire time.
It is really unfortunate to see IG have a good draft. Felt like they were holding their own in the earlier part of the game, but it really is sometimes just these misplays from Dust, which is what we talked about coming into this series, that we wanted IG to clean up some of that stuff, to work a little bit more cohesively as a team T.
Yeah, I'll say for this game at least, we just saw the previous highlight where IG was able to capitalize on extreme positioning. Normally, this is the type of moment where their lineup should be able to take over the game, but PYW and his Dark Widow is having the most godly performance of his absolute life.
So true.
He's finishing like 16-3. There was multiple times like in top lane. The reason why this game doesn't snowball for IG is the Willow finds the PA top, kills her pre-BKB. Okay, cool. Now that's one death post IG winning the big fight. And then there's another fight in the jungle. Same thing happens. PA, IG, they actively try and take a fight without BKB. Who kills them? Arrow into Willow. That's the second fight now after IG should be able to win all the big engagements because of this Willow. So I think it looked like IG should be able to take away this game. But PYW just stepped up and was like, no, we're not going to chain feed this game. I'm going to recover it for you. I'm going to carry everyone on my team. And yeah, pretty much cushioned what could have easily been IG sweeping back into this game with kind of that mid-game timing that they went to go for. So I think PYW should be the MVP 100 times over. Insane Willow performance. Watch back this replay if you want to play Willow. This was just goated overall.
You definitely put it well there. It felt like PYW did put his team on his back. And when we look at all the stats, it's very clear. Like, even if you didn't watch this game and you were just looking at that leaderboard, you know that the Dark Willow was standing a cut above the rest Lizard.
Yeah, can I be contrarian here for a little bit?
No.
Like everything, no, for him definitely.
Oh,
I
okay.
agree with his
MVP?
with him being the MVP, of course. But
All right.
like overall, I look at this Extreme Gaming's lineup and I can understand where you guys are coming from with the PA. At the same time, there's like a high chance of it to backfire, and like Dust just jumping in, going in like that. I don't know what the right approach, what the better approach would be. Like getting a blink earlier or something like that together with Paulson, because the problem is your moves are telegraphed. And you're playing into a team that literally loves playing into telegraphed movements. They don't have a frontliner. What they do have is like just this side of cannons waiting for you to go in. Every time that happened, like Dust disappears in a second. Tiny disappeared in a second. But yeah, they could have played better, sure.
I honestly liked how IG played this, like by not fighting them, like playing sacrificial. They knew that if they ever fed away a free kill, it would lead into Roshan. The one time they did try and do it at the mid tower, it gave Extreme that Roshan, and then they had to wait for the next fight. It's just like after they win the big fight, they stumble in the next couple movements because of this Willow. So
It's almost like they let their guard down a little bit. Like, oh, we're ahead, and then all of a sudden it's this position 4 that you're not really expecting to just be taking over a lot of fights and positions that you're at.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
it's like playing Spectre when you get that one big haunt play and you now suddenly have 4 items, you're like, and then you just throw it away.
I'm unkillable, and then
exact
you
same
still
thing
die.
with this type of lineup. Yeah.
Yeah. There was also like just general misplays in how they took their fights. Like IG, remember that fight in their jungle where PA didn't have a BKB up and they just try and take a fight. like she tries to match up to a Nature's Prophet who does have a BKB as well as a Satanic, does absolutely nothing, ends up getting killed. They lose Roshan because of that. Like I think IG just misplayed their early game pretty hard, and then when they were on the way to make a comeback, just continued to make sort of poor decisions.
It does mean, though, that when we come back with game number 2, there is still a high chance that IG could take the second game, because despite a few misplays, they had a great draft. They had moments back in, and we'll see if they're going to have the same in game number 2 after this break. Welcome back, Extreme Gaming up against IG. We just had game number 1 concluded. It went into the favor of Extreme Gaming. In game number 2, we're going to have a bit of a chat about the draft because something that surprised me a little bit of game 1 drafting between these two teams was how much importance the supports had in the first phase ban. We had a Rubik, a Snap, who I guess you could argue can sometimes be core, and a Disruptor band. So 3 out of the 4 essentially being supports.
Yeah, snap ban, at least it's not something that IG's been rushing towards, nor it's been other teams been banning out. So yeah, it's more maybe they saw something in that replay when they played it that they're respecting a bit, but it was a bit of a weird entry. I think it'd be nice to ask in the interview maybe why you had some thoughts behind it.
Because they have PYW and DY, man. Like, you have to ban out 6
Yeah,
supports.
man,
right?
what are you,
Come on,
stupid?
bro.
Jeez, cuz.
Come on, bro.
I have never seen this from Lizard before.
Entered the
Do
street.
you need to
suddenly.
calm yourself?
No, I'm
Do you need
I'm a big fan of PYW and DY. They're
Yes.
my
One disruptor ban.
They're literally my We're gonna get more.
There you go.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah,
No,
but overall,
no, it's not. Oh, you're all in. We're either getting it or not getting it, Lizard. Which one is it?
look, XG for we're getting it. Calm down, Nat. Like,
Disruptor's like the
don't take this energy away.
This is the cool ban because of what you were saying. The snap ban is like the
what the hell? Yeah. Okay, I see.
that's the confusion. You
It's
know?
not. It's not like a ban that can't be easily replaced with anything else, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. I agree. Still though, PYW and DY, let me praise them a bit. These guys are literally extreme gaming for me. Like, they're the core and the foundation of the team. If they have good heroes, I believe in the team. I believe in the combo. If they are on wonky supports, yeah, I lose my faith. Last game, it had nothing to do with PA and Drow. I was just looking at what PYW and DY were playing.
So good.
Oh, you talk about them getting good supports and.
2 supports banned out.
Yep.
Bang.
I was going to say they already take away some comfort, the Disruptor, Marana, and IG getting a Rubik, which is quite an OP support these days.
Yeah, that covered everything.
Yep, I don't know if you can say anything else.
What's the
Rubik,
response?
great laning phase, guys. His
Please tell
stats,
me
his
more.
fade bolt.
Oh,
My god, he
gosh.
gets a secure lane for literally any hero.
No heckin' way.
Yeah, they could close the phase with whoever they wanted right now.
Wow, like who?
Someone that really enables their offlane.
You could just go Centaur here.
Profit.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Centaur.
Anything really. I think Centaur's good because it's just this robust laning combo. You run away from egg, don't really care. You already have Rubik to steal avalanche and stuff, so you already have team fight on that regard.
Rubik plus Cent, pretty strong lane, but where did you get that Centaur pick
Yeah, where did
from?
you
Like,
pull that from?
it's just like, let me.
I mean,
These are
PSG
deep
does
into
it.
the
It's a Chinese thing to do a lot, and I think
I'm
we saw it
looking at his
yesterday.
thing. I don't see a Centaur anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
If
That's
they
why.
do, then I'll pay you £5.
I think
We will
Centaur.
put
Thank
him
you.
on our shoulders and carry him around.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just throwing it out straight away because I think other teams have picked it. It's simple. It's nice. I like it.
Like, no risk, reward is high.
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's like if they don't pick Centaur, I'm like, well, whatever. Moving on. Draft progresses. Oh, it's a doom.
When I saw the color schematic, I was like, whoa.
It's okay, I'm going to give you £5 anyway.
Oh, she got you.
Got your ass. All right.
Sorry. God, there you go. That
The
really
lag
hurt.
settled in.
Doom. Classic Doom. I mean, hey, now you might see a Centaur ban.
I love how
at
you said,
least.
Doom. You
It's like
silly
reminiscing.
goose. If I recall the times.
Oh, gosh, I sure loved that Doom pick every game in the Chinese DPC in week 1 when they lost every
was gonna
single
say, what
game.
Reminds me of
what is-
summer of '69. It
So
was such
good
a
memories.
good.
I don't know if production can do it for us, but what is the Doom win rate in
I got
this
it
region?
for you.
Oh, okay, don't worry, don't worry, production.
7 games with a triumphant 0% win rate.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
go!
I didn't know if there was like one win somewhere in there.
Nope.
Nope, that's only.
And you know what? They lost they don't have momentum going into this game too. We're going to see another Doom loss.
Yes,
Wow,
yes.
she's already calling it.
Dude,
I called it.
You did.
I summoned it.
listen, that's pretty cool writing, honestly.
I drew a pentagram.
What the heck? Why did you do that?
I don't know. I'm edgy. Anyways,
He's the edgelord.
Lone Druid banned out on one side, Snap on the other goes away. XG actually banning it, but that's because of the Phoenix, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like we're talking about the support bans, it's like Disruptor really has been a prominent thing in Extremes lineups. IG has leaned on Snap being like a simple pick for them to not really reveal much, and both, of course, both lineups, they need that entry to a draft. For IG at least, Doom Rubik, it's like,
I don't know if that was like I kind of really like this, or I'm not sure if I really like this.
It's kind of, I'm not sure if I really like it, just because, I mean, Doom Rubik is a incredibly strong, robust side lane. It applies pressure, it exists. IG just need to make sure that they have layers of skirmishing fight now to be able to enable it, to localize fights, to give the Doom presence. Because if Doom just throws a cheap Doom off without really thinking who he's going on, there's going to be Avatos backs, there's going to be Egg covering it with Sunray shards. It will be hard for IG to actually capitalize on who they Doom right now. So I'm kind of hoping that they don't.
AoE Doom. You jump in, you Doom all of them.
That's a trap. Don't do that.
That is quite a trap. So I'm hoping IG sees the weaknesses in this very strong opening still. But that's something that they've not really capitalized on throughout the previous DPC.
Can we debate this a little bit? Why is it a trap?
I was going to say, how many
does
Dooms
like,
buy it?
Yeah.
Nearly every Doom that lost bought it, and they would, because they would struggle to keep on someone. Like you could go some Shivas, some Hex, I don't know, something that actually locks the person down and keeps them near. Or it's hard, right? Because we kept seeing Centaur and Rubik as responses to the Doom. So whenever they ulted themselves, they would just lose the person. Like 4 staffs too, they would never be able to actually stick on the person they were dooming.
So I guess as long as you have control, it's good.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to come from the Doom. Like Centaur is still in the pool, sure. Rubik is taken by them. So they've kind of covered themselves in that way.
Yeah. It was just a massive money sink when I feel like they could have put those into other items. Because it's just, like, AoE Doom is nice, but I feel like it's good against, you know, say, an Enigma where they have a Linken's and you have to, and it's the only way you can deal with the black hole. I don't know. I feel like otherwise, maybe there are other items that are just stronger.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, cool. Cool, that's good. I'm glad.
Yeah, we agree. We're on the same page.
Thank God. With your validation, I can make it through this draft now.
That's so nice of you to say.
Are you guys going to be agreeing on what?
We agree with you too.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking.
I was going to say my question's now redundant because we see the DP.
XG's draft just looks very robust at the moment.
You guys love the word robust. I have to mention it. Stop
so
it.
basically, I'm.
What's a synonym for robust? Quickly, Lizard. Well-rounded. Good work.
No, not really,
Hearty.
I guess. But okay, sure.
So what are you about to
Sorry,
say?
carry on with your
No,
point.
it doesn't matter. One of the main topics of the book that I'm reading right now is robustness. But anyways, they get the DP. They have 2 big ultis. They can take towers easily. They have map control. They have initiation from Extreme right now. Well-rounded. Thank you very much, Nat.
No, you're welcome.
But that one is overused too. So
It is true.
True.
Sorry,
Okay.
robust is king right now.
it's kind of it's meta.
Well, here you go. Here's some more. You strong, vigorous, sturdy, tough, powerful.
Ooh.
Rugged,
Sturdy.
hardy. Okay.
It's a very hardy lineup.
Full-bodied. Full-bodied.
I love a very vigorous lineup full of vigor.
Durable, resilient.
Resilient is probably
nice.
Pick Spectre, please, Extreme Gaming.
No.
Because IG, it's like they pick Drow because they don't want Extreme to go Drow themselves. They've done Drow before with a Phoenix lane, Drow against Doom. They've done this matchup. It's really good. For Extreme, they can literally go for, I think anything disruptive in fight. They could also, actually no, I still lean on Spectre, honestly. Like IG, their plan is just really robust lanes. I'm going to say it just for the fun of it.
Stop it. I'm going to scream.
I did it on purpose at this point.
Really
but, like,
hearty lanes.
Yeah, but it's like Undying Drow, you shouldn't really be losing a lane, even you actually punish the DP a lot. Doom Rubik, it's really hard to shove them out of lane. If they find the right neutral creep plus mana boots, they can spam out a lane as well. So I think Extreme, you're going to concede on lanes a little bit. Don't try and take that fight to them. Just go for a better overall late game pick. So I'd love to see them pick up some Spectre or something just to put the pressure on IG, because I think IG have proven in the previous game when they do have an advantage or a window into the game, they don't have the level as a team to execute that consistently. Oh, God. All about the fight,
There's some Tundra-esque looking lineup.
That's
right
very
there.
true.
That's just because they picked CKS cheating.
Everything else, kinda.
Maybe not everything but the DP, but still, they go for CK and they are going to actually try and just take the fight in the lane. I didn't really expect them to go this route, but it's going to be DP. The question is, DP shouldn't do well on her lane. CK should do pretty average in his lane. If they actually do come out ahead, sure they can, but I actually favor IG just to have an early lead in the game with these heroes at least.
I don't know, I hate CK overall. I'm a big CK
Oh,
hater.
doesn't matter the lineup, you just hate it?
I'm a big CK.
Is it because he's not very robust, would you say?
No, he's very robust.
He's very robust, he definitely
that's
is.
weird
the most robust.
But at the same time, he's kind of fragile versus...
So he's not robust?
Yeah, he's not
correct.
Okay, but you can correct that. You can make him more steady.
Can you?
Hardy, beefy?
You could just...
Vigorous.
Very vigorous. You could really...
Invigorate the CK for me.
This This is the worst draft of all time. Yeah, you can pair him with something like a Kunkka. Because I think what I like about the CK pick is that it gives them some more low cooldown spells with your stun. And that's what I was thinking of. That's why I was thinking about Kunkka in the first place. I wanted them to have an easy way to start fights that doesn't rely on tiny blink. Since you have a DP and a Phoenix, I want more of that like control within a fight so you can actually use your spells and do your damage. Especially playing into a Drow Ranger, you don't want her to be able to get into a good position. So this DK with Blink, nice. Maybe pair it with a Kunkka, also nice. The bans that are coming out from IG are probably going to be along that line, which is why you see Puck banned.
Yeah, I felt that Puck would be decent on both sides, like even on IG. One hero that, as well that I see could be decent on both sides is Invoker on the mid lane. Like maybe a bit better for IG actually.
They could also still go for Extreme. It's like some Primal Beast on mid. They're already banning out Ember, which is one of the matchups. Just something to run in. Oh, they're banning it. Oh, they're banning it themselves. Okay, hype. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, they don't have final pick in the draft, so sure. They ban it anyway. So IG, they still need their mid laner. Something to jump back, but also have some damage.
Some DK, some Invoker heroes that work well with the Drow are like solid. Do you feel that Spirits are better? Like Ember is banned out, but there's a couple of them left in the pool.
They have damage issues right now, where it's like they can throw a tomb down, they can A-click, but they need an extra little bit of something to kill off that doom target. So I think I'd rather have
Is Lash an option? Like he gets ignored completely here.
I think with the Mage Slayer build on the CK, I'm not like mega keen on it. Why does the other team always take the hero that I recommend?
Extreme Gaming Kunkka.
Yeah, pop an Extreme Gaming Kunkka. Thanks, IG.
You're like, nice, you should take DK. Even pick it up.
This actually happened to me. I can say it's happened at least 3 times, which is weird.
Maybe they're thinking the same thing. IG are like, yeah, Kunkka would be great for them, but we could also really use it. And now we just get a deny pick, and it still works for our lineup.
Yeah, some damage mitigation for Extreme Gaming. Like back in the day, a decent matchup for Extreme would be just to put the Tiny on the mid lane. But
what do you think of Templar? As like a way to just keep pushing these objectives with DP? Or do you think it's too greedy with CK?
I think I just want more forms of jump.
Yeah.
Some like Void Spirit-esque Pango type thing for Extreme. Just
you can Pango's still in the pool.
You can disjoint the Kunkka, but also apply the pressure. If you have multiple ways to find Drow, like you need a hero that gives vision to see the Drow, and then you fight from there.
Okay, yeah, this is like
wait, where are the lanes actually?
This is Monkey Mid versus the Kunkka.
Oh yeah, I do understand.
Yeah, this is like this is the old school way of dealing with the Kunkka that even in the old school did not work. Like literally, you put this monkey on the mid lane, you can itemize a little bit for earlier game with the diffusal and whatnot, but it's always the same. Like you're defeating the Kunkka until he hits 6. Once he hits 6, you get X marked 1 rotation, you're dead. Your whole mid game falls apart a little bit. I'm not sure. Like I value Extreme Gaming as a team that can definitely make this work and. You know, like bring it together, but I'm not a big fan of Monkey Mid.
Yeah, so is it going to have to be a lot of rotations, a lot of focus and help on the mid lane, even more than normal with the Monkey King?
That's how I feel.
I think Extreme should be conceding all of their lanes to some degree. I think IG have really robust lanes everywhere.
Oh my
but God. I think, I'm going to keep saying it, it's fine. Okay. Just to annoy you.
I'll punch you every time if you want.
And then I think overall Extreme, they're going to always have the matchups into Drow in the mid-game fights and stuff, so I think Extreme have executed better. They have plenty of heroes to snowball the game with like 1 item each. So even if they have bad lanes, they should be able to recover. So I think Extreme will 2-0 this.
All right, try not to describe either lineup as robust sheep.
Row your boat, Kunkka to the wind.
There we go.
That's it. That's how you're going to give me your prediction. It's going to be IG, huh?
Because no, it's going to be Extreme. It's going to be Extreme.
All right. Thanks. That's some really nice in-depth analysis. We'll try to get some more from her after this game, but we are going to head on into it with Fogged and Lyrical.
That's right, we're heading into it. We got some awesome stuff coming out right now. The Monkey King facing off against the Kunkka. Paparazzi says, that's what I want. Mischief for the win. How you feeling about the drafts, man? Very stalwart.
I'm a little torn. I liked a couple of things from IG. I don't mind the Kunkka last pick. I think the lanes maybe could... I think that mid matchup is going to be the one to watch out, because I've seen, when Thompson played it so much, he would actually destroy the Kunkka. Like, absolutely destroy him. So... we'll see how Paparazzi's able to do, because he's had a couple struggles, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a bit interesting, because the Tombstone looks like kind of an issue. But then also the egg maybe on the... I'm a little bit torn on this one.
I mean, yeah, it's the interesting thing. It could go, oh my god. Oh, that's not where the ward is, buddies.
See?
Look, have fun.
They thought.
Comes out after they see that they drop down that sentry over there. Huh, interesting. IG boy. Dude, JT.
Look at him, I love it.
He is just...
He's gonna get Emo's like, don't you dare say boy. Good luck. Alrighty. Okay, man, I'm trying to look back and forth. Just interesting, because it's very different style drafts from what I kind of expected, actually, from both sides. So, yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to do. They throw this Death Prophet in the off lane, because they're playing versus the Undying, so they wanted to have this kind of range matchup that we've seen. Not a strength hero to get punished all the time from the Undying. But Emo should be able to get some good farm down here on the Drow, so should be able to protect. Yeah, I don't know, I'm torn. Torn on the draft for sure.
Very interesting setup that I think also could come out right here, because I'm pretty sure that Extreme saw both of the wards that were placed down. Not 100% on that, as Dust is already going to start learning how to count up to 4. Paparazzi showing him the way and zoning him completely off of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a crazy amount of denies likely on the Monkey King. Every time you get the Jingu, you just use it to get those power denies, and you just hit him every time too. It's just not easy. It's really one of the most difficult lanes, probably the most, if not for a Kunkka. So we'll see how it ends up going there. Paparazzi's going to, he's going to own this mid matchup. So that's probably the big thing that I'm looking at, and I'm maybe looking at perhaps some damage issues for the CK on the side of IG. Unless they get the initial Doom on him and Phoenix is taken care of, I think this CK is just going to kind of reign supreme. So I guess in that case, I would kind of side for the side of XG.
Oh, you're saying that you're going to have damage issues dealing with the CK?
Yes.
I thought you meant that he was going to have damage issues.
No, I'm dealing with the CK. Because like I'm looking and it's like, yeah, they have a boat. If the Kunkka has a pretty good game, which it looks like it's going to be pretty slow start, of course, for him, then maybe they do. And if they can keep the Drow alive, but they have ways to get on Drow with Monkey King and Tiny eventually, so.
Dude, what is happening out here? They've just pulled the wave completely to the side. QYQX lane against PYW in the jungle. Jungling is back, everybody. They've made it work. Will maybe not quite get that denied there. So whole wave is going to follow behind PYW. Needs to be careful, though. Because he's getting dropped down somewhat low. Does have some mangoes.
He's going to drop a tombstone for him. He's just going to
PYW immediately tries to get out of there and will be able to escape.
Does mean they lose the creeps, though. 2 of them will be easily denied.
Dude, that zombie's coming for him, though. Look out. It's coming the
cool
long
way. Wait, I don't
way.
have that cosmetic. That's a cool one.
I think that's like the $10,000 tombstone or something.
Oh, okay. That could be why.
And yeah, Dust already forced to bring on out that bottle after the first rune. Going to get sent out. So yeah, it's not great for him. And in fact, Dust, he might be too far forward here. Paparazzi gets a ton of damage out early.
I mean, he's got the Orb of Venom now too. He's going to be 11-11 after this wave likely. Yeah, this looks pretty disastrous. So it's for IG and top lane also.
DY gets first blood. We'll go down to Polison after, but Irving falling. Ghost, is he going to be okay?
He's got Wand.
It looks like he's fine. I mean, yeah, this is a catastrophe. The other big issue with that Kunkka matchup, right, is with Mischief, you always know when you can get a chance to proc it off right there. You can see Dust trying to play around it a little bit and get his positioning better, but particularly once he commits that boat, it shouldn't ever hit onto Paparazzi for the damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised he actually went for just straight bottle in this matchup. I've seen people usually just go like double bracer or either just rush boots versus it, but yeah, opt for just getting bottle and try to get rune control. So yeah, let's see how he's going to be able to
You can't play Dota like this
one. No, I mean, he's just, now there's Orb of Venom on Paparazzi, so.
It's just not going to work. 16-12. Like, I don't know what they need to do to change this up. Like, bring another hero mid or something, because Dust is not going to have a game.
No, they're going to have to make rotations with Rubik for sure. Undying cannot leave bottom, otherwise you're going to see Emo start to really struggle. So, yeah, it's going to be eyes on Rubik to kind of make those rotations, and then it's just going to, I mean, Ghost is going to free farm anyway, so I think XG is going to come out very far ahead in these 2 lanes, and yeah, I think without Kunkka having a great start, I'm really worried about them being able to deal with Ghost.
Well, Ghost having a time up top, 15-3 for himself as we take a look at bottom here. JT playing on this Death Prophet, one of the heroes that they played the most consistently in the start of the beginning of the DPC. It's fallen off a little bit more recently, going for those other team fighters, but up top, Irving again in trouble. Ghost used that stun, brought down to very low HP, turning on a DY though with the pullback. Do they have enough to kill him off? They will.
Nicely done.
much needed.
Yeah, underestimating the Scorched Earth damage he commits in with the dive and does take a little bit too much there. But all 3 lanes, even bottom, that's actually, I thought they were going to have a little bit better time on the draw, but even bottom is starting to struggle quite a lot too, seeing Emo get slowed down a lot.
JT right on top of QIQX, drops the zombie house, turns, punches, gets the kill, and TP's out. QIW thought about going in for it, and well, Avalanche misses Emo completely, but does at least draw this creep wave back over to the side. Does he manage to get out of here? Doesn't look like it. It's even dropping the tree.
Tried to block him with vision. Okay. Gets unlucky toss there, but I'm surprised JT TP'd all the way to base. I thought he would TP to tower, so it's going to take a little time to come back out there, and yeah, Emo now will be able to catch back up.
Paparazzi pulled back in. But yeah, there's nothing here.
28 and 18. Yeah, I mean, we knew what the matchup was going to look like. Just get so many denies that Jingu just being able to abuse it versus him is even a rotation now perhaps coming in. They're sending PYW to mid. So they're going to play around the 6-minute power rune. And it's almost a full level advantage now for Paparazzi as Dust maybe just dies too from a rotation and toss back.
Avalanche toss on to the Monkey King. Tries to dodge the torrent and will be able to step away from it. But gonna have to X and TP back home. Well, down bottom, things going a little bit better now for IG. They're forcing back JT. Does not have any help as they sent the rotation into mid. And well, QIQX turns, wants to battle. The TP is gonna come too late.
Nice
Paparazzi won't quite get brought down by Emo right there. Although, does he keep going for more? He might.
Uh-oh, Emo.
Might have voice line too early there, buddy. Boundless strike, a couple more punches. Emo. Oh, that one hurts.
That's phase boots. Orb of Venom, Wraith. I mean, Paparazzi, he is going to take over this game pretty early, it feels like. They do get the nice kill, though. At least they do get JT, and now, all right, they send JT to the mid lane to play versus Dust, and they're going to leave the Monkey King bottom for the time being because of that rotation. Cool.
Yeah, that, I mean, if you can send your offlaner to go 1v1 mid at, what, 6.5 minutes and things work out, that's pretty interesting as far as the way the game goes.
Yeah, this is a weak... JT is pretty squishy, though, and Dust is about to hit 6. JT could just die to the boat right now in mid.
Paparazzi also maybe taking some damage there, but does have Boundless Strike, heals back up to full, kills Emo a second time, and they will go in some damage into mid while QIQX dies there. JT dropping low to Dust. They have enough to kill him off, though, hiding behind some trees. Dust looking for the torrent, not going to connect. Ghost kills Paulson. It is all falling apart right now for IG. They are losing hero after hero. Irving does manage to get one kill. Does he get out of here in time? Looks like he will. Just barely make it back, and Dust also had to TP back home.
Good God. I mean, yeah, I think Paparazzi's just going to completely just crush the game almost by himself. He's just able to...
What a last pick monkey.
Yeah, he's able to go to any lane and pose kill threat. Emo, 18 last hits. All 3 cores kind of at the bottom here for the side of IG. And JT, so I was mentioning mid, there's a chance that he dies, but he just siphons 3 creeps when he gets gone on from the boat. Now if they can bring in the another hero, perhaps they can set on JT. He only has 1 siphon charge. And they do get the stun. Nice to play by Dust.
X is there, the silence comes out, so no Spirit Siphon for the moment. JT will get dropped. So they bring in 3 heroes, it takes 2 cores, but they manage to find that key kill.
They do get a haste rune as well too for Dust, so maybe he can look to make a rotation onto Ghost. Did have to use the boat though. Is Doom available almost up, so Irving, he's getting close to it.
Ghost.
Who they find? Do they have enough damage?
They have them both there. Ghost wants to run, wants to hide.
Here comes Paparazzi.
And pops the ulti, turns now on Paulson, has him back with the Reality Rift, and Paparazzi hunting, chasing, finds Dust. Does have that haste to keep him alive, and that will be enough to make sure that this rotation doesn't bear fruit. And even with how much Paparazzi's moving around, 4,200 net worth. Like, he is still very much ahead of every other hero in this game.
Yeah, like you said, the matchup is amazing, and his core matchups versus what he's playing against, yeah, it does feel like pretty much the perfect pick that they could have gone for. He's gonna have very early Echo Saber, so gonna be able to stick onto these heroes even easier. And Emo is just off to one of the slower starts we've seen on this drow. And some stacks being scouted. JT makes the move up for a second. And top again. Uh-oh, there's a 6 already on Phoenix.
And that is pulling back in onto the Doom. Paparazzi finds the Boundless Strike. Everybody stunned, dropping dead. Devastation, IG. Their hopes are getting dashed right here in this game number 2.
I mean, DY is 6 already. And he just finished up Urn, I believe, right before the fight, too. So 4 Urn charges for him to heal up his buddies on this rotation. They also have Exo. This game doesn't feel like it's going to last very long. Emo is going to have to do some crazy type of carrying, but his Kunkka is soon to be surpassed by the supports.
He's still looking for phase boots. Yeah, Dust has not had a chance to play Dota.
No.
I mean, this is what we talked about, though, right? Like, you see that beginning of that game, and it's just not going to work. They're going to doom the Tiny. PYW.
He's very tanky, though. He has a high HP pool.
Does he manage to get him?
Oh, my goodness.
Irving's right there, and, well, another count to 4, another death on the docket. Does Paparazzi try and deny his buddy? No. This is a fun thing to do in a game where you're winning pretty hard, but won't make that move. 4K gold lead at 10 minutes.
Devastation everywhere. As now Ghost, I like his itemization. Goes for Armlet this game. I think we talk about this a lot. You know, if you... Sometimes versus Doom, it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but playing versus Drow Ranger, this plus armor is always super effective. So I like that he's gone for it. Anyway, and like I said before, I think they're going to have really big damage issues to actually deal with him. And they first have to deal with Paparazzi somehow, who Echo Saber is now online at level 9 compared to level 7 Kunkka. Do have some stacks now, Dust. He's going to be able to work on these Ancients, but it's a 5K lead at the 11-minute mark.
And the items, like you're talking about, with that armlet, with the Echo Saber, with, you know, for Death Prophet trying to go into the mechanism, it's all built to fight right now.
Yep.
They're hitting their timings to completely take over this game. And, you know, we've seen this before where Dooms need to go in for a mech early to try and sort of counter that tempo. It means they're not really scaling into the late game in that same strong way that we see from Dooms.
No, definitely not. And I really, just feels like they're going to run into enormous damage issues, as we were saying before, and even more so once that mech is finished up. And JT, I think he's pretty much has it. So a couple more creeps finished up, and that is going to be that mech finished.
So active.
Oh, boy.
And Extreme wanting to force this tiebreaker with eHome. They want to play at the major. That's what they're playing for right now. If they can get this 2 or win in 3 games, they force a 2-way tiebreaker, one of those 2 teams going to the major.
They're all so, it's not even just the cores, right? Like we're mentioning. PYW now has almost the same net worth as Kunkka. Blink is 600 away.
And Irving down bottom is going to be found, going to be killed. That Lance of Pursuit. Way too much with the Orb of Venom, and pops the phase boots, gets in range, brings him down.
Boy.
JT did take some burn damage there.
Yeah, I think Fire Spirit's on the Rubik. He's got Siphon, though. He'll heal up off this creep. And he's got the Ghost coming back in soon. Back to the spot in the trees, maybe, or actually back to looking for a fight. Eggs down.
Find it immediately, and no more Fire Spirits for you.
And PYW secures the last hit, so after this tower, that's already going to be a blink on a support Tiny. I don't know how IG plays. They have no mid lane. They have no mid lane and no off laner now at this point. And their safe laner, it's a Drow Ranger who suffers versus these heroes who get on top of her.
Yeah, that's surpassing the Kunkka now. The Tiny and soon to be the Doom. Yeah, and Phoenix is also farmed, as we've talked about multiple times.
Yeah.
The game has completely gone off the rails. And for IG, I mean, this is the thing that's sort of been lurking the whole time. Is it's a team that's, you know, at moments looked kind of solid, but hasn't really been able to find that synergy together, hasn't been able to find good drafts, it feels like, at moments. 84% win probability now. We thought maybe after the break, the Chinese New Year coming back, they'd be able to find some new rhythm together, but, you know, in the first game back, they've had Storm Blink Dagger. It's been rough for IG.
Yeah, and there's the Blink reveal. They're probably like, oh my god, Tiny has Blink at 13.
Extreme.
I don't like to call games at the 13-minute mark, but this one feels like there's almost no hope. IG somehow have to start hoping that XG just kind of dives. The thing is about XG's draft also is they can go Roche really easy with CK, with DP. And they can just keep setting up for kills with the 2 supports who are unbelievably over-leveled and over-farmed. Almost a Vessel on DY also. So this Kunkka, this Doom, gonna feel incredibly squishy.
Irving trying to run away. And PYW finds him back behind the trees. XG have been so good with their moves, but will this be enough? The X marks the spots there too. JT wants to keep them alive, but this kill is the type of kill that they needed. The overextension, they needed them to dive. You said they needed them to dive, and that's how you play the game.
Nicely played from Irving, patiently hiding around the tree.
Never give up, never surrender.
Get punished for their over-aggression there. No laugh from JT there. Perfect Doom. Great positioning there from Irving.
Doom the top net worth hero, why not?
They need a couple more of those to be able to have some hope.
And look, he's almost into, you know, a Midas recipe.
Yep.
That's you know, at least going to give him some amount of scaling to turn him into what we imagine is normally a Doom. They're going to stack up some camps here now. But the deficit IG have built up, it's a rough one to try and come back from.
Yeah, it's mostly just the Kunkka, right? I mean, sure, you see the Drow having an okay time, Doom's catching back up, but how does Dust catch back up? They really need just a couple more of these overextensions to have a chance versus XG. XG? I think they'll not do that type of dive play again.
And maybe counting their chickens a little bit before they're hatched here on the side of XG. And showing also why they have been a bit of a mixed bag themselves, running into some issues. Still one of the top teams in this region as PYW. Well, nope, they're just going to keep running at him. Tosses in. Oh my god, they toss JT right on top of Emo. Pushes him back for a moment. Everybody's getting thrown around here. Allison is going to die, but with that Exorcism popped, will it be to go back to Roche? They're going to try and pressure with this. We'll see.
How much longer on the X, so not sure if they can walk into it just yet. Gonna steal the stacks though. So still do want to play aggressive, just not behind tier 2s.
Right.
So they know exactly where that Drow is gonna look to farm to catch back up. It's in the triangle area and they hit it hard. But yeah, still comfortable for XG. Right. Just like we said, don't dive to tier 2s.
Well, and for IG, you know, you only lose those two supports. Irving's still farming, is going to have that Midas brought out to here in just a second. Trying to get into a BKB for Kunkka, one of the best value items that you can get in a game like this. Still going to have a lot of issues, but maybe some type of salvation could be coming up here.
At least some survivability.
Yeah.
But his damage is going to be completely negligent as Vessel, I think, is now done for DY. And yeah, that BKB is still kind of far away. This Vessel versus Doom versus Kunkka, it's going to be amazing. So IG, let's see what they can find here. Emo, Hurricane Pike is finished. See if they can find a target.
Dust doesn't have level 2 Ghost Ship yet, but still a lot of damage mitigation there, and we'll see if he can allow Emo to do that right-click damage that they need him to. JT standing up front and center. Is sitting alive with those Greaves for a moment, but the toss back needs to pop him here. He gets it off in time. Silence on to 4. JT still in trouble. They drop the Doom. JT does get brought down, and now the Doom onto CK. Okay, maybe a chance, but Paparazzi, he's standing up on the high ground, starts to turn, to fight, to punch, to get the hits. Paulison going to die. Can they bring down Dust after? Paparazzi still on the chase. Thinking about going into them here. Jumps to the high ground, finds him there for a moment, gets pushed to the low ground. Okay, Emo stays alive here too. They have an X marks the spot onto Phoenix. Maybe just trying to buy some more time for everybody to get out, but in the end, they take down the DP. It cost him 3.
Only just bring him down too. That's the crazy thing. He gets the siphons off, gets what, a 4, maybe only got like 2 siphons off actually, but they get a 4-man silence and PYW. This is what happens when a Blink Tiny comes out at the 13-minute mark. What, he gets a 4-man avalanche, 2 back-to-back, it feels like. I think right here he also got a 4-man avalanche, yeah.
And that team fight presence that they have can really just rip IG to shreds if they go in too far. But they don't really have another option besides trying to fight, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't think they can look to play farm game. I think they'll just get outscaled heavily. But yeah, they have to commit so much to get a DP, and the tower still stands. Doom, long cooldown as well too, 70 seconds. Still gonna be for that.
9 to 20.
Exorcism is at the ready. Extreme, looks like it's time for them to go to Roche.
Right on into it. The rest of the team TPing to help be that backup that they need.
IG, are they aware of this? They're sending Pelosin in with the X. This is just for a D ward.
Ava, what? Can't get the toss back. So he lives through that one. Let's get a bottle charge for his troubles.
And the Roche doesn't die the fastest. It's still only the level 1 ghosts. But can IG even fight in this area?
I mean, it's hard to think about running into there with Wukong's command available level 2. Another X play. And you can see the smiles on Pauluson's head.
Only a temporary smile, though, because Roche, yeah, they can't contest it. So it takes a little bit of time, but now they've got this protection for Paparazzi, so he can commit really hard into the fights. He's got BKB, goes for the disassemble play, and we'll go back for Echo Saber. Good steal. Bolson will be able to get this Avalanche.
So has that Philosopher's Stone and a good steal to try and hold for high ground. That kind of feels like it's going to be the only option for IG, is fight around the Doom timings. And actually, I didn't even realize Irving didn't go in for the Midas. He decided to finish off the Greaves.
Cool. Okay. I mean, we'll still going to finish up that Midas. Okay, I'm just still looking at Dust. It's, you know, support's still looking to probably surpass him.
Yeah, he's just hoping to find a couple of waves where he doesn't get ran at here.
Yeah, just so he can finish the BKB, but a lot of different things that are going to be just going right through the BKB, of course. The Exorcism, the Monkey King Wukong, Egg.
Yeah, he's going to need a couple other items on top of that at some point in AC, most likely, to try and survive. But
that's hopeful.
I mean, yeah, like the idea that that actually comes out is it's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, absolutely. There's XG smoking up with this fresh Aegis, a DD on Paparazzi also. IG has to just play literally hugging Emo and then hoping they can find some farm. As Emo,
good jump away. Emo gets some separation, throws out that Gus. He just doesn't have the damage. Doesn't have nearly the damage.
Egg on high ground.
And Emo tries to turn to hit it. They're not quite bringing it down. They do manage to get it. Okay.
Alrighty.
And force out that BKB from Paparazzi.
All right, they had the tombstone on high ground, so they had vision and some words too, so. All right, good preparation and just babysit Emo. That's the name of the game.
Good force staff by him to get out of harm's way. You can see the way and the path forward that they have to try and find these kills. We did see another Monkey King the other day that picked up the shard eventually. I feel like that could be kind of a cool option for Paparazzi to get on top of that Drow.
Yeah, it's just an item that you don't really want to purchase so much, especially on Monkey King, right? It's just a big commitment of gold. I mean, maybe he does though, because it is really, really good to get on Drow. But I'd still be shocked if he does go for it.
Maybe he just gets it on that next rush.
Yeah, maybe I think that's probably what they're going to be playing for. You know, you can't really close the game at this point.
Yeah.
You just look to close off the map from them. From the side of IG is Dust. That was his BKB reveal as well.
Well, we have seen some games closed out at this point.
That is true. I think we've seen Emo GG out before this point.
Yeah.
But he's the one actually having a pretty good game, right? He's 3-2-4. He's been able to find a good amount of farm. Still a very uphill battle.
There are ways, though. There are ways to get back into it. And, you know, that rum buff oftentimes thought of as the biggest part of Kunkka's toolkit. He will be trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter after finishing off this BKB, so more control to allow Emo to do that damage. Hurricane's to the low ground. Irving in trouble, knows that Paparazzi's after him. Gets the tree cut. And you can see how scared they are. Even under a tier 2 tower, not willing to turn and try and take that fight. His other team, the rest of his team was not showing up.
Not versus Aegis, because even if they do him and they try to kill him once, XG all in the area, he seemed pretty aware. Good dive this time from XG. And up tower, looks like they're going to try to bring it down without Exorcism. And even setting up for top, they see Emo. They have a deep ward as well on top of him still.
I feel like IG have to know that this rotation's coming, yeah, and the IG will back awck. Although, will they be able to do it quick enough? They find quick vision there onto QIQX. Boundless.
Nice ghost.
Not going to get out in time. So, yeah, Extreme wanting to take the fight with this Aegis.
They want to take every fight, feels like. Even take... Okay, cool. So Paparazzi's going just straight damage. We saw he got the Dagger of Rishtul at 15 minutes. And he also has now taken the Jingu Mastery talent on the Monkey King also. So all about just those right clicks. Doesn't care about having distance to close in on targets. He's got PYW with Blink Force. And yeah, I think these supports, they're going to be those big ones to watch, especially on XG. It's level 13 on DY, Shard Spirit Vessel.
Has so much damage over time and sustain and heal for the rest of his squad.
And, you know, as much as we're talking about Paparazzi, look at Ghost's net worth, too, right? He's got his Blink, he's got his BKB, he's got his Echo Saber and Armlet. So anyone he really finds, they're going to die almost instantly. If they ever do get on top of Emo and he's not able to, like, Hurricane Pike or Gust them off of himself, he's just getting evaporated.
And that's where that Blink BKB build becomes so devastating. Yeah. And you also think as they're running right at him.
Oh man,
he is on top of a ward. Oh, Emo.
Farewell.
It was nice while it was there, but Paparazzi, he takes that kill, and well, more area of the map where he cannot afford to play Dota. And you know, you're talking about how big and strong this CK is with DY having that shard, having the Spirit Vessel. I don't think they can take him down. I don't think he dies again this game.
I don't think so. No, oh, QI, bye-bye. Just instantly dead.
It's too quick.
Yep.
BKB done for Doom. And like we said, Dust trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter. So some types of control for maybe these illusions, these heroes that don't have BKB yet for extreme gaming. That kind of feels like it's going to need to be creating chaos in these fights and then getting a little bit lucky with where those torrents spawn.
Lucky will be the name of the game for IG, I think, for this one. Yeah. They have no way to initiate team fights. They have like the X kind of plays from Dust, but he doesn't want to show his face too much. No. They have no like Blink initiator. They have Force Staff on Polson and stuff like that, but he can't really act as the initiator. Doom, as you mentioned, going BKB, but doesn't have Blink Dagger. Doesn't have Midas to be able to farm at that accelerated pace, and I don't think he's found a Centaur either, so it doesn't have that War Stomp either.
Right. He didn't have the Blink yet.
Yeah, exactly, so can't really initiate fights.
The Hurricane! Oh, that's their time. Hurricane into War Stomp.
How does he have both?
You know, don't worry about that. Okay, you're asking too many questions. Irving's going to do it. He's going to be the first one.
He'll get the Blink eventually.
Yeah, he has 2 slots.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the Toughness Aura.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Smoke XG, looking to just keep sweeping the map. Super strong.
More and more into the Waterworks build for the Kunkka.
So you have it done yet?
No.
Not quite yet. Okay. No, he's so poor.
He has just had the worst laning stage that I think we've seen this entire DPC for any hero, I think.
Not his fault.
No, that's true. No, for sure.
Yeah.
Just it happened.
Yeah, it did happen. I mean, they knew, right? The last pick, this Kunkka, or this Monkey King. We haven't seen it. I feel like we haven't seen it since Thompson always did it, but it did feel like the perfect answer.
Paparazzi remembered.
He did. And now Paparazzi has a full Desolator.
Ooh.
So amping up his CK and DP as well as himself as they see Dust for a moment. Dust, be careful.
Yeah, he's going to head back in and try and X himself.
And a sneaky ward that XG was able to place earlier. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Paulson just goes down. They show themselves for a little bit less than a second and do manage to get that kill on the Rubik. But next round of neutrals coming out now. Enchanted Quiver for the CK as JT will push out bottom. And that tiny little area of the map down there, that's the place where IG get to play.
Yeah. XG is, I love the way they're itemizing out too. Also, I think they're like, yep, Kunkka's not gonna have a game. Doom's probably not gonna have much of a game either. He's been struggling already, and now all we have to worry about is Drow. So, kind of standard build, but AC next on Ghost, all just building items to be able to deal with any of that damage that's gonna come out from Drow Ranger. Even Lotus Orb soon on PYW. So, yeah, all about this plus armor versus the Drow Ranger.
It's a good way to play if you can make it happen. Could see that Kunkka swap in the Vambrace for his neutral item here in a second too, but for the moment at least, 10 to 25, a 9,000 gold lead, a DD spawns bottom, and a minute and a half until Roche.
Yeah, and then, I mean, maybe they actually do, I think maybe they will give that shard to Paparazzi, right? Like, you could argue, of course, for JT how valuable it is for the death profit always, but...
Yeah.
And even for Ghost, like, CK shard is amazing, but yeah, about that gap close, really amazing. And yeah, Paparazzi, next item's queued up, Scotty. So again, just dealing with the BKBs, dealing with Drow Ranger if he's able to get to that point.
I don't know who it was that I saw, but there was a Monkey King that went for the Shard and then Arcane Blink too. And it was like, you Arcane Blink and immediately go. It was so cool.
It's also instant Wukongs, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, eventually, I don't think the game's going to get to that point. I think XG either continue to just play map control and just limiting the space that IG can farm. So IG just, they have to still run as a unit. That's the issue too, is they're getting further and further behind in gold, but also, if we pull up XP, you see these cores, it's 19 on CK, 17 on Monkey King.
I mean, they literally have not left from this high ground little, grove of trees area in the past, I don't know, 7 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, they just can't. They have to still look to play around this Roshan, and XG, look, they want to take this fight before that Rosh even spawns.
Do they have any wards to drop down first? It doesn't look like it.
Don't see one, no.
DY doesn't have any obs yet. Does have a bunch of sentries ready and waiting for somebody to show. They're like, somebody's going to come farm this. We know it's going to happen. And they're going to beat Met. Oh, Dust. Oh, jumping. Abba. Oh, double BKB. Do they go in for more? Okay, they immediately go in. The Doom is down, but Wukong is already out. And the heal for PYW.
He's still alive.
He's staying alive through all of it. Unreal. PYW lives. The Monkey King was never really in danger. And that is double BKBs, and he didn't even get a kill.
That's everything from IG, and now XG, they still have Exorcism running. It's a free Roshan. I really thought PYW was actually going to drop, but DY, beautiful play. The multiple sun rays that you're able to do like that, he does it perfectly.
They did about almost 6,000 damage in that fight, and I feel like maybe 3 of that was dealt to the Tiny, but all of that heal's coming from the Phoenix, that Sunray maxed out level. So strong.
These over-leveled and over-farmed supports, you're seeing the big effects that they're able to do inside these fights. They can't even get brought down.
Total healing. Very high for him. But you can see also, they make that move down bottom, so nowhere is safe. As soon as IG shows somewhere, they get out of there. But no, it is going to be Ghost taking the Aghanim Shard, which, you know, can't hate it.
No, I mean, they're all so good. All 3 cores have amazing ones, so yeah, I can't blame it by any means.
Not a bad problem to have, if we're honest.
And now we're about to hit the broken talent, in my opinion, for CK, is when he hits his full potential, level 20. So Reality Rift pierces spell immunity. You're not safe even if you get these BKBs off on Dust or on Emo.
Not safe, and, well, he hasn't been for most of this one. They do find the Torrent, but he is getting healed back up. DY trying to keep him alive, but that's Aegis burnt. That's a good start to this one for IG. They don't have Doom for another 40 seconds, but with the Tombstone down, they have to back out, and that gets Kunkka's Aghanim Scepter. So IG find a good little burst, and it's again off the back of XG going a bit too far forward.
Yeah, XG playing a little over-aggressive, get punished for it. Still in a very comfortable position in this game.
He has, on Paparazzi, that enchanted quiver.
Cool.
So just more damage.
Big damage, yep. Yeah, Ghost is the issue, though, right? I mean, Paparazzi's been the issue, but Ghost is one that how do they bring him down? They have to get the Doom on him, it feels like, or on Paparazzi pre-ults. And, okay, an Illusion Rune now for Ghost as well, too.
That's pretty good.
A dream. Yeah, just too many targets. It's too many targets they have to prioritize to hit with their single Doom.
Well, and they are trying to get into an Aeon Disc for this Undying. There's a couple other items that might come out soon that could change things, but that AC being done on the CK means that even the damage that was coming out from Drow is going to be relatively insignificant, unless it is one of those moments where it's all 4 or 5 heroes from IG beating into one and, you know, they just die.
Yeah, it's pretty much if XG just makes these humongous mistakes.
Right.
Because supports, you know, Paparazzi's done a couple of these overextensive plays, but he still only has 1 death.
Yeah.
So. And the supports are playing and covering each other perfectly as DY gets a ward on top of everyone.
Oh my god, he gets out. Irving just doesn't know where to go.
Ghost.
Oh, Irving, no. Not like this. He gets obliterated. IG running for the hills. Ghost still thinking about chasing, but won't overextend, so plays that one a little bit more safe as he's waiting for the creep wave.
Well, I mean, they commit a lot just to kill. I thought the Ghost was going to just go for the next target because that Doom looked super dead, but he BKBs and even commits for the Doom as well. I think IG's actually lucky to get out with more heroes. Thought many more of them were going to get taken out from Ghost. As JT, he's like, guys, why are we farming? Let's go. I'm down bottom, boys, but all right, let's go back to farm, whatever.
I mean, that is one thing to think about, right? Is that because they didn't get any kills and that Doom also wasn't used, maybe they can try and take a fight now with Doom back up.
Perhaps. There's still Exorcism available, JT.
Right.
Does still have that.
Just Doom them, lol.
Yep, I mean, that's kind of what they have to do. He is going to be up soon, so it's always just the scare, though, right? Yeah. He's just going to get healed. So someone has to address the Phoenix. It's like multiple things. It's so difficult for IG, but... Yeah. Have to try to perhaps find some type of footing, but constantly having to just literally hug each other, play around Ancient, so this is all that Emo's been able to farm, it feels like, for 15 minutes or so.
DD there.
Oh, baby. And Ghost actually opts away from going for Heart. He wants a more explosive jump in. He's going for Overwhelming Blink.
Okay.
Sure, why not? It's the funner item.
Paparazzi, the one that takes that DD now.
Okay.
And he has Scotty.
Okay. All right.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, Wukong's has already been devastating. Now it's... I mean, these BKBs just won't help you at all on IG anymore. Well, I mean, they haven't really anyway, but...
Right.
Now it's even more answers.
Dust gets his shard done. Maybe can wait for these BKBs to wear off and push the, monkey out of the Wukongs, but we're really reaching here.
Yeah.
Much like XG is reaching to end this in a 2-0.
Wait, can we get... Man, the heat map of IG literally must just be in the Ancients for 15 minutes or so. They just cannot move from the side.
They're stuck in here.
Yep, and now, are they going to smoke? XG's thinking about it. They want to try to get the long wrap. Yeah, look at this line they're drawing. They're like, all right, we don't want to walk up this angle, so we're going to walk up and go all the way behind them. We have the tier 2 taken.
And IG's like, all right, let's get the hell out of here,
Yeah,
guys.
IG's like, okay, now we're going to
wait a minute.
And we're going to hope that someone's bottom, but nobody's down there.
So the question is, what happens when they both realize that the other team's gone? Yeah, that's their heat map.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? They're pretty much stuck inside the triangle.
So do IG TP home? Do XG go cross map?
Might just hit a big team fight in the midst of everywhere, and IG has to pretty much take this fight literally perfectly. Targets have to be perfect, and then I still don't see a way for them to take out the CK and the Monkey King. And the DP, honestly. They're all so tanky. They can maybe take out 1 or 2 of them, but the third one will probably wipe them.
Ghost, does he show here now? They
Emo does.
See the marksmanship, the multi-shots going out there. And IG gonna again play around their ward. This time, though, it's not a ward up on the high ground. And they can't really go back to their high ground, right? Like, now they've taken it over on Extreme.
Yeah, Extreme actually ends up winning that like smoke movement just to get positioning as... Irving. An Invis rune. There's a sentry though. PYW.
Needs to be wary about this
Get
one.
The lift.
It's the pullback. Avalanche throw. Okay, Paulison. Actually, PYW gets out of harm's way.
Who popped what?
I can't believe that he's that tanky on that Tiny.
Yeah. It is a Wukong's expended for a ghost ship, but same cooldowns. So I think XG doesn't really mind that too much. And IG just trying to get some type of catch. They just can't. Too many ways to protect each other on the side of XG. And now they might just force high ground. They have Exorcism, they have Blink on JT, and it's double catapult wave.
Radiant's top tower is
Make the
under
move. Or are they going to wait for somebody to show and then try and kill him? PYW shows there on the wave, so...
Oh, Dust. Dust shows his face.
That's the X.
Okay.
But that also means that
they
he
can just
can't
pop
be there.
Yeah, they can just pop X-Zone going now.
Okay, that works.
Force a glyph.
And stand high ground? Maybe?
JT's going to be the one to walk up.
Paulison? I don't know if he casts another spell after Exo.
I was about to say the same thing.
Irving goes in, hits an illusion, gets tossed back, in trouble, and going to get dropped. That's the buyback after. JT pops his BKB.
Dang.
The waterworks are starting, but they are not doing nearly enough damage. Egg is living, heal is there. They pop their second glyph, and DY gonna get X'd. Does they have enough to bring down this Phoenix? It looks like it.
Yeah, they'll ditch him.
But that is both glyphs used.
And a buyback coming out from Irving. Nice little lift play there, of course, coming from it. Paulison as well, and now smoking. So they're like, okay, a lot of things were expended. Let's see if we can get some type of catch out of it.
They didn't use Doom.
They did not.
Avalanche on the Rubik. This is pretty good for IG, and if you're Extreme, need to be wary. It's still a hard fight.
It's a desperate play, really. IG has to find pretty much anything, otherwise game just continues to go super favorite XG.
And they do find one. So PYW, he's gonna drop. And Roche, oh man, if that would have been an instant spawn, that could have been a moment, but it is going to be a 35-second. So there is a window here where they won't have the Tiny and might have to force a buyback, but I don't even know if they can hold on to this area.
I don't think they kill it fast enough. And I think the thing is the 2 supports died, right? The 3 cores are still up and unbelievably powerful, so I don't think they can actually try to commit into Roche. Still gonna play around this ward and still have Doom. See if they can get anybody. Any of the big targets, that is. Because as we've seen, 2 cores still. They have 4, 1, and 8 on Ghost, 7, 1, and 12 on Paparazzi. It's just JT who's died a couple times, but it's mostly just been the supports who almost get caught.
I feel like IG have to go for this Roche, though. Like, I
think they have to on it. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to get a normal fight out of this. So, yeah, they're going to start popping it right away. And this, if they can get it, is nice. It would have been better with the Aghanim Scepter, but Refresher is something at least.
Okay, I mean, it looks like they actually are going to be able to just commit into it. XG is a bit too scared without the Tiny. Okay.
They dropped everything. Now, if you're Extreme, you might think that they used everything for that one. Do they want to go now together?
I thought they were honestly going to go in to fight there on the side of XG with the 3 cores, but playing it careful still. Knowing that they have this huge lead, probably not caring too much about Aegis anyway.
So, the Refresher Shard on the Doom.
Okay.
And you know what's interesting? I just realized too, for a little while there, Doom had even the gloves of haste in his inventory, an extra one. I was wondering if he was using that to try and like kill the egg faster or something.
He wanted to go Midas, right, and then just like opted away from it. Now he sells it and just picks up a Wraith Vent for some armor. How's his mana pool looking too? He does have enough. Okay.
With Greaves, yeah.
Yep.
That'll be enough of it at least. Well, and obviously the Refresher Shard different, but 40 minutes in and some life found for IG. And the other thing, to be fair, is that like they've kind of gone through what felt like the worst of it for a little while, and they've been able to come out the other side of it. Obviously, XG still scale incredibly well, and they have all of their heroes scaling, and the CK is like an indomitable snowman. But it still has been at least being able to hold on. And then the question is going to be, can they do it again when the full fight happens?
Yeah, when XG full commits, right?
Yeah.
Are they actually going to be able to take any of these real big fights?
And the fights are now maybe going to be a little bit better because some of those BKB charges have worn down a little bit. We're at 6 seconds on Monkey, 7 on the CK, 8 on DP. And that's where your Kunkka can start to make some stuff happen with a little bit of luck on those Torrents and the Torrent Storm.
Yeah. The formula is still incredibly difficult because they have to like catch somebody in the front line while also disabling the Phoenix somehow or getting like a gust, but yeah, it's just, it's not easy. There's now more items being picked up also for XG, and they have so many items to cover each other too, right? Like they have the Lotus Orb in case DY does get gusted. It's almost level 18 on Phoenix. So yeah, these 2 supports do feel like they scale just much harder than the 2 supports that they're up against, and yeah, their 3 cores just... They don't really care about BKBs. That's the big thing too, right? XG, it's like sure, IG has these triple BKBs, but their heroes just get decimated if they walk into a Wukong's, if they get Reality Rifted from CK. Same thing for Exorcism, and even Supernova. So XG just still has so many different answers. And looking at the waves right now, mid and bottom pushing in, nobody on IG showing. XG's like, all right, they're smoking out.
Yeah, they know what's happening.
They've got the read.
But this does allow IG to move out across the map and try and get some vision down, maybe get a little bit of farm for themselves too. They're wanting to get that next set of neutrals. 3 of them still missing on the side of IG. So we'll get a little bit of time for themselves here at least.
Yeah, they got to do anything to at least try to get outside of the base.
Retake their outposts. Almost level 20 on the Kunkka for the extra Torrent AoE. Anything else really that they have coming up soon? They just don't really look like it.
I mean, these small gains, but it's still immense damage issues, right? It's Emo has to somehow survive so long that he's able to kill off everybody, but everybody else is just, they don't really do much damage whatsoever because of how, you know, slowed down game for Dust has been. Even though he's only died twice, the laning phase has just kind of said everything.
It was way too rough.
Yeah. So let's see how these next fights end up happening.
Well, XG, move on in. That is a refresher for the Monkey King.
They have the double Doom, so I mean, Irving could make some crazy stuff. If he finds the ideal targets, then maybe there's like that small chance for them, but still a very uphill.
Dust goes in with no X on him. Willing to walk into this one. And, I mean, the target being forward and having the cheese is at least something, but they're waiting out this Aegis. 45 seconds left.
XG just playing it careful.
And IG, they drop that gem before they're ready to head up onto the high ground here.
Okay, let's see. It's an Aeon Disc on the Undying, but there's a Nullifier finished up on CK. So it's not going to protect you.
Drop a ward down.
Paulson.
Paulson with the lift, but immediately turns in the stun onto Do. Irving, though, he popped one Doom. Does he have anything else? No. He ends up getting caught himself, and now UIQXDY is there. They weren't able to bring it down. Second round with that refresher. Paparazzi way too strong. They are coming back to life on that Drow, and, well, a lot of buybacks, too. Emo in a little bit of trouble as they try and run him down here, but can they get a turn? Ava toss, PYW finds the finish, no buyback there, and, well, that's going to be GG. A 2-0 for Extreme. It took a little while, but the end, it was the one that we were expecting.
Yeah, it was inevitable. When the full fight does kick off, the egg had one hit left on it, explodes, hits on everybody. Probably weren't going to win the fight anyway because we saw the 3 cores just able to stand their ground. Wukong's was already casted, Exorcism was already casted, and a beautiful last pick. I mean, the best possible pick I think they could have gotten. The Monkey King dictated the whole pace of the game. The CK had a free game, and the supports had a free game. A very clean game from XG. A couple mistakes here and there that IG was able to capitalize on it, but it felt like it was like a 5% or 1% chance of victory kind of the whole time for the side of IG. They had very little hope.
Right. IG did make some of those sneaky moves, and I think that, like, there were a couple of overextensions that happened from Extreme, which is sort of indicative of the way that we've seen them play throughout this tour, is that they've had these really high moments, games where it looks like it's completely owning, and then there's like a few little flubs here and there that some of the better teams have been able to exploit, which is why they're in position right now where they're going to have to contest for that last spot at the major. We have a setup for one of those tiebreakers. I think that there's going to be another one that's secured for one of the higher up spots, depending upon which team it is that's battling out for top of the region. But regardless, Extreme is going to have to face off against eHome, best of 3 tiebreakers.
That's going to be a crazy match because both teams have showed a lot of volatilities, right? So that's probably one of the more exciting ones that we're going to see of who knows who's really going to win it. Because XG, sure, they look really good in some of these games, but they also have these type of flops like you mentioned. So yeah, should be fun.
Perfect stuff. A robust game from Extreme Gaming. So we head on back to the panel, let them talk about it.
A robust game means we're going to have a robust breakdown here from our robust panel. Am I right, Shiv?
No!
Let's go!
I'm so anti this word. I'm not even going to say it.
I'm sorry.
I need to hate just
it's a pathetic, fragile word.
I will relax on the words, but I'm not going to ease up on asking you guys some questions about this game. I'm going to ask the hard one first. Why was it so difficult for XG to break that high ground? Why did they have to back off there and prolong this game an extra, 10 odd minutes than what it seemed like they could have closed it out at?
It's kind of hard. It's not that simple.
It's just a little hard.
It's a little hard to push into a Drow. X marks the spot. Ruby Cliff, Tombstones. There's a ton of stuff protecting that high ground, especially when you throw a little bit here and there. So the lineup that they had, you have the Dead Prophet, but not necessarily everything that comes with her that allows you to go and just easily take the high ground. You need to win a fight first and then go and do that. By the way, the fights were simple for them. They all itemized 4 good fights. I love the fact that they had 3 blink daggers. Like even JT getting one is, for me, like the most important part. Like he realizes, okay, there's a Drow. I need to get on top of her. I need to jump those backlines, Drow or Rubik, and we should be able to take the fights.
Let's take a step back. Let's have a bit of a chat about the lanes as well, because you guys weren't too crazy about this mid matchup between Monkey King and Conker.
Slapped, yeah.
I wasn't. Don't pull them in. Don't pull them in. It was me.
Okay.
Like,
well, I mean, it's not like they didn't disagree, but yeah, that one is all on you then, Lizard, if you're willing to take the blame for it.
I don't know. I'll take the fall. I'll take the L. I know Monkey King wins this matchup overall, but
not to that degree
we saw. Not to that degree. Like it was a matchup played very often, like what 2 years ago, something like that. And yeah, Monkey would win, but Kunkka wouldn't be demolished. Like, maybe there was some item choices. Maybe he could have went for boots a bit earlier, played the lane a bit with the wave equilibrium a little bit differently.
But you also have to remember that what you brought up was that he would hit 6 and then they would just gank and kill him. But they just dodged that scenario completely. They sent Paparazzi to the off lane before Kunkka hit 6, and he killed Emo like twice on his Drow Ranger down bot, and then they just put JT mid instead. So what you brought up, they just didn't let that become a thing in the first place.
They were just hyper aware of it. They also knew that JT wasn't doing it the best in his off lane. He was struggling a little bit in the earlier part of it. But when we look at this score line T, it's just so amazing. These Extreme were able to I don't want to say bounce back because it's not like they were down by any means, but just keep progressing throughout the game, never easing up, never letting IG have any space. We saw that heat map. They were literally stuck to the triangle. Like I saw that. I was like, oh no, poor IG.
Yeah, but once again, I think it's the supports in Extreme that also are shining, right? You've got PYW, he's picked up such an early blink. You look back through the highlights previously, there's this early Tiny jumping in, 3-4 man avalanches, the tail end of the highlight reel. You got DY with these big eggs, they're not getting destroyed off quick enough. So I think for Extreme, they have so many layers. And I think JT, PYW, and DY, these are honestly the standout players for me time and time again when they are winning the games. Sure, Paparazzi had this Monkey King Kunka matchup, but yeah, I just love how the 3-4-5 on Extreme, when they shine, they are looking so dominant in the games that they are able to win.
I was going to say, you outlined 3 heroes, but only one can get MVP. It is going to be Paparazzi on the Monkey King.
Yeah, that's a lie for every single Europe West game where we just had 8 MVPs a game.
Yeah, that's true.
It was like MVP and
we throw it around.
An honorable mention.
It's only the first one that matters. Let's be real.
Yeah,
the first one that shows on the screen, that's the one that is the actual MVP.
Oh, really?
Let's go, Monkey.
But he should get it for sure, because like when he gets the last pick, he's picking a matchup that we haven't seen too often nowadays. He's dominating the lane, and because he's put Kunka in this difficult position, out CS'd, out denied, he can't instantly kill off the DP when she rotates there. The Monkey rotates, gets all the kills, and the entire time Kunka was bottom of all 6 net worth on the cores. He needed to step up and be tanky. He couldn't really be there. So yeah, I think just because of Paparazzi's laning alone, it open up the game for Extreme to also not feel pressure to have to go into that triangle. The heat map's there because they're like, haha, you're stuck there with nothing, whilst we're going to get everything. So yeah, just a really good game from Extreme overall.
Did you like that heat map?
It was clean. I like that. I just love it. Just nice big fat
One
triangle blob.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looked like Tundra, no joke.
I mean, it's hard, right? Because usually when you're like in a losing game, you will try and draw heroes to one side of the map and then get your cores out on the other side of the map to upkeep net worth or try and get any way out as you can. But it's so hard for them because of this Monkey King, especially the mobility that they have to cross the map. It just means that they'll go and take, that fight in the bottom side of the map, and then they'll very quickly be top. PYW on his Tiny might already be set up there, and then Monkey's connecting. It's so easy for them to cross the map and keep them in their base.
We also see Doom now continue its 0% win rate streak here. We haven't really talked too much about him because it very much was an XG showing, but do you think the Doom had, I guess, was it a big downfall in the draft? Like, didn't really have an impact and maybe took a little bit too long to get online?
I'm not sure. I feel like you hit the nail on the head with your mobility. Talk and Doom maybe comes into that because they had similar heroes when it comes to mobility and being able to play the map. Like, they all had to itemize somehow. Like, who follows this Doom? Okay, he jumps someone, he makes space, he goes behind enemy lines, but who's actually there that can follow up, that can do anything? The moment they show up on the other side of the map, Monkey King follows them, scouts them, kills them off.
Yeah, it just shocks me because we've heard time and time again in some interviews for the China region that they still really value the Doom hero. They think it has a lot of worth. Yet we never really see a draft that's enabling it. Like, there just isn't anything more to this than other than, yeah, we think there is value to it.
I mean, I feel like for IG, they expected their lanes to go better. And then when lanes go well, Doom has farm, you play behind Doom, you should naturally progress on the map. But I just didn't think they were ready for Kunka to get so, slapped up in the mid lane. Yeah. They didn't expect the Drow Undying to actually lose to a DP Tiny in the safe lane. And then from that point, that's where Doom does look bad because you've not picked yourself stuns to lock down the big team fight. If you're not in the lead, you don't get to choose the fights. Therefore, your draft who's not helping the Doom doesn't look good. So they really needed to win the lanes to progress this lineup. And yeah, just Extreme, just outplaying them and putting Doom once again in the bin. 8 games, 8 losses now, I think it is. So yeah, Chinese Doom is doomed.
That is a rough stat. Lyrical and Fogged brought up that XG winning this does mean they are going to go into tiebreakers for the last slot. So when we look at this, how do you rate their chances? Because there still were a little bit of areas of misplace and things that needed to be cleaned up.
Who is it that's playing? Is it
Ehome.
Extreme versus Ehome? Okay.
Yeah.
I would definitely I think Extreme come out on top of that matchup.
Okay.
I think I lean slightly Extreme, but the last time that Ehome and Extreme played, Ehome had to use their coach for their carry instead of MKS.
Oh, yeah, that's the one time they had to substitute.
Yeah, so we actually don't really have any real information about the 100% power of Ehome versus Extreme, but I still would give a very slight edge, like maybe 60-40 to Extreme, based on their trajectory of the tail end of this DPC season.
Yeah.
I agree. like everything that they said, I feel that Extreme Gaming, like they are just talking about Extreme. I'm a fanboy. What can I say? Like I've been like loving this team for a couple of seasons now. Like ever since they came into Division 1, through Division 2 actually. So I have a lot of faith for them. I hope to see them at the major. I don't care about these three, like JT, Paparazzi, Ghost. They're fine. I just wanna see my lovely support duo there.
That's fair. That's fair.
You guys are just all in about the support for IG. At least they're going to be staying in Division 1. You know, there is that silver lining. They're no longer in the running to be able to take the last major slot. But what about some of their overall performances? Where do you think has been their best showing now that they're all done and dusted? We won't be seeing them anymore for Tour 1.
Dusted.
That's funny.
One thing I do like about them, perhaps isn't a particular showing, is the fact that they have experimented with different playstyles and many different drafts. So they didn't cocoon themselves into one playstyle and just tunnel visioned and lost with it. They experimented, tried like high tempo, tried slow tempo, tried many different carries on emo. Because of that, I have higher hopes coming into next season that they can iron things out, figure out what works the best for them. They aren't shy to experiment.
And you're right. And they put emo even on the mid in that one game, right? Like you look at a team like Liquid who used to do that thing where they're just swapping players around. If you have that versatility, I mean, obviously it's not working for them right now, but you know, emo's also
it's
on a new
role. Failure
right.
Either.
This is a team that if stick together and they keep refining this, they can be beasts later on.
I think it's like very important that they did lose a lot, but they didn't lose enough to get kicked out to Division 2, right? So
yeah, well, it's a new stack with someone who's changing positions, T. Like there is going to be a lot of growing pains to that.
Yeah, a lot. I think at this current rate, they really need to step up after Tour 1 in the break and try and iron out how they want to play. I think it's cool that they are experimenting, but I think they maybe be experimenting too much. It looks more like they are trying to find something that works rather than trying to find things that are good. And in the downtime, they're going to need to decide on one playstyle or one key idea, and everyone subscribe to it. So if they emulate what they did this next tour, they're going to keep struggling. So I'm a bit more of a skeptic for IG. I think they need to prove us a lot.
We're all skeptics when it comes to IG.
Massive skeptics.
It's a big skeptic, but no, I just want to see Emo have confidence in his teammates where he doesn't have to captain as much and allow the game to naturally progress because everyone's understanding of the move. And if I see that in Tour 2, this team can easily be a 4th, 5th place contender rather than nearly got eliminated from the division.
We're just scraping through, you know?
Imagine if they're all just like completely happy with Emo's captaining and then like every panel we're just on here saying, I don't know, it's just Emo has to captain, it's just really stressful. I really want to see him like not have to captain.
Well, we did have 1 or 2 interviews with them, and they did say that it's kind of difficult. So,
Speaking of interviews, we do have one ready.
There we go.
Yeah, we do. We're going to be having an interview with JT, the offlaner here of XG. JT, congratulations on the win. You guys are going to be going into tiebreakers for the last major slot. How are you feeling about that? But also just the win overall.
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后你们最后的话还要去跟eHome打一个这个major 名额的加赛，然后想问一下你对那场比赛感觉怎么样？然后想问一下你现在赢了比赛的感觉是怎么样
的？打eHome的话，肯定就是会尽量把自己的东西打好吧，然后做好自己，应该就能打了。
I think for the eHome series, as long as we did our stuff, we perform our best, we should be all right.
All right, congrats on your win. I would like to know more about your opinion on Nature's Prophet. Obviously, like, picked up quite a lot throughout the different regions and with some different item builds. What's your opinion on all of the item builds of Nature's Prophet and how do you rate them?
想问一下先知这个英雄，现在各个赛区用的都比较多，然后也有很多种的出装方式。我想问一下，你觉得这些出装的方式，你觉得都自己有什么样的特色？你能跟我们简单的讲解一下？然后你觉得哪种最好吗？
主要是现在先知这英雄节奏比较快嘛，然后线上也比较厉害，然后基本上出那个副灵锁吧，副灵锁是能边打边刷，能提供一点东西给团队，就是会比较好打一些，争取一些优势。
Yeah, I think Prophet right now is a very fast-paced hero and strong at landing. I prefer Mjolnir and upgraded. I think it's gonna help the team as well. That's the build I personally prefer.
Okay, does he... Actually, no, this is fine. On the topic of offlane still, though, what does he think is like the most important thing for offlaners to be bringing to teams in this patch and meta?
我想问一下，就是3号位上这个点，你觉得在这个版本啊，就是3号位最应该给团队带来的，或者说3号位在团队里面最佳的定位是什么？
就是3会基本上选出来都是有特定的节奏吧，就是要跟着3位一起打，然后3位要带着队伍一起打，然后就大概就这样。
Yeah, I think every offline hero has its own pace, but I think for this patch, a team should orientate around position 3 early game. So let the offlaner to take the pace, take the handle of the game, and bring up the pace.
Okay, and then one final question from me. JT's your most played hero in competitive is Maz, but I feel like Maz has fallen off really hard this patch and no one's really picking it anymore, including you. Why do you think that is, or what's your thoughts on the hero?
想问一下，你的招牌英雄是马尔斯，但是这个版本马尔斯，英雄也被削弱了，然后出场率也变低了。想问一下你对这个英雄在目前版本的一个看法？
这英雄有毒呀，就谁选基本上都会输。就尽量就别选吧，我的意见。
I think this hero is some kind of cursed, and whoever picked him, they lost the game. So my suggestion is do not pick Mars.
Stay away.
All right, thank you very much.
Right, congratulations on the win, JT. So in week 1, when you were playing against Asta Ares and the Magnus, you were laughing and very happy. In good experiences and bad experiences, you know, no matter how the game was, you're always laughing. You're still doing it. You're still laughing in every game, in times where your team wiped, everything. But you said the teams told you to calm down. Is the team now just adapting to your character? Because you're not calming down. How's it developing?
就是之前第一场打猛犸的时候就看到你一直在笑，然后我们一直观察你，你现在还在笑，然后队友也说过他们尽量让你这个冷静下来。我想问一下，打了一个赛季之后。队伍现在对你的风格习惯了吗？他们会跟着你一起跟着你的节奏，还是说会让你这个慢慢冷静下来？
怎么说呢？就是主要是嘛，就是你输了，就是怎么说呢？输了被别人传遍吧，你也没可能抱怨啊，然后就只能傻笑啊。然后打赢了，你笑也很正常啊，因为你打赢团队吧。然后就我笑的时候，队友也不管我啊，就我自己傻笑啊。就感觉很好玩啊！打游戏本来就是要快乐呀。
So for me personally, if you win the game, you win the team fight. Of course, you're happy, and that's why you laugh. When you're losing, you get beat down. There's nothing else you can do. You don't really wanna be sad. So I just awkwardly laughing. That's just what I do. And as for my teammates, they kind of get used to it. They just let me do my laugh, and yeah, I feel comfortable when I'm laughing.
Oh, it's so good.
Playing game, and then playing game is the most important thing is to be happy. So that's why I laugh a lot.
No, thank you for that. It's so nice to see pro players like when you are behind, still having a smile on your face and having that energy. So thank you for being like that.
That's it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you as well for smiling. We love your smiles. I have a different question. Congrats on the win. How does it feel laning into emo? Which one of these carries do you like to play the most into? And is there anything personal on that lane, perhaps?
想问一下，跟 emo 大神对线的感觉怎么样？就是跟各个1号位相比的话，你觉得他给到你的压力怎么样？然后因为你们。也比较有渊源的话，你觉得跟 emo 对线有没有一种就是宿命对决的感觉？
跟 emo 大神对线肯定他妈就是我打到大这个赛季最快乐的事情啊！他切队友呀，跟切队友打游戏特别快乐，尤其是跟我对线会更快乐，使我更快乐。
Yeah, I'm definitely having a blast laning against the emo. It's one of my favorite things to play against my old teammates, so it was a blast. I enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you. If we question marked you in all chat, what would you do?
那如果 emo 在公屏给你打问号，你会怎么
回他一个
回应吗
问号，回他一个问号。
Yeah, I will question mark him back.
Thank you.
I have another question before we let you go, JT. We've seen you picking up the Magnus. You look fantastic on it, but it's not necessarily a meta hero or favored across a lot of regions. I want to know how it came about for you guys and which hero has been your favorite to play during this DPC.
想问一下猛犸这个英雄，其他赛区用的也不是特别多，不是特别版本的英雄嘛？然后你们为什么就是选的，然后表现也非常不错？然后还想问一下，你3号位上有什么就是最近比赛里或者想就是你最喜欢的那个3号位英雄呢？
猛犸呀，就猛犸还是猛犸呀。猛犸主要是特别帅吧，就能做出比较惊艳的那种动作呀，然后也比较适合我们队吧，然后就选了。
Yeah, I feel like Magnus is my favorite position 3 right now. I think he can make a lot of amazing plays that no other position 3 can do, and I think more importantly, it's a hero that fit our playstyle, so that's why we often pick him.
Perfect, JT. Thank you so much for joining us for an interview, and congratulations again on the win. I look forward to seeing the tiebreakers.
感谢你接受我们的采访，然后希望你们这个加赛好运。
好的，好的。
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye.
JT, absolute pleasure there. He's smiling throughout
So
the game,
good.
winning or losing, smiling here in the interview.
I love the fact that his team, like in week 1, his team was telling him to like calm down and stop, and now we get to do the interview at the end of DPC. And it's like, yeah, my team just accepts it.
Yeah.
They succumbed to me. I didn't break for them, so no. It's like,
I just beat the laugh into them.
I just kept laughing in their faces. Ha ha, we're losing. Ha ha. And then they're like, okay, sorry. You know, it's great. Sorry, I took over.
Dude, if you did that in a game of Twitter, I actually would be scared too. I'd be like, what did we say? What did we say to you? Whatever. Yep.
That's what happened. That's what
How
JT
did you
did.
laugh again?
I can't do it again. That was a one-time
I
thing.
never want to hear that again.
It
No,
was hype.
clip it and ship it. That's becoming a voice line now.
That was my JT impersonation, because that's what happens when he whiffs an RP. He's just cackling away, living his best life, and it's so good to see. I don't know. It's so rare in players to
Live
actually
your
have
best
that level
life,
of
King.
enthusiasm. Yeah, you do you, boss. That one right there.
Okay. I just looked it up as well. He's lost 14 out of his last 16 Mars games, so I understand now.
Oh, that is definitely, definitely cursed. We probably won't be seeing it when they do play tiebreakers. We conclude our day today. The leaderboard shaping up. Asta, LGD, Knights going on the major, looking pretty up there. eHome and Extreme are now tied. Neither of them have any series left to play. IG, Asta, Aries, and Dawn Gaming is the rest of the ladder there. When we look at this, IG have secured themselves safely in Division 1. They'll be coming up against Extreme Gaming later. My brain just
I can't. It's
lagged
okay.
out.
Take a moment.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. All right, go again.
Nope. Anyway, Knights versus... sorry. Knights eHome for today. Yeah, really, end of the day. Knights eHome was today. It was 2-1. Extreme Gaming IG. It was 2-1 there. And our schedule for tomorrow is Asta, Aries, Dawn Gaming. So it'll be the bottom 2 teams there fighting it out for 7th and 8th. And then LGD, Asta. I am so sorry. I really apologize. I don't know what was going through my brain when I read the results there for some reason. Yeah, I thought it was a schedule. And I was like, wait, did I get it wrong with the tiebreakers?
No,
you can see the future.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
eHome beat Knights 2-0. XG beat IG 2-0. And tomorrow we have some fun games.
Games will play.
We
and
do.
more games will be played.
Yes,
Whoa.
the Asta Aries and the Dawn Gaming ones. Not too important in terms of positioning, but the Asta and LGD is going to be interesting because either way there is going to be a tiebreaker at the top. It all just depends on who wins and loses, but we can talk about those potential tiebreakers now,
I'm
tomorrow.
going to be selfish real quick and say I want PSG to win so that they go 6-1, Asta 6-1, because I want to see these teams play again because the quality that they provide is so high that I'm just going to, again, I'll be selfish. I don't care who gets first. I just want to see them play more games than just the best of 3.
Is there a way that we get like a 3-way tiebreaker? Because
No.
I didn't see those in a while. I really missed them.
Yeah, we do miss them. No, unfortunately not now. We can't get any 3-way ties.
Yeah.
It's locked into 2 best-of-3s. eHome Extreme will have to play a best-of-3 for 4th, and then depending on the result tomorrow, it's either Knights and PSG tying or Aster and PSG tying again.
I want to see Aster and PSG.
Yeah,
Let's
just
go.
2 best-of-3s.
Well,
Let's go, LGD.
Guys, you can see Aster and PSG tomorrow.
Yeah, but we want to watch it again.
It won't be enough.
We're greedy. We want.
Like,
You guys just love deja vu. You love Groundhog Day, don't you? You just want to.
What's better than one thing you like? 2 things of the.
Yeah.
What about 4?
4 is even better.
Yeah.
Imagine a major as well.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. That'd be so insane. But we conclude our second last day of the regular season here on the Division 1 China Winter Tour. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same start time for 4 new brand teams facing it off.